Why Watch That is a podcast featuring the critic
and referee who go head-to-head on a quest to discover the best movies
and TV shows Hollywood has to offer. Expect the unexpected from the critic.
Well, nothing gets past the ref.
We do all the work,
so you don't have to. Welcome to Why Watch That. Hey, listeners.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute.
You like that vibrato, don't you? Oh my gosh. We at Why Watch That are literally going to be out of the country, in the country, floating around, hitting almost every imaginable film festival we can get into. And that includes 3 upcoming film festivals that we are going to be covering. Yes, we've got boots on the ground for 3 upcoming major film festivals. Well, 2 film festivals and a TV festival, shall we say.
Ooh.
It is going to be amazing. Now, I'm going to be covering something. I'm going to be covering a festival, and the critic is going to be covering some festivals. It's going to be wonderful, chaotic bliss. So let's talk about that, because we want to highlight some of the things. First, we've got the Toronto International Film Festival, aka TIFF.
Now, you're starting big. This is the big one.
I mean, this is our first year being at TIFF, which is kind of a big deal. Like, it's rather huge. And I'm anticipating that it's not going to disappoint. Now, the question is, what am I going to be doing there, right?
Oh my goodness. There's so much to choose from. I'm jealous.
Yes, you should be. I'm jealous that you're doing what you're doing, so we can both be jelly together. Now, first of all, I am going to be seeing the world premiere. Most of these are world premieres, mind you, of Just Mercy, which is starring Michael B. Jordan, Jamie Foxx, Brie Larson. Yes, it's coming from Michael B. Jordan's production company. This is highly anticipated. It's going to start us off on Friday night. I'll morph into Dolomite, which is... Dolomite is my name.
Is my name.
Title. And if some of your listeners are like, Dolomite, you mean like Dolomite?
Yes.
It's Eddie Murphy. It's a slew of people you would actually want to see walking down the Harlem streets in high water bell bottoms. We got your girl Ruth, who is the costume designer from Black Panther, Ruth E. Carter. She did the design for this, so she's not going to be holding back. This is coming to us from Netflix, so pretty soon you'll be able to watch that. It's highly talked about and anticipated, and I am excited about this one. Knives Out. I'm almost the most excited about it because it's a murder mystery.
Yeah.
It's got an amazing think of anybody you would want to put in a murder mystery. It is this. It's directed by Rian Johnson, who did Star Wars, The Last Jedi, and Looper.
Yeah.
If you remember that. It's got in this cast Don Johnson, Chris Evans, Jamie Lee Curtis, Toni Collette, like Michael Shannon, Lakeith Stanfield, like on and on and on. I'm super excited about that. I'll be checking
Daniel Craig. Daniel
Craig as the detective. It's a whodunit, whodunit. And
you love whodunits.
I love whodunits. Christopher Plummer is who got done too. So that will be interesting. I'm also going to be I'm going to brush through this. I'm going to leave out some stuff. I'll also be checking out Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, which comes to us from the world of Mr. Rogers. Now, that documentary a year ago came out. Well, this is the fictionalized version. You've got starring Tom Hanks and your boy from The Americans.
Yeah.
Michael who?
Matthew.
I was like, what is his name?
Matthew. Yeah, Matthew Reese.
Matthew Reese, and a slew of other people, but I'm super excited about Beautiful Name. I'm also going to be checking out The Goldfinch, which is a movie that is directed. It's actually got not quite a lot of cast members, but namely, it's got your girl Nicole Kidman and Ansel how do you say his last name?
Elgort.
Elgort.
And Jeffrey Wright.
Jeffrey Wright is in it because we all love Jeffrey Wright.
And it's directed by your boy.
Yeah, John Crowley. We're excited about that. I'll be seeing that. Blackbird, which you can look that up. We've namely got Kate Winslet coming in and Susan Sarandon, along with a slew of other people. Marriage Story, I'll be checking that. I think both of us will be checking that out in various festivals. That, of course, is starring Adam Driver and Scarlett Johansson in those, namely those big, huge roles. I'll also be checking out a number of other things like Bad Education, which I'm super excited about because it looks like it's a farce, and I'm going to see if that farce is going to work or not. Who knows? The Lighthouse, that has Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson. Just on and on. I could go on and on. Yeah. I'm super excited about TIFF, but that's not the only festival we're covering.
It sounds like it is.
I know.
My goodness.
We're also going to hop over to the Tribeca TV Festival. I had to say that right. That'll be our next festival, and it'll kind of go boom, boom, boom. This is a tiny little festival over a weekend that actually the critic is going to be attending, and he's going to be looking at some of the TV shows. What are you going to check out?
Yeah, and this overlaps with TIFF, because TIFF is September 5th to September 15th.
I know, that's why I can't come.
Yeah, and the Tribeca TV Festival is September 12th to the 15th. So what I'm interested in is Dickinson, which is going to come to us from Apple TV Plus.
Yeah.
Now you might be going, what in the world is Apple TV Plus? It's Apple's TV
originals.
Originals that are coming to us sometime later this year. They still haven't told us. So we'll see what happens with this. Now it does star Haley Steinfeld as the poet Emily Dickinson.
Interesting.
Now this is Haley Steinfeld playing her, so she's not old. So what are they going to do with that? Interesting. Now, another thing I'm really excited to see is from our favorites, The Kings, their new show, Evil.
Yeah.
Which will be on CBS. Lamont Bishop is back with them. And the title's Evil.
Right.
Okay, so you got a psychologist. She joins a priest in training and a contractor, and they investigate supposed miracles, demonic possession, and other extraordinary occurrences to see if there's a scientific explanation. They want to see if there's some science to it. Now, we also have Godfather of Harlem coming to us from Epix, and this is starring, who, Forrest Whitaker, as, Bumpy Johnson. Now, remember, Denzel played him.
Yeah.
Remember that movie with Russell Crowe? So we'll see what's going on here. We have Forrest Whitaker in that role again, but he's now has to deal with an Italian mob boss played by Vincent D'Onofrio.
I know. I couldn't wait for you to spill that.
And Malcolm X is in it. Not as a character, of course. And then we have a whole bunch of other things, by the way. They have a talk going back through Friends. So if Friends fans are in the house, there you go. Party of Five is coming back in a completely different iteration this time. It is a Latino family. That'll be interesting to see. Yeah. And there are also some premieres of shows that are currently going. So that's very interesting for the Tribeca TV just TV festival. Goodness.
I know. It's a lot going on.
And then after that, we have the New York Film Festival.
Yes.
Oh. Now, the New York Film Festival, I mean, it seems to go forever. But for tickets, if you want to go to the New York Film Festival, it starts on September 27th and it goes through to October 13th. So
that's a long festival.
It's a long festival, and that is such a good thing. I love them for that. Thank you very much, NYFF. And what I'm going to be looking at, well, let's go in reverse order. I'll go with the stuff that, I want to see all the way up to what I'm very excited by. Number one here, what I'm going to see. And a lot of this stuff already has distributors, so you will be able to get to it. Atlantics is one of them, coming to us from Netflix, and this is something that had a lot of buzz from the Cannes Film Festival, so we'll see what's happening there. Mati Diop, it comes from one of her acclaimed shorts here, so we'll see what's going on. I don't know. It's in Senegal. We'll see what happens. Interested in that. And moving up the list, I'm also going to see Beanpole, another Cannes darling. Now, these two are obviously coming to us from outside of the country, so it's interesting to see what happens, especially at the New York Film Festival, because they curate a lot of this stuff. So I'm interested to see what Beanpole is about. From what I've seen, it's a challenging but rewarding watch. We'll see. Then something else I do want to point out is Portrait of a Lady on Fire. And this is coming to us from Neon. It will be available in December if you want to see that. Now, in this one, it's another Cannes darling.
Yeah.
It's another one where we're going from, okay, we're not in the United States, but it is a period piece, and it is about a painter. So I'm going, well, what does this mean? How is this going to look? What are we going to have this wonderful look to it? We'll see. Now, moving up.
That's at TIFF as well. Yeah.
It's at TIFF as well, yeah. And a lot of this stuff might be at TIFF as well as the ref is saying. So also at TIFF is the WASP, or just WASP Network. Olivier Assayas is here, and this time he's with Penelope Cruz. Now, when I see Penelope Cruz, I want to watch it. We are in Cuba. We are dealing with the last soldiers of the Cold War. We'll see what happens there. Cuba, Miami, all of that. Moving up. Bong Joon-ho's new film. Now you're going, who is that?
Who is it?
Well, look Bong's work up, okay? And you'll see. You'll know. Now this is Parasite. This is also at TIFF.
Yes.
It will be available in October in theaters. It won the Palme d'Or.
Yeah, I was curious. It's a Cannes darling.
Yes. So we will see with that. I'm expecting something, an experience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all we're saying. Now they're calling it rollicking and ruminative.
Nice.
Now, we're getting to some of the big guns, some of the people you might know.
There. Oh my
So,
God.
Pain and Glory, Almodovar's new movie coming out to us. This will be available in theaters in October. It is starring Antonio Banderas. We'll see, is Almodovar continuing to be more restrained, or is he going to go crazy as we're used to? We also have Marriage Story. You talked about that, Rep. I'm seeing it too. Can't wait. It has great buzz already. We do have Edward Norton, his directorial debut at TIFF and New York Film Festival. I'm seeing it as Motherless Brooklyn. I'm really interested to see what he does here. Willem Dafoe, Bruce Willis, Gugu Mbatha-Raw, Bobby Cannavale, and more and more and more. The great Cherry Jones is in it. It's a period piece in the 50s. We'll see what he has as in regard to the chops as a director and even as a writer.
Mm-hmm.
And then the big one.
Oh, good gracious.
The Irishman.
The 8-hour Irishman.
At the moment, they say it's 3.5 hours. We'll see. It's subject to change.
Oh my
This
God.
is Scorsese's latest film. It is a world premiere at the New York Film Festival. It is starring, hold on,
Okay, I'm holding.
Al Pacino.
Oh!
Now, has Al Pacino worked with Scorsese?
I don't think so.
No. So we'll see how that works. And he's joined by, you know who, Robert
Yes.
De Niro.
Right, not Leonardo DiCaprio.
And there's one more person,
I know. Go say it.
Joe Pesci. Joe Fishes is in this.
Yes.
So this is a must-see. This is a must-see. And I don't care how long it is, I will be there with my eyes clamped open if necessary.
I'm kind of jealous because you'll be able to go to that press conference right afterwards. So, which will have Scorsese, De Niro, Pacino, and who knows?
Producers, yeah.
I don't
Maybe
know,
all
Joe
of
Pesci,
Netflix
but-
will show up.
Yes, the entire staff. Now, I want to end mine with my big ones
Oh.
because I saved this the best for last.
Mm-hmm.
The Laundromat. The Laundromat, starring Meryl Streep.
Mm-hmm.
And I just have to stop there. But she is paired with Steven Soderbergh. What?
Yeah.
What is happening there? It's already got some great buzz. I've got another big one for you. Ready?
I know what it is.
Ford versus Ferrari.
Great buzz.
Excellent buzz. We've got Matt Damon and Christian Bale playing the titular characters, as you like to say. This is huge, as some people say. And then I'm going to end it with my biggest one, which is probably the most anticipated movie that I cannot wait to see this movie. It is Joker. Yes.
Yes.
At the Toronto Film Festival. Joker. We're talking about Joker. Yes,
Joker.
The one you have been expecting and seeing. It looks like, I don't know if I'm going to be disturbed.
You will.
But Joaquin Phoenix is going to give probably a performance of his life.
Yeah.
And I get to see that early on. You will hear from that. Listeners, we promise you, if you stay locked in here, we'll get you going for the awards season. We'll get you prepared. We'll also get you prepared for the holiday season. This is going to be something amazing. So you stay right here at Why Watch That. We promise you, we will not bore you. There's always something to talk about. So wait until you see our social media coverage, as well as some special, we've got some special critic and referee coverage that we've never done before, and we're going to do something special there. But Toronto Film Festival, Tribeca TV Festival, and New York Film Festivals, you better pull up your britches, because here comes Why Watch That.
Wait a minute. Someone told me that we're on camera.
I see you.
Well, I always see you.
You see us, listeners.
You see, I'm the ref and she's the critic.
Now I am.
Right.
Hi, listeners.
Hello, everybody, and
Yeah.
welcome to Why Watch That Pseudo Live.
Pseudo live.
And why are we doing this live now? Why are we on camera? What is going on in the world? Well, the wonderful ref is in the great city of Toronto.
Oh.
One of the best cities in the world in Ontario,
Love
Canada.
the city. Yes, great city.
And as we teased earlier, if you heard us, we talked about how TIFF is going on, the Toronto International Film Festival. So that's where the ref is, and they left me in New York. That's fine.
Oh,
And-
you're only covering 2 more festivals.
And the ref is day 1 for her. Wow, we're going to get her thoughts. And really the highlight of day 1 is a movie called Just Mercy. Just Mercy. And Just Mercy will be available in theaters for all of us on Christmas Day. Yes, it comes to us from Warner Brothers. Yes, you will be able to find it. But the question is, why? Right? Because already, even before they screened it, ref, there was some Oscar buzz. There was all kinds of buzz in the air. We'll see what you think quickly in a moment. But just so you know, Just Mercy is directed by Destin Daniel Cretton. Now, if you don't know, if you don't know Destin, he directed a wonderful film, if you haven't seen it, called Short Term 12.
Yes.
And now he's back. Great for him. This movie, by the way, is co-written by Destin and Andrew Lanham. Now, in the cast, we also have a producer of the movie, and that man's name is Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. J.
And he is playing a real man named Brian Stevenson, and this is based on Brian's book, what he wrote there.
Just Mercy,
Now, along with Michael B. is Jamie Foxx. We have Rob Morgan. We have Tim Blake Nelson. We have Rafe Spall. And we have Brie Larson, who's back working together with Destin for the 3rd time. So, ref, wow. Tell us about this. How exciting is it? How exciting is day one at Toronto?
Okay, listen, listeners, I'm going to try to not give you the full review because, of course, we will give that later, but I am going to probably fail at that. Toronto Film Festival, this is WhyWatchThat's first go at Toronto. We've been to Sundance, New York Film Festival, Tribeca, and all of the whatnots, but Toronto, this is it. So I'm really learning the city, getting my bearings. I've been here twice before on another matter, but the festival itself, oh my goodness, and it rained a little bit. So I thought if I could just get to a film, I will feel more grounded. And the first film that I saw is exactly what the critic just laid out, Just Mercy. Now, here's the very, very abbreviated plot. You have this young lawyer, Brian Stevenson, played by Michael B. Jordan. He is interning, and basically he is going through law school at Harvard, the Harvard, and he's doing this internship and goes to see this inmate and has to deliver certain news, but finds out that he and this inmate have a lot in common and they have a wonderful time. And when he delivers certain news to this inmate, like, for example, you're not going to die, they're going to wait another year in order to establish whether or not you're getting the death penalty, his whole spirits rose. And that, seeing that man transform from, a person who's sort of someone that Brian could relate to now being eternally grateful, really sparked something in Brian's spirit. So fast forward, you have this man named Walt. It's played by Jamie Foxx. His name is Walter McMillan, and he is, I want to say, a lumberjack, but basically he cuts down trees and he works for himself. And as he's making his way home from a hard day's work, he is met by a barrage of sheriffs and policemen, and he doesn't know why, but all he knows is that the sheriff comes to his window, gives him a hard time, and basically arrests him on the spot for murder. Fast forward to that, enter Brian Stevenson coming down to Alabama, getting funded, now a lawyer. His mission now is to find those who are on death row, and if you have been wrongfully accused, he will make it a point and give everything he has, if it's just him, in order for you to get a fair trial. Because most of these men, black men, most of them, did not get fair trials. Now, I'm not going to give away all the plot details because some of them you have to look up. But in the end, we see that Brian, Michael B. Jordan, takes on Walter's case along with other cases. And that's namely O'Shea's case, which we find out a little later what happens to him. Rob Morgan plays Herbert Richardson. These are all real people. He takes on his case. You find out what happens with that. Not everybody's innocent. Not everybody's guilty. But by the end of the movie, you see just what hard digging work does. And coming from a place of love, he says, of hope, and love of justice and the law, and what that can do to not only free a person, does it get free or not, you'll have to find out, and then free a community that's also been held in bondage. So that's, I danced. It's the 25th of December, purposely released. It's Michael B. Jordan. He does well with the holidays. Thanksgiving is like it's like, remember Will Smith had the 4th of July? Well, Michael B. has Thanksgiving with Creed, and Black History Month with Black Panther. And now Christmas, I will have to say, you will be hearing his name, Jamie Foxx's name, a lot, because this is the type of movie that awards seasons go nuts for. If you are into a movie that you just know you're going to go in and you're going to get all the ingredients of what an award-winning movie should get, this is it. They really took the care into creating something that is palatable for everybody. to go in and watch it and then get your butt in them booths and vote for this type of movie. Now, what does that all mean? Is this the most brilliant movie I've ever seen? Is this the most riveting experience I've ever had? I don't think that's fair to put all the weight on that for this movie, but I will say it is going to invoke conversation. It's going to invoke you wanting to see some sort of recognition. And I will say Jamie Foxx's performance, the beautifully restrained, emotionally restrained performance, that when he did burst into emotions, or when he did explore the depths of and despairs of humanity and even the joys, it was warranted. Every choice that he made, it seemed to come from a very wonderful, organic place that just left me like, for the first time, once I got past the wigs, these wigs and these wigs, we can send people to the moon, but we can't do a good wig. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Well, some people say we haven't been to the moon.
Oh, well, we've been to the bottom of the ocean. We can do that. We can build the Taj Mahal, but we can't do a good lace front? Anyway, with that set aside, once I got past the wig situation, I didn't see Jamie Foxx. That's hard because he's charismatic, he's big, he consumes the screen. He really does. Whether it's on purpose, whether or not, he's just a grand performer. I didn't see him. And he will get nominated. And he may win. It may be a tough season, but I will say this, he will deserve that nomination. Rob Morgan comes out of the work. Rob Morgan has been doing solid work. Solid festival work, and he even does a little bit of Daredevil, and you see him doing stuff like that. He's just really a brilliant, wonderful actor. Watch out for him. He may get a supporting actor nod. Brie Larson, she said in the press conference, or not in the press, the panel afterward, she said, I took this role because I worked with the director twice before, but I took this role because I knew I came to support, and that's exactly what she did. I'm a supporting actor, I'm supporting Michael B. Jordan, and she did. Now, with all that to say, you have to talk about Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. just makes you want to like him. He's first of all, not that difficult to look at, but that charisma, not just look at like, oh, you're so cute, but he's just you just watch him because he's got that thing. And all that, that you would expect from Michael B. was in this. The difficult part is when you're surrounded by so many different character actors like Tim Blake Nelson, who played Ralph Myers, did brilliant work. He may also get a nod here and there. When you're surrounded by that, you have to make a choice as Michael B. You either step up to that kind of this, or you come and draw in. And so when you see his performance, it'll be up to you to see if that is something that works. For me, it worked. For others, it may highlight just how good of a choice he was to not even enter into that arena, if that makes any sense at all, to really let the others shine. He's very gracious at doing that. So all in all, I have to say Just Mercy was a great start to TIFF, great beginning. I am excited. If this is what TIFF has to offer, I'm extremely excited to see more. So, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Now, anything else for day one, or is that it?
I actually got to see a panel. We're having an industry conference here at TIFF, and it was really interesting to me because this panel, basically it's called Pan-Africanism in the Caribbean and Decolonizing the Screen.
That's a college class.
It's a college course. But basically they were talking about going across the African diaspora and other places, the Caribbean influence around the world. Where is Caribbean cinema? Where is Caribbean influenced media? And how we can try to deconstruct the institutions and infrastructures that withhold those stories and those narratives from going forward. So I thought that was really, really interesting. And I may go to another panel here and there, but I will have to say Just Mercy consumed a lot of my good hard-earned energy today, and I'm excited for what it has coming toward it. I really think that this will be a wonderful holiday movie. It is hard to watch. Some scenes make you mad, but I'll let you be the judge or not. You're gonna go see it, listeners. Some of you will see it either in your home or in the theater. But for Jamie Foxx, Rob Marshall, Michael B., and all of the other amazing actors and the director, hats off to you.
Wow, so that's day one for the ref, everybody. From TIFF, we will continue to check in with her as she enjoys even more awards contenders. This is the time of year and this is the place for that. Yeah. And then we'll see as we move through the rest of the year whether they stay on top, stay afloat, or sink a bit. Well, it's Why Watch That. You know we got you.
We got you.
And we'll check you next time.
Bye.
Well, it is day 2 for the ref at Toronto International Film Festival.
Hi! Oh my gosh, I just wear hats all day. It's easy though.
Yeah, you in this hat.
Oh no. Can you even see me? Should I do it like this?
So, ref, you saw 3 films today. We had a little pre-meet and we talked about it, and I'm excited to hear about all of these. Now, are all of them on the same level? Maybe not, but you'll tell us about that. And we're going to start right in, everybody, with the 2 popes. Now, I know a little birdie was in your ear yesterday trying to say, you sure you don't want to see the 2 popes? And you decided to go see it.
I did.
Tell us all about it. Now, let me set it up. What am I doing?
Yeah, I was like, okay, it was with...
The 2 popes is directed by Fernando Moraes.
Yay.
It is written by Anthony McCartan and Frank Cottrell Boyce. Wow, what a name that is. And it's starring, I'm just going to tell you the 2 people it's starring.
Just stick with that.
It's again Anthony Hopkins and Jonathan Pryce, yes, as the 2 popes, as Pope Benedict XVI and as the upcoming Pope Francis. Tell us all about it, Ref.
Okay, so you've set it up perfectly. Really, this is a 2-man show with some flashbacks, adding some other characters. This, again, as you said, is on Netflix, so it's going to be accessible. And I think it's appropriately going to be there, but I will caution you in just a moment. And again, this is just a very, very brief overall. So in 2013, the incoming Pope Francis, the current Pope, and the conservative outgoing Pope Benedict, which, that's why it's called 2 popes, because he didn't quite leave. He's just sort of, hanging out. They have, I'm not Catholic, so I apologize. They debate the best path forward for the Catholic Church. Now, remember, at this time, Pope Benedict had a lot of scandal around his popery. Around his assistant was, arrested, and the height of things like Spotlight, had come out or was coming out. The church was suffering a lot of persecution, and not necessarily by the hands of just random people. It was by its own doing. So we had a very conservative reign, and then now we're coming up with this very liberal reign. Anthony Hopkins plays Benedict, and at this stage, we see how he was elected. We see in the first election when Pope, I don't remember the Pope's name, but the Pope before him who passed, we got to go behind that closed door. That whole smoke comes out and people are waiting to see if it's black smoke, white smoke. Well, they took us behind the scenes, and they did that twice. So it was really interesting. I don't know how true, I don't know how much mining the director and the screenwriter did, but I will tell you one thing. I think they were in the halls of the Vatican.
Cool.
They were in places where I was like, this is not a set. Because when they're walking, that is stone they're walking on.
So some places I think they shot in certain situations, but anyway, you saw how that process goes out, and we did see that Pope Benedict, yes, became the Pope, but Pope Francis got a couple of votes, and so it's like, okay, who is you, basically? But he goes back to Argentina to do his work, where he's very personable. We see that he's very much connected with the community, but he's ready to retire. He wants out. He wants not to leave the church, but he wants to retire. So he sends a letter of resignation. Now, how does that go? Because he gets a personal demand saying you need to come to the Vatican right quick by Pope Benedict. And we see the two go head to head, debating where the church is going to go, what it looks like. And that's basically the plot. You know what happens in the end. You know Pope Benedict becomes sort of this shadow pope, and then Pope Francis becomes the pope. And it was interesting to see. But what was more interesting were those two performances. Now you've got Sir Anthony Hopkins and Jonathan Pryce. I don't even know if it's a sir, but I will name him or knight him Sir Cuckoo. Beautiful performances. These are men who know what they're doing, and they're at the top of their game. They are seasoned. So guess what? When the director Ferdinando starts adding little tricks here and there, camera angles, sound effects, cutting, splicing, don't do that. Leave these two men alone, because it's brilliant work. It was long. It was longer than it needed to be, a little longer. Could have shaved about 15, 20 minutes. But I didn't care. Do you know why? I wanted to spend the day with these two. Now they're speaking, you got Anthony Hopkins playing classical piano. And he ain't just he's not just playing piano like, you know how in acting, you'll have an actor and he'll play like a little bit, he'll learn a little bit, and then, they'll cut to him going, and you gotta give that too. And then you lean in. Doing all of that. No, he was playing that piano. Yes. He was playing the piano. You've got him speaking Latin, Italian. He speaks a little Spanish. Ooh. And then you've got Jonathan Pryce. Mamma mia. Jonathan Pryce, who I hear is Welsh. Yeah. Does a brilliant Spanish accent in English, speaks beautiful Spanish, Italian, and Latin. It was just beautiful. And this is what I wrote down because I didn't want to forget. I said I could watch these two actors all day and genuinely enjoy that experience. It was grand. There was grand sweeping views of Italy, and then they had these intimate portrayals of art of Argentina. Like they dove into the very society and core of it, which was beautiful to see those two contrasts. And it gets a little muddled in the middle. It does. This slows down because there's some flashbacks and flash forward. And the young man who played the young Pope Francis was brilliant. Well done to him. Overall, it's on Netflix. It's long. For those of you who are going to venture and say, oh, I just want to watch something on Friday, I think you need to be strategic about
Give that
watching.
To me again. I missed it.
I'm just going to watch something on Friday. This is what I look like, listeners. This is how we act when the cameras are rolling and not rolling. But it's a strategic movie to watch. Do it on purpose. Not you're like, oh, I got to gear up. No, you are going to enjoy it. It is surprisingly hilarious. I mean, funny. Laugh out loud. You will enjoy Two Popes. I guarantee it.
Oh, I am so excited to see it. Jonathan Pryce does have a title, so there you go.
Oh, well, Sir Jonathan Pryce, and he will get another title, and that will be Oscar nominee. Mark my words.
Ooh, and Anthony Hopkins as well.
Anthony Hopkins for supporting. He will be nominated. Yes.
Yeah, don't put him in the same category.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Too much going on this season.
Don't worry, Netflix is already planning, everybody. I'm telling you all that.
Oh,
They
you know
already
they're
got the
plotting and
people
planning.
in place. Got it. Now, the other thing you saw out of 3, number 2, is Blackbird.
Oh.
I don't know why when I say this, I'm why am I thinking Black Velvet? I don't know why that's in my head. But anyway, Blackbird, this is directed by Roger Michel. And it is written by Christian Torp, or Torpe, I'm not sure. And it is based on a Danish film called Silent Heart. Now, it is starring, this cast, wait a minute.
Hold on. Just hold on.
Kate Winslet. Mia Wasikowska.
Ooh, nice. Well done.
Susan Sarandon.
Yes.
Sam Neill. Rainn Wilson. Where's Rainn Wilson coming from? And even my girl Lindsay Duncan is in it, in a supporting role. So tell us, Ref, about Blackbird. You know, big, strong cast. Is it a big, strong movie?
I think I can hear in your voice that you are setting up for a possible no. Anyway, the plot, very, very briefly, is this terminally ill mother. She's gonna die. That's what terminal means. It's gonna happen soon, according to her doctor husband, invites her children and their significant others and her best friend over for the last weekend. Yes, her last weekend being alive. She plans to transition out into death. She's gonna kill herself. And not in a violent way, I'm just going to shoot myself, but it's very planned. Her and her husband spoke about it at length. He is a doctor. He ordered some things. And is it legal? No, but they also have that plan in place. But the question is, when you have that kind of plan, how does that pan out with your family and friends? And she has 2 daughters played by Kate Winslet and Mia. And Kate is the older daughter who is, was conceived, beautifully in this beautiful story. And she's a type A. She's married to Rainn Wilson's character. And he is very much a stick kind of husband whose conversation base is, back in 1945, there was a whole lot. Did you know that this phone was made out of so he's that kind. And they have a son, straight A son, just kind of that kind of family. And then you have Mia, the other daughter, who is a free spirit, all over the place, in and out of family. Sometimes you don't know where she goes for 3 weeks. Sometimes she doesn't. She misses plays. She missed maybe a father's big, huge birthday. What is she doing? She's in a relationship with a woman. They didn't even know she was really for real gay. Like, what is going on with this woman? And she has a big secret that she hasn't shared with the family. So you've got these 2 dynamics, and the sisters, of course, don't get along. You've got these 2 dynamics going, and everybody is trying to put on a smile. Okay, we're trying our best because mom has already decided. But the question is, does that pan out? And if you are going to leave, if this is the last weekend, I guarantee you some skeletons are going to be coming out. Yeah. Now, all of that to say this, and I won't belabor it. Blackbird is, you remember Stepmom? Susan Sarandon again, died.
One True Thing.
This is not you've seen the story before. It's very familiar. It's a family drama. But I don't know what family this is. I mean, they live in this big, huge, grand house. They've got, they are squabbling. They're smoking weed together at some point because, that's a fun thing to do because it's my, it's just a very strange family that I don't personally connect with. I was trying to fish for connection, and it wasn't because I don't have a big house. It's not because I don't smoke weed in my family. It's not because all these things. There's a translation that sort of missed it. And so in result of that, you've got Susan Sarandon, who's a beautiful, wonderful actress. Her mind is made up. I am going to kill myself. That's it. I hope you guys, I love you, but get it together. And what do you do with that at that point?
as an actor, other actors, if there's no, written wise, if there's no changing your mind, how does that play out? And you saw each actor sort of give the best that they could in that situation. But overall, Blackbird isn't something that I would necessarily rush to the theaters to see. It will work well in your homes. And you've seen the story before from Susan Sarandon, basically. But I will say Mia did an excellent job. I want to highlight her. Sam Neill did an excellent job. All the actors did beautiful work. I won't even say that, but I do have to highlight those two. And at the end of the day, I think Blackbird deserves to be here at TIFF, but the question is, will they deserve $15? And that's a very, very different, that's a very different statement.
Yeah, especially, with the death of the mid-budget movie. I mean, really.
Yes, yeah, it's you really got to be extra special. And there's this big, huge reveal. I mean, big, about not past the 2/3 of the movie. And you're almost to the end. It's a big, huge reveal. And then you're already ahead of it as an audience member. And then the reveal on top of that reveal, you're ahead of it. So you're already there. And then all of a sudden everyone's like, okay, Mom, you can die now. Yay. And it's kind of like, I mean, not quite like that, but it was like, what is just happening? But overall, I salute everybody in that because they came to play, which is always nice to see from actors. I just think that the material and it had more challenges than that.
Yeah. And just so you know, everybody, if you're wondering who's Rainn Wilson, Dwight from The Office, that's him.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
So now talking about coming to play, the final film that you saw today, Knives Out. Wow. Now this is directed.
Sorry.
Now this is directed by Rian Johnson. Now Rian Johnson directed The Last Jedi, that last Star Wars movie.
I liked
Looper, all of that, written by him as well. Now, brace yourselves for this cast.
Okay, go ahead, do it. I'll see.
The last cast, you're going, wow, okay, they're bringing it. The two popes, we got two mega great actors. In this cast, we have Daniel Craig, Chris Evans, we have Ana de Armas, we have Jamie Lee Curtis, Toni Collette, Don Johnson, Michael Shannon, Lakeith Stanfield. What in the world is going on, all these people? You even have Catherine Langford from 13 Reasons Why. Christopher Plummer is in it. And there's even more. I'm not going to continue. So tell us, Ref, I mean, this is a whodunit. Is it a whodunit or is it a whodunit?
It's a whodunit? 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 Yeah, that's what it is. Who done it?
Oh.
Okay, so you have this famed mystery novelist, Christopher Plummer. I mean, he is famed. He's like the next, Agatha Christie. He's huge. And he has his 80th birthday. He's got 3 kids. One of his sons passed away, but his daughter-in-law and granddaughters, they're a part of the family. And that is played by Toni Collette, his daughter-in-law. He's got another daughter, Jamie Lee Curtis, his eldest. And he also has a son, Michael Shannon. Now, Jamie Lee Curtis is married to Don Johnson. You'll find out who the character names are. And they have a son, Chris Evans. That's perfect. Don Johnson is Chris Evans. That's perfect. Michael Shannon is married as well, and he has a son who they call the Nazi son. Okay, what is happening there? And Toni Collette has a daughter who's in college. Now, as the grandpapa celebrates his 80th birthday, something goes awry that night. Something deadly. Yes. Now, it looks like a clean case of suicide. His throat was slit, seemingly by himself. But this is a whodunit by Ryan Johnson. So what you see is not what it seems. And called in is this famed Southern detective played by Daniel Craig. I smell foul play. That's exactly how he does.
Is this Foghorn Leghorn? I said, I smell foul play.
It's actually like it's because he's English, so it's real drunk. I smell foul play. So this detective's called in with these actual other detectives, played by Lakeith Stanfield and some other person. And they've got to get to the bottom of this, because what seems like a suicide, the more Daniel Craig's character digs in, he finds out that everybody has a motive. And there is this nurse. Christopher Plummer had a nurse who administered medicine to him every day. She was also his companion. I mean, he talked to her about a lot of things. And then we also find out, and I'm not going to give away because this is a whodunit coming out Thanksgiving, he also does something very drastic to each of the children and grandchildren. Something where it gives everybody a motive. So the question
does it have to do with a will?
Oh, maybe. maybe. The question is, someone comes to the forefront. Is that person the killer? Or is it the person you least expect? Now, for me, man, I figured it out way at the beginning of the movie.
It's that writer in you.
I know. I can't help it. There was something on the screen. I was like, oh, I know who did it. But that's okay, because listeners, this Thanksgiving, I'm going to tell you Knives Out is going to be a perfect movie to sit and let that turkey process. You're going to be laughing. You're going to, it's an homage. It's not a farce. It's an homage to Clue, to Agatha Christie, to Perry Mason. And on top of that, Rian Johnson talked about at the press conference that it's also a thriller. So he's throwing some loops at you. Loopers. He's throwing some things at you that you kind of have to keep up with. It does lose a little steam in the when he's throwing those loops. In the middle, it starts to lose steam. But I'll tell you what, those performances, Toni Collette came to play. Chris Evans came to play. Christopher Plummer is Christopher Plummer. He just was like, look, this is what's going to happen. This is how you're going to do it now. And Don Johnson, everybody came to play. And when I was at the press conference to end it all, everybody on that stage was happy to be there and enjoyed the experience. So that's hats off to Ryan Johnson, who not only directed it, but he also gave them material to work with. Jamie Lee Curtis, who did a wonderful job, ended the whole the panel discussion saying, listen, and she's very honest. She's a brutally honest actress. She doesn't care. She said, listen, I don't say this about everything, but I thought this was a brilliant movie and I enjoyed it. Ryan Johnson, you did a good job. And everybody erupted in laughter and stood to their feet. So if you like a good whodunit and you're not, maybe you'll figure it out. I don't know, but it doesn't matter because it was fun. It was enjoyable. It was funny, literal laugh out loud moments. And let that turkey process. Let it process.
Yes. Wow. Oh my goodness. What a way to end. Now, everybody, as the ref said, Knives Out will be out in the States during the Thanksgiving holiday. Same thing with the two popes.
Yes. So that's two different experiences. But
now we don't know what's. Yeah. Yes. Both worthy, as you're saying. A Blackbird, we don't know. We'll just say that. Maybe we'll find out. But there you go. And I'll say, I'm very excited to see maybe all of these, well, two of them. And I'll see whether I see any of y'all in my mind's eye, because I'm not going to the theater to see this.
Of course you're not.
So that ends day 2 for the ref at TIFF, and we will check in with her again because it's only going to accelerate for the ref.
Oh,
I mean, I'm going to give her an award right now for being a trailblazer. Hats off to you, ref. And we'll catch you next time, everybody.
Bye.
And it is day 3.
Is it? Oh
What?
my gosh, it is day 3. Oh,
What?
yeah.
Is yours
TIFF.
what? I don't even know if that's right, but there you
The
go.
Toronto International Film Festival. Why Watch That does it 2019. Hello.
Hey! So here we go. It's the critic and the RZF.
In the house. Literally in this house.
And the ref is certainly in Toronto right now. And on the ref's 3rd day, we have 3 movies. 3 movies on day 3. And we're going to go through them. We'll see what she has to say. So, number 1 on our list is... Like, this is something that, when I saw the picture for TIFF that they submitted, I just started laughing. This is Dolomite Is My Name.
Say it.
Is My Name. Dolomite. Now, if you saw House Party, you know. Dolomite. Now,
You might have to explain that to some people because I don't know.
no, I will not. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch House Party. Now watch it. Okay, so this is directed it's directed by Craig Brewer. It's written by Scott Alexander and Larry Karaszewski.
Yes.
And it stars as Dolomite Eddie Murphy.
Come on.
And now the real name for Dolomite is Rudy Ray Moore.
Yes.
And it also stars, Keegan-Michael Key, of course.
What?
Mike Epps. Yeah, of course. Craig Robinson.
Yeah.
Titus Burgess. Divine Joy Randolph. Yeah. Wesley Snipes.
We will
Now,
get
see,
to
this
him.
is what happened. And see, Wesley Snipes,
We will get
this
to
is
him.
why he's in Coming to America 2 coming up. Anyway. And
Coming
more and
to
more.
America.
Tip is in it. I mean, come on. Chris Rock,
T.I.,
Ron Cephas Jones,
Chris-
Lou
yes.
Nell,
Snoop.
Snoop Dogg. Whatever. Tell us, Ref. Now, this, everybody, is a Netflix film.
Yes,
just know
appropriately. So,
It will be available in October, but the Ref got to see it. Tell us, Ref, was this a riot or a riot?
Now, first of all, let's go with the plot very, 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 very briefly. And I do want to add, Craig Brewer. You should know him from Hustle and Flow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that.
Out here for
Yes, and he directed many episodes of Empire. So that is good to know in the back of your mind, and you know he's doing Coming to America. So that will give you a sense. Now here's the plot. We have Rudy Ray Moore, played by Eddie Murphy. Now this is during the 1970s. At this point, Harlem is Harlem. And there are parts of LA that are parts of LA. Black culture is in the forefront of Black culture. So there are things like Black exploitation films, like Shaft, and on, those type of films that are out there. But Rudy, he was and is an artist. He is a performer. He's an entertainer. I mean, he sings rap. He sings. He's a comedian. He dances. He does it all. But unfortunately, nobody's looking and nobody's paying attention.
He was shuffling them feet.
He was shuffling everything he had, even that wig.
Here we go with the wig. Here we
And
go.
I know these wigs. Eddie Murphy in this role, I mean, he really is a frustrated has-been, washed up, thinking that he lost his moment in time. And he finds himself being an MC. Well, his day job is that he's working at a record store as an assistant manager. How frustrating is that?
Isn't that sweet?
Yes, along with his friend Titus and his DJ who runs a radio station, Snoop, out of the record store. And his second job is that he's an MC for a little club that has these variety acts. And this is all, Black-owned, Black businesses. But he's unsatisfied. Very, very dissatisfied. And wants to find why he came from the South to the big city to make it, wants to find what that thing is. Well, in walks a homeless man, Ron Cephas Jones. He walks in and nobody likes this homeless guy. He stinks. Nobody wants to touch him. And he comes in a huffing and a puffing, and he says all these rhymes about this mysterious mother named Mother Dolomite. Dolomite? And it's like this poetry, like the slam dance kind of poetry. And he does it, everybody's annoyed, and Eddie Murphy gives 25 cents and says, rush along, go away. But there was something about that Dolomite story that struck Eddie Murphy. And as we get into the story, and I'm going to go past it, you'll hear the full review later. We find that Eddie Murphy is really down on his luck, and he clings to this Dolomite character and finds himself finding that man and all the old men who are homeless and sharing all the crazy, extraordinary, ridiculous stories about Dolomite. Now, Dolomite is fictional, but Eddie Murphy thinks that if he can bring him to life and put him in his act, maybe people will appreciate it. And that's exactly what he does. Fast forward. It's a success. He makes an album. Oh my gosh. It's a great underground thing. Now he's cussing and saying crude, horrible things that you shouldn't say. The cover of his album is X-rated because women don't have their tops on. This is Dolomite, the pimp Dolomite.
Signifying monkey.
Oh, jeez. And finally, he gets an ultimate idea. Along with his friends, played by Mike Epps and Craig Robinson and Keegan-Michael Key, he gets an idea. Maybe he should make a movie. Then that way, he doesn't have to travel everywhere. He'd be everywhere at once. And as he says, quote, everybody will know my name. And that's what he does. But the movie is the most ridiculous B-rated movie. And who he gets to direct that movie is Wesley Snipes' character. And by the time you get to the end, you'll have to find out. Now, you know who Dolomite is. You know what happens. For those of you who don't, you'll have to find out what comes of that movie and what comes of Rudy himself if he is famous and if everybody knows his name. There it is, in a nutshell. That was the very, very nice way of saying all that. Now, let me tell you something. Dolomite Is My Name belongs on Netflix. And the reason why I'm saying that is it was...
Uh-oh.
No, because again, we'll review this thing in full detail. This is my kickstart reaction. And I wrote this down because I didn't want to forget to tell you. It felt like a movie for those who want to tell you why they like Black exploitation movies. If that makes sense. It felt like, I like Black exploitation movies. Let's make a movie about Dolomite, who was kind of the king of Black exploitation movies, rather than it being about Dolomite, if that makes sense. So it was ebbing in and out of a regular story, a biopic, and then it would go into Black exploitation tropes that they would use, which either you commit to that or you don't. Now, Wesley Snipes committed. He was in a different movie.
Well,
He played, I don't know what movie he was in, but it was a choice that he made. You'll see that performance and you can judge for yourself. Eddie Murphy was Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy is as Dolomite is a wonderful cast choice. He did himself and it was enjoyable. I can't really say anything. And everybody else was sort of themselves. But there was one standout. I have to say, we have a Broadway veteran coming to us, Divine Joy Randolph, who we know on Broadway played Lady Reed, and you can do your research to see who that is. Wonderful performance. She just grounded everything. And so at the end of the day, the question is, what is this movie trying to achieve? Because I ask myself that. Why do we need this movie? Well, you're going to have funny moments. Chris Rock is there, Snoop, T.I., like all those people we said. It's fun to say that you got to watch this. But the moments that were trying to be serious and the moments that were satirizing Dolomite, I think it was trying to attempt to be a drama sometimes when it just should have committed fully to the satire. That's funny. So we'll see how everybody else feels about this. For me, I will warn you, for those of you who are watching on Netflix and want to gather your family, there's a lot of cursing. Duh. There's women fully out there. Duh. It's Dolomite. There are some funny moments, but at the same time, I think step back for a second and really watch it and ask yourself, who is this for? Who is this audience for? And then maybe you'll come up with a conclusion. So I'll say this, if you like Black exploitation movies, if you're a Dolomite fan, if you're an Eddie Murphy fan, I think you would definitely want to check this out.
Okay, well, we heard that, and now we're moving to number 10 on the list, which is The Goldfinch. Now, The Goldfinch.
Ooh, did you see that face?
Well, we're doing video. We gotta.
I know. You gotta do it all.
Look at that. Now, so The Goldfinch, everybody, will be available in theaters on September 13th, Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
And what is this about? Who's in it? Now, it is based on an award-winning book. People love the book.
Best-selling, yeah.
Yeah, you know, Ref, I started reading it and I stopped, so I don't know. But it is directed by John Crowley. Yes, and he directed Brooklyn.
Oh my gosh, love that script.
It stars Ansel Elgort, and we have a whole bunch of other people. Nicole Kidman. Is she snotting or something? I mean, you know she's going to do something dramatic. We also have Sarah Paulson in it. Luke Wilson, interesting, is in it. Jeff Wright is certainly in it. Diddy O'Hare, I love him. He's in it as well, and others. So is this
the kid from Stranger Things? Yes. Oh my gosh, tons of people.
And you'll tell us all about that. So tell us, Ref, do we need our handkerchiefs? Do we need our tissues? Is this the drama that we're all waiting for coming to us on Friday the 13th?
Wow. Well, I will say this. We're gonna do a separate full review. We're gonna have to do that quickly, obviously. So I'm just gonna give you very abbreviated. And again, if you're interested, check out the full review. But the abbreviated plot, it's very difficult to go through. There is a painting. It's a goldfinch. It's in, a museum in New York.
And a goldfinch is like a bird or something?
Yes, it's a very rare bird that needs to, it's one of the rarest birds, blah, blah, blah. It's painted by a very famous person. It is halal. Haha. Something tragic happens. It's a young boy and his mother who are in a museum. He's standing in front of the goldfinch, looks over, and an explosion happens. Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, his mother doesn't make it. So Nicole Kidman, who lives on the Upper East Side, that kind of woman, she answers the door, and there's this detective with this young boy, and the young boy basically told the detective he doesn't have anywhere to go. The dad kicked town 6 months ago, and now he has no one. This is the only house he could remember that was friendly. So she takes him in. What all is she taking into her house? Because she has 2 sons. One, the younger son, who's the same age as the young man, and that young man is Theo. Just to let you know, Theo, classmate, is Nicole Kidman's mom, and so she's got another son who's got some problems, and she has a daughter who is sort of standoffish, and a husband who's up and down. We don't quite know what's going on there. We do. We'll end up knowing. While he's staying at the home, they draw in this wonderful relationship, and guess who shows up? The dad, Luke Wilson. And off he goes to Las Vegas with his girlfriend, who is Sketch City, Sarah Paulson. And there he meets a young man from the Ukraine, Russia, he's all over the place. And they strike up a friendship. Now, meanwhile, going back and forth in time, we see the older Theo, played by Ansel, and we see that he is in a dark place. He's in a hotel. He's got these drugs lined out. It doesn't look good for him. How did he get there?
That's how the book starts.
That's how the movie starts. So we're going back and forth to see this young innocent kid. And just very quickly, I'm not giving away anything else. You start to see what leads up to the point where Theo is an adult in a hotel about to off himself. what brought him there. And he blames himself for the death of his mother, and he takes that painting. He takes the painting after the explosion, and the world, the art world, all the world thinks that the painting has been missing. Now that painting has a certain history, which you will find out what that is. And once they find out that it's missing, then there are certain things that start to happen, and it will come full circle with that painting. We'll just say that. Now, Jeff Wright plays a man who takes him in as the young boy. He ends up having to leave his father, and you'll see how that plays out. And helps raise him, and they're in business together later on.
This is a lot.
It's a lot going on. The plot, it's everywhere. So I will leave it at that. How did he get to that place? Is he going to do it? Is he going to kill himself? What does it have to do with the painting? What is the resolve? And who is to actually blame for it? Okay, so all of that. I'm going to be honest with you, listeners, and with you, critic. I don't know what I was watching. I mean, I know what I was watching, but it was like, I get the effort. It comes across as if it would be a great read, but this is not a sit down and read the whole book on a rainy afternoon. I'm quite sure that you read it, put it down, read it, put it down. Oh my gosh, this happens, put it down. That's how you read a novel. Most people don't sit in one sitting and read a novel. So why would you sit in one sitting to watch a movie like that? Because we're all over the place. And it starts off as this art house drama. Then it goes into this like coming of age story. And then it goes into a full-on heist, like a thriller. And then it ends with what? Yeah. I was like, okay, what is happening here? I didn't quite know. Now, I will say the performances, the actors came to do their jobs. Now, I don't know if they knew what job they were doing, because it's a complicated, everybody was talking about how wonderful the script was, and I'm sure it read well, but now when you have Jeffrey Wright grasping for stuff, you know, Nicole Kidman is not in it a lot. I'm going to ruin that for you. So if you're going to say, oh my gosh, this is a Nicole Kidman movie, I can't wait to see it, she's not in it that quite often. Don't be fooled. It's Ansel's movie, and the young boy who plays the young Theo. It's their movie. So the question is, if you read the book The Goldfinch and you are so interested to see how this plays out, I say check it out to see if you're right, to see if you like it. If you are like a die-hard Nicole Kidman fan, I think you'll be a little disappointed because she's not in it as much, and what they have her do isn't much. So I will caution you there. But if you want to see, if you're a fan of Ansel and you kind of want to see this new breakout kid star who plays the young Theo, I think you may be interested in something like this. It's long, and if you see it in the theater, you will get restless. I will say that much. But if that's your thing, I say check it out. If you're like, I want to experience the different waves of I know the book, I want to experience it, I think you should check it out. I would put a huge caution on those who don't fit into those tiny little categories.
All right, now.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to throw any shade. I think it'll work. I think it'll work for someone who's really into this world. Mm-hmm. And I was not particularly, so I think you should just move forward with that information.
Yeah. There was no shade. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the story there.
Me too.
So, while I do that, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Won't you be my neighbor? So we are ending here with, as you can see, the ref is excited. A beautiful day. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. And you're going, wait, have I heard of that? You better have. This is about Mr. Rogers. It is
beautiful day in the neighborhood. That one.
Y'all don't know?
They know who he is. They know who he is.
So it's starring Tom Hanks as Mr. Rogers, of course.
Of course.
Now, who is joining him in the cast? We have Matthew Rhys.
Go through that cast. Go ahead. Yeah.
The Americans. We will tell y'all again. The Americans.
The Emmy Award winning.
Les Américains. Now, also Susan Kelechi Watson. Y'all know her.
This Is Us, yes.
Y'all know her. Chris Cooper.
Who I saw today. It's very nice. I did.
Love Chris Cooper and more and more and more. There's some other people who do a lot of TV in this cast. I'm excited to hear about it. I love this cast already. And you know that I love Mr. Rogers. So tell us, Ref, is this what we've been waiting for? Now, everybody just know it will be in theaters on November 22nd. I do want to put that out. So that's telling you something. That's telling you something.
Yeah. What is it telling us?
It's telling us that they think this is going to get award nominations at least.
Who is this directed by?
This is, I'm sorry. See, I got so excited. It's directed by Marielle Heller.
Yeah,
okay.
You know who she is. Mm-hmm.
I do. She did, what was it? Can You Ever Forgive Me?
Can You, yes, with
Melissa
McCarthy.
Melissa McCarthy. Yes. So I know that she knows how to tell a story without pushing. So Marielle is good with that. The screenplay is by Micah Fitzgerald Blue and Noah Harpster. And it is based on Tom Junod's book.
Yes, and his Esquire article.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have to contain myself, and I really am. This movie, I wasn't expecting. I wanted to see it, but I wasn't expecting what happened to me. I wasn't expecting that to happen to me. So let's go through the plot. It's Mr. Rogers, Fred Rogers. And we start off with the song, the famous, you hear the little train, and then you see him walk in like you would on his actual TV show. It's as if it was shot that way.
He changes into his cardigan.
Yes, gets into his cardigan, takes off his shoe, throws the one shoe, catches it, and immediately everybody you could hear in the room, you know, a lot of people in the room had either experienced growing up watching it, or there was a huge documentary about a year before called Won't You Be My Neighbor that did very, very well critically. So you just sort of knew what you were expecting. And for me, I watched Mr. Rogers. Don't even try and figure out how old I am. And it was it was a great experience to feel that. And Tom Hanks was so spot on. He wasn't doing that, but it was just felt good. And then it shifts, and he's going through and he shows you like these different pictures of the different people, the characters that we know. And then he shows us a very specific picture. I won't say what it is. And the movie starts to flip. And you go, oh, this is what we're doing. I'm not going to tell you what happens like that. Fast forward, we meet Matthew Rhys, Tom. He is a hardcore journalist, award-winning journalist, and he does investigative pieces. And most people he interviews don't like him afterward because, he rips them to shred. And all of a sudden, he's given an assignment. And his assignment is Esquire is profiling heroes. And one of those heroes is Fred Rogers. Now, how did he get that assignment? You'll find out how he got that assignment. It's funny. But before that, we find out that his sister is getting married for the third time. And his wife, Tom's wife, played by Susan, that's such a great pairing, those two, says, we're going to go to the wedding, and I want to prepare you who's going to be there. Tom's father, played by Chris Cooper. Now, we don't know what happened exactly, but we know that is bad. Very bad.
And Chris Cooper's playing them.
And Chris Cooper's playing them. And when you get to the wedding, something happens, and oh my gosh. Now, that something
is on the weight of Matthew Rhys Tom when he goes to visit Mr. Rogers for the first time. And you'll see how that interaction plays out. But what he finds is, okay, because he's an investigator in that sense. Okay, I know who Mr. Rogers is, but who's Fred Rogers? And Fred Rogers says, I know who this award-winning journalist is, but who's Tom? So you have this going on. As you push through the movie...
Ooh, I like it.
As you push through the movie, I'm trying to get through the plot without saying the feeling of it. When you push through the movie, you find out why Fred Rogers came into Tom's life and what impact that had, and how this infamous Esquire article, which you can go and read, how that came to be. And you will be surprised how you get there. You'll be surprised how you get there. So at the end of it all, does Tom make amends with his father? Is it a beautiful little bow tied up? Because remember, Mr. Rogers, although he was very, it was a children's show, if you do your research, and especially if you watch that documentary, you know that Mr. Rogers, in a beautiful way, deals with very difficult subject matters. Divorce, being bullied, all those things. And he tries to help you. War. Yes, yeah. War. He is there to facilitate how you deal with your feelings. So is he successful in this case? Well, you'll have to find out. So that's the plot. Okay. I'm sorry.
I love that plot. I've got to say, I did not expect it to be that, but you go ahead. I'm going to be quiet.
No, you can go ahead. This is we're interacting. I had an experience. It was a spiritual experience. I know it sounds weird. I'm not trying to put anything more than what it was on it, but that's the experience I had. I was a mess. I was crying. I didn't want to cry. It wasn't like, oh, this is sad. There were moments of I was like, oh no, you won't mess up your makeup. Like, Christina, get it together. And the girl beside me was crying. People up in front were crying. And you could tell it was the kind of cry. It was like, oh. It was like, no, we're not doing this. Stop it. It was just one of those beautiful, beautiful moments. And I have 4 pages of notes. When we do the full review, I will use those notes. But for right now, I will say, I have never seen, and I'm willing to go on record, I have never seen a more perfectly cast movie ever. Every single actor was appropriate. It made sense, from the person who had 2 lines to Tom Hanks, who had a lot of lines. And by the way, Tom Hanks is the lead, obviously the headliner, but this is Matthew Rhys's movie. I'll just say that. It's his movie. It's time for the movie world to see who Matthew Rhys is, because he did a brilliant job, and I would not be surprised. Tom Hanks blew it away. Chris Cooper does exactly what he does. And putting Matthew Rhys and Susan together couldn't have been more brilliant. Now, I will say this. Is it the most perfect movie ever? No. It is perfectly cast. And every single time, the writing, because it's about forgiveness. It's about what avenues, what journey do you take to forgiveness? And do you actually take it? Does it work for everybody? We'll find that out. You'll find that out. But it literally, when the writing was becoming lofty and floaty, those actors were able to ground it in this beautiful reality that I thought, and this is what I wrote down, and I wanted to share it with you, that it had such a deep, rich reality that you couldn't help but to feel the feelings that you feel. So whatever that is for you, however it touches you, there's going to be truth for everyone in this. I'm just saying, I was in that room with everybody. And this was not the premiere showing, so everybody wasn't going, yay. Mm-hmm. It was people who didn't want to cry.
and ended up having that experience. I can't say enough things about it. I think it's going to be a smashing hit. I will say that the director deserves a lot of accolade for the use of sound and for the use of no sound. And when you will know exactly what I mean, there is a scene that she lets play out. And she talked afterward and she let things play out. And she was like, she goes, we live in a world where it's like, she goes, but that wasn't Mr. Rogers' show. And in the spirit of Mr. Rogers, they watched all these interviews with him. He would let silence ride. And it doesn't work for every movie, but for this movie it did. And you're like, no. And let those silence. And then you get Matthew Reese doing that. And Tom Hanks, that exchange. Oh, that exchange. Yes. I say don't walk, run. Bring tissue. Because you're going to go, okay, she's saying all this. I'm definitely not crying. Watch. And then write me. Tweet me, DM me, text me, whatever. You will be touched by this movie. I have 4 pages of notes and I'm not sharing any of that. It was a beautiful experience. I'm sorry. That's my favorite thing I've seen. And that was up there. I had a great time with Knives Out. Just Mercy was wonderful, but Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood was a spiritual, beautiful experience that I think everybody should experience. And I want to say this one last thing and I am done. The director said something that I thought was so important. And somebody asked her, like, why did you let those moments ride? Like, how did you come to that place? And she goes, well, the thing about it is, a lot of the times as women, between women, we, in movies, we see that we do that. We let those moments ride. But she said, for this movie, she said, for men and boys to be in more touch with their emotions is important. Because that's where we are now. We're in some of the problems that we are with our society and this imbalance. And that's why we have the Time's Up and all this other stuff. And she said, this is a moment where it's about fathers and sons and men and exchanging in places where they're not allowed to go. And I said, oh, that's brave for a woman to say that in a woman's movement. I thought that was very beautifully said. So there it is. I loved it.
Well, Dolomite is my name, everybody. October on Netflix. The Goldfinch will be out September 13th. And it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. November 22nd. I think the ref is saying we all better go see it. Maybe before the 22nd of November.
If you can.
If you can. And we will continue to check in with the ref. It's 2 more days for you, right?
Yeah, and listeners, the next day is going to be what the heck. Okay. And the last day, though,
So we have a lot to look forward to. We've already gotten a lot to chew on, to think about, and celebrate. So until next time, everybody, we're still here at TIFF. Well, the ref is. Not me.
A Why Watch That sneak peek.
So we have a sneak peek, and it's a sneak peek from the Toronto International Film Festival. The ref is still there, but one movie is coming out on Friday the 13th, and this is The Goldfinch. Yes, it is based on Donna Tartt's famous novel. It is directed by John Crowley. It is written screenplay by Peter Strahan, and it stars Ansel Elgort, Oakes Begley, Anna Barnard, Finn Wolfhard, Sarah Paulson, Luke Wilson, and the 2 heavyweights, Jeffrey Wright and Nicole Kidman. Tell us,
Yo.
Ref, is this worth the 2.5 hour runtime?
Jeez Louise. Okay, so I will preface it with this. I did a review or an impression in the TIFF coverage. I think it was the day three of that. So if you want to check out a little more raw reaction, a little more off the cuff, I should say, then you may want to go and check that out. But for right now, I'm gonna kind of dip through the plot quickly because it is a little confusing. All right, you have a hotel scene. There is this young man named Theo who is played by Ansel. He looks like he's in distress. The hotel room is a mess, and he's got some drugs, it looks like, lined up, and it's a lot of them. And all of a sudden it clicks and you're like, oh no, he is going to do something harmful to himself. I think he's going to end his life. Cut to them being in a museum. It's many years before he's a young boy. And the young boy, Theo, the young Theo, is played by Oakes. And he's with his mother. And this is all taking place in New York. And they're looking at this beautiful painting called the Goldfinch. It's very, very famous. And meanwhile, Theo is distracted by this redheaded girl standing next to him. She's cute. Her name is Pippa. And his mother leaves. Pippa. His mother leaves for a second to go and do something. And something very terrible and tragic happens. An explosion, a terrorist attack. And those who are remaining are very few.
Yeah,
Theo is one of them.
In the commercial too. So
yes, yeah. You have to say it because it doesn't make sense if I start talking about other things. And young Pippa is a survivor as well, and young Theo, but his mother does not survive. Cut to a woman living on the Upper East Side, very well-to-do, played by Nicole Kidman, and her name is Mrs. Barber. She opens the door and sees this young Theo, recognizes him because he is best or good friends with her son. And Theo had nowhere to go because his dad cut town 6 months later, played by Luke Wilson. Okay. He just lost his mother. He just survived an explosion. But he did not leave the museum empty-handed, shall we say. He took that painting, that goldfish painting. But you'll have to find out why he did it and who told him to do it. Now. So she takes him in, young Theo in, and she has other children. And we find out that family, although rich and seemingly well-to-do on the outside, has some problems. But before they dive into that, young Theo is whisked away by his father, who is recovering from things, and he's played by Luke Wilson. He is in a relationship with Sarah Paulson's character. And you see how that plays out when the young boy is whisked away. Now, where is he whisked away to? Well, he's whisked away to Las Vegas, and the movie changes. So it went from this art house drama, and we go to Las Vegas, and all of a sudden it's a coming to age movie. Because he meets young Boris, played by Finn. And those boys get into some things. Okay. They get into some things that are so deep that young Theo flees from Las Vegas. But where does he go? Where does he go? I have to say this part because I have to work in Jeff Wright somehow, because otherwise you'll never. He goes somewhere, but and I will tell you how and when and where. But eventually we fast forward and he's an older man now, played by Ansel. Oh, back to this guy. And he's working with Jeff Wright in an antique store. Oh, how did that happen? Okay. What? And he's engaged to be married to someone I will not tell you who. But is everything okay with Ansel? or Ansel's character, young Theo, or Theo rather,
Mhm.
is he really okay? Because everything on the outside seems like a beautiful, perfect painting. But if you scratch beneath the surface, you will see that he
The
is
Goldfinch.
out. The Goldfinch. You'll see a Goldfinch. He's out of control. Absolutely out of control. And some people, I won't say who or how, turn back up in his life and digs a deeper ditch. And then we cut to why he's in that hotel room, why he's willing to take his life, and you will see the resolve of that. That's it. I can't, because that's all over the place.
That's a
the
lot.
best. That's the best I could do. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Now, as you can tell, this movie, if you're a fan of the book, then you know all these details and you know that, oh, it's not that complicated. But just think this, when you read a novel, usually most people, except for the critic, doesn't read it in one sitting. Usually you go to chapters and you pick up places. It may take 2 days, may take 3 days. You may read it on your commute. You may listen to it audibly. But all in all, if it's a novel, and especially a complicated novel like this, and you're dipping in between time periods and shifting in genres, because like I said, at the end of the movie, it turns into a thriller, like a heist movie. Like it just, I'm like, what? How did we get here? That may work in a novel, and I can see how it does. It could. On screen, it was all over the place. I didn't know what I was watching. It was literally at least a minimum of 3 movies that I was watching.
So do you think it would be better as a TV show or like a miniseries or something?
It could have been a miniseries. It would have made a little more sense. A miniseries would have been great. And put that particular miniseries, not on HBO, but that could live on something like Hulu or Amazon. And Amazon is a part of this. So Amazon, you'll see it on Amazon pretty soon, I'm sure. But splice it up, because it was a lot going on. But you have to say, wait a minute, what about this cast, though? The cast did a great job. Jeff Wright has a moment where, his moment. We don't see Jeff Wright go to that particular place very often. And he went there and you're like, whoa, Jeff. Oh.
Well, they got him in the commercial, like standing up and yelling and flipping stuff.
Oh, they showed it already?
They did.
Oh, that's so sad. Okay, yes, he goes there. And Nicole Kidman, I will say this, like I said, don't be fooled. I'm here as your friend, listeners. This is not a Nicole Kidman movie. She's in a handful of scenes, and what she does is not plot-driven, that kind of thing. Jeff Wright has more weight in his character, but she does a wonderful job, of course. Ansel, it's really his movie, and the young man playing young Theo, it's really their movie. That young man did an amazing job. Really great actor. I want to see more from him. And then Ansel, of course, delivers. But I will say this, they were reaching for it, meaning I don't know if they knew the full complexity of what was really how it was going to be spliced. So they gave every scene everything they got, which could be very overwhelming. It could be a little overwhelming. So all in all, I'll leave you with this, listeners. If you are a huge fan of this book and you want to see it on the big screen, I say check it out. If you are a person who likes to be taken on a certain ride and you're not, you just want a good art house film and you just want to lean back and let it wash, and you don't want to help usually when you're watching a movie, you're driving with it. But this one, you're in the back seat and you're like, I don't know where you're going. I don't know how we're going to get there. I'm just going to sit back and just let this play out. Then that'll be for you. That'll be for you. But if you ain't those two things, if you're a Nicole Kidman diehard fan, this is not for you, because she's not in it that much. If you're like, I have got to see the director who did Brooklyn, I would caution you before you pay your $15. Maybe this is something that you can enjoy on HBO Stars or by the time it gets to Amazon Prime.
This don't sound like no Brooklyn. I'll say that.
It ain't.
Yeah. But regardless, whether you're in Brooklyn or not, it will open on Friday the 13th. Yes, Friday, September 13th. And you can go to see it if you want to sit back, as the ref said. But you can also sit back at home if you so choose.
A Why Watch That sneak peek.
Well, looks like the critic got a chance to see a sneak peek of a new movie called Manos. What's that about? It is directed by Alejandro Landes. He also wrote it along with Alexis Dos Santos, and the story is by Alejandro. Now, I don't know these actors as much as, say, maybe the critic does, but we do know who Julianne Nicholson is.
Yes.
Quite a familiar face. But this may be a great deterrent or great opportunity to see a movie that you may not normally see. But the question is, where are you going to see it? If you do choose to see it, let's hear what the critic has to say.
Yeah. And just in Spanish, monos, it means monkeys. What?
Okay, all right.
What does it have to do with monkeys? Is that what they mean by the title? Well, let me talk about this. So at the opening of Monos, we see a group of teenagers. They're playing soccer blindfolded. How do you do that? Well, like the ball has bells on it. So it's all about hearing where the ball is and trying to put your body in the right position to kick. Very interesting. Why are they doing this? Well, we find out that they are essentially a part of a vigilante group. And we are somewhere in South America. And they are being controlled by this rebel organization that's called the Organization. So we see them being trained by somebody from the organization. But this trainer doesn't stay with them. He pops up every now and then to check in on them and to make sure that they're up to snuff. You know, he tells one of them, you're getting fat. You're not working out, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, you know, we get this whole kind of boot camp kind of thing with them. And he picks a leader for them. I will tell you why. And then this leader wants to have a romantic relationship with another recruit. These are both males and females. Okay. He okays it. He says, yes, you can do that. You can be together. I'm like, okay, what am I even watching here? Why does this need to be said? And then what we come to find out is this group of teenagers, they are in control of a hostage.
Oh.
And the hostage they call Doctora. So a doctor.
Doctor.
And this doctor is played by Julianne Nicholson. So, you know, what in the world? They have a white American woman, and she's an engineer. There as a hostage? What's going on? Why do they have this hostage? What's up? And are they in trouble? Right?
Right.
Think they're going to get away with having this hostage? Also, what do you think Doctora is trying to do? You think she's trying to hang out with them? She does speak a little bit of Spanish. Okay. And according to them, they take good care of her because she does try to run away. And, you know, one of them's like, now, look, we treated you nicely. Okay. So the whole thing is this. They come out of these mountains up on high and they have to go down into the jungle. Why? Wow. Something happens. I'll say it that way. Because they are all about honor, their code, and if you break the code, you might have to kill yourself.
What in the heck are we? What?
That's what's going on here. So some of that happens. They go into the jungle, and as they go down into the jungle, things begin to break apart even more and more. And then the group starts to splinter. They start to actually start fighting each other and maybe killing
I don't know
each
what
other.
we're talking about now. I'm
Well,
sorry.
what we're talking about, think Lord
Of the flies.
Flies.
Yes, that's what it sounds like.
That's exactly where we're going. But it's Lord of the Flies if they had a hostage. That's this.
Okay.
So in the end, who's left standing? Because you know the original leader ain't going to still be the leader at the end. Okay. Who's the usurper? What does that look like? And what in the world is going on with Doctora? Does she get away or not? Huh. Well, you'll see that if you watch this to the end. Now, let me say this in review. What you're going to read from a lot of critics, everybody, and this is true, is how this was shot. The music, the sound, all of that. Oh, it looks great. It looks great. Like up in the mountains, you're way up high. You get the feeling there. You get into the jungle. It changes the whole look, the way they shot it. You really do feel like you're in there with them. So, I mean, Alejandro, what he did with his camera, great. What they did with the sound and the music, great. Jasper Wolf did the cinematography. Mika Levy did the music. I mean, it all of that works together really well to evoke the feeling of being with them. But I did say this is like Lord of the Flies.
Yes.
We have seen this before. So outside of its technical aspects, when you get to the story, I mean, there's just not much here. So it's not about the story. They have a hostage. There's this group. They're going to splinter. You can guess what happens from there. So then the question is, are they able to give you the feel of just a pull? Just a feel of, oh my goodness, I'm being dragged along with them. I'm being compelled. I can't tear my eyes away from it. I wonder what's going to happen next with this group. Who's going to get whom? I didn't have that feeling. I really didn't care. I mean, I was watching going, okay, it looks great. I get it. Like, I understand that all of you did your work, but I don't care who remains here. I don't have somebody in this group that I'm rooting for. They have a hostage. And I have no reason really to go, okay, well, I understand their circumstances. It's not like you see their backstories or anything like that. It just is what it is. So there is a blessing to that where, you know, you don't have to weigh it down with, oh, they've come from these circumstances. This is why they're in this group. But there's also a curse to it. Also, there's certain things that happen that Alejandro decides not to pump up. So if someone dies, you don't necessarily see it.
Mm.
But my whole thing is, well, if you want me to be invested, it's kind of like, well, did that just happen? Like sometimes I was like, did they just die? Like, did I miss something? No. So there's almost like this pseudo dreamlike quality to some of it, but it's not quite clear that that's what they wanted to do. So what I'll say is this: if you are the art house crowd person, this is for you. If you're someone who likes to dabble in it, I would put it this way. If you're art house all the way, go to your art house. Watch it. Because of the visuals, the sound, all of that. Where I was in, they had the sound cranked up on high. And I was like, okay. So if you want that experience, great. If you dabble in art house, I would say you might want to wait to watch it at home when it's available. If you're not either of those, you can watch it. I just don't think it's going to do much for you that would make you go, okay, well, that was worth it. At the end, it's ambiguous what happens. I'll put it that way. And I just don't think that it was compelling enough leading up to it, to that ending, to stick the landing. But overall, there's a lot to recommend here, but I have a lot of reservations, as I said.
Well, Manos is in theaters September 13th. And the question is, are you going to venture out with your artisan hat? Or are you going to skip it altogether? Or you just maybe see it at home? Who knows?
And it is day 4. Cat. See, I did not do that this time. Cat.
TIFF 2019.
Yes. Or quattro in Italian. Quattro in Spanish.
Okay. Oh my gosh, we're deep
in
into
Mandarin.
Yes.
And we are still coming back in with the ref, and the ref is still in Toronto.
I'm
Hey,
tired.
and this is, it's so funny how when you have a trip, you have work to do, and at the end, all the hard work is there. So the ref is about to be at her final day at TIFF, day 5.
Tomorrow.
But day 4 was a whopper, and there are 4 movies on the ref slate here, and we'll see what she has to say. Yeah, a lot of stars, of course. So let's get right to it. Number 1 on the list is Jojo Rabbit.
By whom?
Well, Taika Waititi
Y'all know who
is
he is.
on board here. Well, yeah,
Thor
that
Ragnarok,
latest,
yeah.
the Thor movie, right? That latest one. Also, that vampire show on FX. All of this stuff. Okay. So he's directing it. He wrote the screenplay as well. It stars,
and starring him.
he's in it as well. Yes, along with Rebel Wilson is in this. Alfie Allen is in this. Now you're going, who is Alfie Allen? Game of Thrones, Theon Greyjoy. Yes, he's in it. We have Thomas McKenzie. Oh, interesting. From one of our favorite movies. Mm-hmm,
yes,
from
Leave No
last
Trace.
year. Yes, very good for her. And Sam Rockwell and Scarlett Johansson. Now this
and
is,
Roman Giffen Davis. Can't
there we
forget him.
go. Him too.
Kid.
So all of them are here, along with Stephen Merchant. We can just say all of them. And already, I mean, even before this premiered anywhere, there's been all kinds of strange buzz, I'll say it. Some people are into it, some people are not. Now, what is the it in question? The ref is going to tell you.
Okay, now I have to also add to that this is it is potentially a polarizing movie. Why? Well, I'm going to tell you why. It is World War II, the very last threads of World War II. At this point, we're in Germany, and there is this little boy named Jojo, played by Roman, the little boy we're just talking about. His name is Jojo, Jonathan Jojo, and he is a very inspired young 10-year-old, shall we say, very inspired. He is going to a camp that is teaching other 10-year-olds and young boys and some girls how to be the very best and greatest Nazis ever. Mm-hmm.
No, see, that's what I was talking about.
It is World War II. But hold on, this is Taika. So
it is Taika.
There's going to be some sort of twist to all of that. But this little boy, I mean, he's got swastikas all over his little room. He is extremely excited to be a future German soldier. He's excited about his pure Aryan blood. And he also has an imaginary best friend. And his imaginary best friend is Adolf Hitler. Mm-hmm. Adolf is his best friend. And no one else can see him but little Jojo. And of course, Adolf is played by who other than Taika. Now, what kinds of trouble is this going to get? I know it sounds crazy. It sounds like it would never work, but it does. Taika as Adolf is hilarious. But we'll get to that. So this little boy discovers that his mother, played by Scarlett Johansson, is wanting him to be a little boy as best as he can. The war is crazy. It's costing a lot of lives. She's a good German. And with that being said, there's only so much childhood that you can have. She encourages her young son to have as much childhood as he can because his father is off to war and they haven't heard from him in 2 years. So the mother is making the best out of it. As things progress, Sam Rockwell's character, shall we say, is quite the force. He's his commanding officer, so to speak, who's been demoted to training children to be good Nazis. I mean, he's teaching them how to jump on grenades, throw grenades, how to kill rabbits. I mean, all sorts of things are going on in this camp. But something happens. A discovery is made. And that comes, I'm not going to say what it is, but it comes in the form of Thomas and Mackenzie. And it changes everything. My goodness, what could possibly happen in Germany towards the end of the war? What do you think is going on? It changes little Jojo's it's a paradigm shift. And now he has to decide, is he going to remain faithful to the German way that he grew up knowing, grew up demonstrating in his own bedroom in his home? I mean, the boy is even writing a book. It's called, I'm not even going to tell you what the book is called. It's derogatory towards Jews, so you'll find out. Is Adolf, his best friend, going to convince him to stay on that track, or will he have a change of heart? Because in his little 10-year-old mind, the Germans are going to win, and we know history. So how does that play out? That's all the plot you're getting. There's a lot that happens. Now that sounds like, why would I ever want to watch that movie? That sounds like a terrible movie. Remember, it's Taika. It's Taika. Remember how you watched Thor and it was like, whoa, I've never seen this Thor before. Turns it on its head. Well, this is absolutely turned on its head. It's a complete farce, a satire of what it means to be a good swastika-wearing Nazi, and how Adolf, your best friend, can lead you down roads that maybe you don't want to go down. Maybe you shouldn't have gone down. And surprisingly, there's a lot of heart to this. Now remember, Taika's very good at working with children. Remember that movie he did that took place in New Zealand with Sam Neill into the wilderness people, or the wilderness people, I think it's called. The Wilder people. Mm-hmm. Wilder people. And so he's very good with working with young talent. And he found this amazing little boy, Roman, who is absolutely, I mean, the boy cries, the boy, it's wonderful performance. And of course, we remember, as we said, Thomason from Leave No Trace, who does beautiful work, not only in that movie, but she is a force. She's the next thing coming through. Scarlett Johansson plays this really offbeat, strange mother who you'll find out there's some secrets there that maybe you do and don't want to find out. I thought it was beautifully played. Now, Sam Rockwell has a twist and surprise to his character. Wait for it is all I have to say. Wait for it. And of course, I'm going to end my performance review. Everybody else was wonderful, but Taika as Adolf Hitler, you would think that wouldn't work in a million years. It is one of the funniest performances I've seen at TIFF. And I thoroughly enjoyed his ridiculousness. I mean, he's jumping out of windows. He's, I won't ruin the plot. There are some things that you just go, what in the heck just happened? So overall, I say this. If you are a fan of Taika, this movie is for you. If you like things like, if you like a serious matter being turned on its head. Now remember, I said the critics are polarized on this because there is an even amount of drama and farce. So does he weave in and out of that ever so gracefully? Not always, but the moments for me still worked. It just was a little abrupt at times. If that is your thing, if you're interested in seeing the Nazi German 1940s end of World War II turned on its head, then I think this may be for you. It's no Quentin Tarantino and Glorious Bastards and blah 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 blah. It's not that. It's different. So, and if you liked that, then maybe check this out as well. So I will say, keep your eye out for Jojo Rabbit, and we'll be eager to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So that is on my list to see at some point.
Yes, you should see it. You should see it.
Now, speaking of what I will see at the New York Film Festival, and that you've just seen, is Marriage Story. And this is Noah Baumbach's latest film. So Noah did the directing, of course, did the writing, of course, which is usual for him. It stars Scarlett Johansson. Here she is again.
She's back. I saw her back to back today. I was like, well, there she is.
And this is completely different, so we'll see what you have to say. Along with Adam Driver. Now, what a pair that must be. Along with them is the great Laura Dern, the great Alan Alda, and the great Ray Liotta.
Ray Liotta!
Or Liotta.
Julie Haggerty shows up from Airplane, if you know Airplane 1 and 2, among other things.
And just so you know, everybody, this is a Netflix film. It will be available in November. I didn't say that about Jojo Rabbit. For Jojo Rabbit, my friends, it'll be in theaters in mid-October. So, back to Marriage Story. Tell us. Now, this ain't no good marriage. I know that much. So tell us what's happening here.
Okay, so I have to dance around this because, again, the critic will be seeing this, and I don't want to completely ruin his experience. He likes more surprises than not. So I will do my best, but I have to say what I have to say. So we have a couple. Adam Driver is married to Scarlett Johansson. His name is Charlie. He's a director. They're in New York City, and he's like a well-known avant-garde director. And his muse is Scarlett Johansson, whose name is Nikki. It starts off with this beautiful, you've seen it in the trailer. What you see in the trailer of them describing one another, that is what you hear. And you see all these beautiful montages of them being like the perfect person for each other. And then you realize why they're describing it. I'm not going to tell you why. What they're actually doing. And you're like, oh, what happened? What happened? Because two people who seemingly were perfect for each other, as it says in the tagline and in the description, I'm not giving it away, they're not going to, it doesn't seem like they're going to make it. They're going through a separation and ultimately heading toward divorce. Now, how on earth do we get there? Well, this movie doesn't go back and show you how you get there. It actually does something different and a little surprising because I thought that's where we were going. I thought we were going to go backwards and work our way to this catastrophic situation. And instead, Noah decides to drive, no pun intended, forward. And
Thank
you
you.
see, well, yes. And I think it's a different take. It's a very different way of doing this. So we see Nikki. She has decided to move back to her hometown in Los Angeles. However, her husband, who she's separating from, is in New York, and they have a son. Uh-oh. That complicates everything. Because the laws in California are stark different than the laws in New York City. And Mr. What I say his name was? Mr. Charlie decided to let his wife and his child go to California, and then she gets some papers working. When you're served in California, it's complicated, and we ride through that complication. Now, who takes us along that ride? Laura Dern plays a lawyer, and everyone started clapping because of, not because, oh, it's Laura Dern, it's because, oh my gosh, are we gonna get Renata from Big Little Lies 1 and 2? Because we know where she can go. Now, I will say, I would say this is the nice version of Renata, but there's some bite there, and I just enjoy Laura Dern. I enjoy her more and more and more, especially since after Big Little Lies. And then we also enter another lawyer, played by Ray Liotta.
Oh my
and
goodness.
You can only imagine you get a semi-version, dimmed-down version of Renata and Ray Liotta. What happens is you start to see that the system of divorce starts to be greater and bigger and grander than the actual two people getting divorced. And that's what this movie is about. It's about two people who genuinely love each other, but they have come to the end of things. Can they salvage anything from the system? Can you salvage it? And you'll find out whether they can or not. So that's all I'm giving you.
You know, the title is Marriage Story.
Yes, it is called
So, you know,
Marriage
what does that mean?
Story.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean, and what all does that entail? And you know, everybody expects a sad ending, but do you really get one here? Oh, does he trick you? I don't know. Well, I do know, but I'm not going to tell you. Now for the actual review, or the snippet review. Again, I have to dance around this because I don't want to taint the critic, because he's seeing this next week. It belongs on Netflix. It could use a stiff, I'm going to start with the negative. It could use this is what I wrote down. I think this is the way to say it. This could use a respectful, careful edit of 20 minutes, shaving it. And the reason why I say respectful and careful is that you don't just trash scenes, get rid of that, get rid of that. I think it's beautiful work here. And because Adam Driver and Scarlett Johansson did beautiful work.
As expected.
As expected. And to be honest, I knew Adam was going to deliver in places, but I didn't know how far Scarlett would go with him. But he's so easy to ride along with. And Scarlett Johansson took him for a ride. And I'm not going to tell you about them scenes. There is one
Scarlett
scene.
is a smart actor.
Oh, very smart. Very smart. But she's so smart that she's not going to get in your way.
Mm-hmm.
And I was nervous that she was just going to let Adam Driver drive.
Mm-hmm.
But you soon find out
Adam
the way.
Driver drive.
I know. I've been waiting to do that. And you see her do her thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if it had that's why it's on Netflix. If we go back to The Ring, Peter Jackson, that metaphor. If it's not about the ring, we don't include it. And I think all of these, there's a lot of Netflix. I'm going to talk about on one after this, another Netflix or another movie that could use this, like a heavy-handed edit. If they allowed an outside eye come in and go, just shave this, shave that, get rid of that. You don't need that. This is nice because they did good work, but it doesn't drive the story. I think that this could have been a great movie, but instead it is a powerful movie. It's a deeply feeling movie. You feel deeply for these two people. You see the ugly pangs of divorce, and it's ugly. It gets ugly. And you also see that two people who loved each other don't stop loving each other, even in the ugly times. And that's hard to watch sometimes. It's hard to watch. But then also, it's beautiful at the same time. So I say that if you are interested in great performances, you're going to get them here. If you're interested in watching and being the uncomfortable third wheel of a couple's that relationship that's crumbling, if you're okay with that, I say that you should also see this. I also say that if you are uncomfortable with that, you should see it, because there are some beautiful light moments that sort of, when it gets into those darker places, like there's this one scene that I'm thinking of that you will know when you get there that it's like, whoa, exchanges were made, and you would think there's no turning back, and you'll have to decide if they can recover from that or not. I just thought it was a wonderful movie to be enjoyed at home. You could do it by yourself, or you can watch it with someone else. It is a solid movie, but it does have its lulls. It went on forever, but I didn't mind. I didn't mind as much.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to that. You know, I like good performances.
Yes, you will be satisfied.
And speaking of performances, Bad Education is next on the list. The third here. Now look at the ref's face.
No, don't look at my face. I like hiding behind the mic.
So this is it's directed by Corey Finley. It's written by Mike Makowski. It stars another wonderful cast here. We have Hugh Jackman. We have Allison Janney, interesting character, and Ray Romano, my boy, is in this.
You love Ray. You love
Oh
Ray.
my goodness. Alex Wolff is sneaking his way into this again. What a career he's having. And more and more and more. Now, we do not have a theatrical release date for this movie yet. We don't know. But the ref did see it. So tell us all about it. It is under 2 hours. I do see that. That's a positive.
Is it? Okay, so no shade. Okay, so this is based on, and this is inspired by, it said, true events. If you remember a couple years ago, not a couple, but a few years back, that big, huge scandal in Long Island, that school district that we found some things that were gone awry. I would, before seeing this movie, just don't visit. Don't go back and read it. But if in the back of your mind, you're like, oh my gosh, I remember that scandal. Well, this is this movie, The Scandal. It has Frank Tazzone, who is a superintendent of this prestigious Long Island, New York, Long Island school district that is competing with these other prestigious school districts. And right now they're number 4 in, I believe, New York City. And what does that mean? That means that they have such a high rate of students' test scores who are through the roof, that are through the roof. And as well as that, they have such a huge percentage of their graduating class go on to Ivy League schools. And the trickle-down effect, remember with the elections, the trickle-down economics of that is when you have a high-performing school district, that means you attract high-performing families, money. And if you attract high-performing families, then that means property taxes go up. I mean, it's a whole thing that in America, unfortunately or fortunately, this is how it's arranged. Now, this is a public school. These are not private schools. These are taxpayers paying for this. And you have the superintendent, Frank, who seems to be on top of his game. I mean, he is performing, and right now they want to do a skywalk on one of the high school's campuses, connecting the middle school to the high school. And it's going to cost them millions and millions of dollars. And they've been spending the last 8 to 7 years raising those funds, getting those test scores up, attracting wealthy families so they can get this completed. Now, alongside of him is Pam Gluckin. And that's played by Allison Janney. She is the controller. She's controlling, and she's the controller. So she's the one saying, okay, now cut from here, take this there. We're going to get this into a place where we can get that skywalk, and we can also get the funds coming in because we want these property taxes up, and up. So Frank's doing his things. I mean, he's shining and he's dancing. He's learning all the kids' names, all the parents' names. He's handling the difficult parents. He seems to be on top of the world. But I said this is based on a scandal.
It's called Bad Education.
It's called Bad Education. And without giving anything away, Frank has a personal life that is definitely worthy of a front page. Miss Allison Janney's character, Pam, has done some things that a controller should not do. And when things start to unravel, what will become of Frank, Pam, and everyone else who has poured their sweat, blood, tears, and money in that district? Oh, House of Cards, you pull one card, everything comes trickling down. Bad Education. Now, that's the plot. That's all I'm giving you. A lot of things happen in this. And again, if you want to see this movie, just the best you can, shy away from going back to those articles and just experience it.
The plot sounds good.
I did that, though. I was trying to sell it. I'm trying to sell it
Because the fact of the matter is, okay, let's start with the positive, and then we're just gonna taper off. Allison Janney with this New York accent, she's just, and this blonde wig. These wigs, this festival. I tell you what, I thoroughly enjoyed her. She was just absolutely, I mean, the stuff that was coming out of that woman's mouth. I enjoyed her in anything, and I enjoyed her in this. Ray Romano is absolutely Ray Romano. You get why he was hired for this. The other supporting cast did some strong performances. No one really stood out as being like, what's going on here? It just seemed very even. And then Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman is, if you're gonna get a shiny tooth ding kind of guy who has personal life issues, I'm not gonna tell you what those are again. This is the guy. It was cast well, but the cast is not the problem. This movie was all over the place. It did not, I didn't know what I was focusing on, because at one moment it looked like it was about this school. Then another moment it's about Frank's personal life and this stuff. And then another moment it's about scandal. And then another moment it's about dreams lost. I mean, it was literally all over the place, and I didn't know what to focus on. And maybe that's why it hasn't been picked up to be distributed yet, because how do you market something like this? And my best advice for you is, if you're just curious about this scandal, if you're curious about Allison Janney's performance, then maybe check this out. Do you need to, though? Is it better to just read the articles? Maybe. And that's not, I think I'm giving you options here. I'm giving you options. I'm not saying don't see it. I'm saying that if you are really wanting the story to be driven and told, then read the article, because you'll get, read the news. You'll get more of the story there. But for this, it was so many different places that I think that the saving grace of this is just to watch Allison Janney in her blonde wig and Hugh Jackman do the best that he could do with what was written and given to him, and just sit back and not expect to get the full story in a way that is told in a straightforward manner.
Mm-hmm. And what I'm hearing is, maybe if someone's interested in distributing this movie, this might be a movie you distribute at the beginning of next year, and you write off of star power. That's what you do, because it's going to get lost if you do it at the end of this year. Based on what the rap is saying, it's going to get lost.
Yeah.
And
so
what's not going to get lost?
Well,
is The Laundromat. I'm not saying it's good because I haven't seen it, but it will not get lost.
No,
and this is The Laundromat. It is Steven Soderbergh's latest movie. Yes, he directed it. Screenplay by Scott Z. Burns. Okay. It is based on the whole Panama Papers thing. Okay.
You
real
remember
stuff.
that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
it said inspired by true secrets.
And who is taking us through these true secrets? I'm going to go in reverse order. And it doesn't matter
do
what
it,
order.
do it.
Reverse order of Wikipedia. Sharon Stone.
What?
David Schwimmer. Yes. Robert Patrick, the villain from T2. I love it.
I can't believe
Jeffrey Wright.
In a wig. Wig.
Give the man whatever. It don't matter. Give him some false teeth like they gave Meryl in Big Little Lies. Give him that too. Antonio Banderas.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Flags himself. Gary Oldman. And Meryl Streep.
The Streep. Meryl the Streep.
Now, this is a Netflix movie. I love the runtime at 1 hour 35 minutes. That just sings to me. And it will be available starting at the end of this month. Tell us everybody. Tell us What in the
Everybody you
world?
tell.
The laundromat, so they must be washing something and it ain't clothes.
Well, I will say this. You already said Panama Papers. You had me at Panama Papers.
Yeah.
So you know what that is. But this starts off in an interesting way. This is Steven, guys. You know, stop playing games. You know what you're going to get. You're going to get something strange. A real situation in a strange way. So you have, you're taken through this history lesson. Ooh, it's like economics meets the economics described to you by two good-looking great actors, and that, of course, is in the light of Antonio Banderas and Gary Oldman. These two are talking about the history of money, how currency came to be, and how currency is now. The stark difference between having something tangible and then having a concept, which is where we are now. Bitcoins. Even paper money isn't backed by anything tangible.
No gold standard, all of that stuff.
No gold, nothing. No silver even located in any of our coins. So there's nothing really tangible about money now. And these two are describing this in a very theatrical way. So as you are getting all of this information and your eyes are sort of rolling like, whoa, 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 it's still Antonio Banderas and Gary Oldman telling. Now, I am not going to tell you who they are. If you look it up on IMDb, then you'll know, oh my gosh, okay, who they are. I suggest you don't. Just don't look it up. And then cut to from the history lesson to a real life lesson. Meryl Streep and her husband James Crumley, is on their honeymoon.
Okay.
Yes, they're on their honeymoon and they're celebrating, I think, 45 years of marriage. They're older, they're enjoying life, and something tragic happens that changes everything for Meryl Streep's character, whose name is Ellen. Ellen has now had a life shift, and there is someone to blame for that life shift. The question is that someone or entity, shall we say, going to properly take care and be responsible for this tragic situation? Or are we going to flutter around as we were once told that money does? It is called the laundromat. And you're going to find out that every piece of information that Steven gives you will add up to this culminating reveal and moment. So even when you're literally at some point you're going off into the hills of California to this African family, then you're whisked off to China, this Chinese family. Then you're all over the place. You're seeing Jeffrey Wright in a wig in the Cayman Islands somewhere, or wherever that is, the Caribbean. You're just all over the map. But that's what currency does, doesn't it? It goes from hand to hand. And who's left holding the bag? That's the real question. And so I'll leave you. Sharon Stone. You know what? I'm not going to talk about her. That's the plot. That's all I'll tell you about that. Because it is complicated, and I don't want to. There are some twists and turns. And definitely don't want to give those away. So stay away from those reviews. Stay away from. You can look to see what's the score, but I would stay away from reading things just in case there's some spoilers. And I figured out what happened.
You don't need Soderbergh, Meryl Streep, Banderas, Gary Oldman, everybody else. We don't need it. And the thing, I love the history of currency, so you had me at the beginning.
Okay, well, let me tell you.
Uh-oh.
This movie, in its description, is lofty and exciting and interesting, and the concept of it is just, whoa. It's actual. Now remember, this is on Netflix. This is not being theatrically released in a way that you would expect a Meryl Streep movie to be released. Gary Oldman coming off of his Oscar win. Antonio Banderas, who very well may receive an Oscar win for Pain and Glory, as he did in, not an Oscar, but as he got the award in Cannes. All the ingredients are there, but did the execution work? The critics did not find this to be an overwhelmingly wonderful experience. And I quite frankly have to agree. It's interesting. It's just interesting. But will I ever see this again? No, I won't. Unless I'm made to. Do I need to see it again? I do not. I don't. Was it good to see it? I like Steven Soderbergh. I like Meryl Streep. I like Antonio Banderas. I can check off my box and said I saw them all in this movie. But remember, it's a Netflix movie. So keep that in mind. And you say, oh, it's an hour and change, an hour and a half and change. That was the longest hour and a half and change I've ever experienced. It just was. Because you're getting history lessons here. You're getting very lofty, big ideas. And even though these actors are, these are some of the most honored actors of all time from various countries in this movie, you still fall short. And to me, if those actors can't make all those scenes work, then there's some issues there. But again, if you listen, I would have seen it, and I think a lot of people will see it. Just as a precaution, don't bring in your currency, your let me just funnel everything that I know from all these people, and this is going to be great. Just step back. It's the Panama Papers. It's Steven. It's these people. Woohoo! Now get over it and watch the movie. That's my suggestion.
Interesting. Now, just so everyone knows, Steven Soderbergh is working on something else for HBO Max starring Meryl Streep. So obviously they got along, but did it translate on the screen? That's up for you to decide. Now, with that said, those are the 4 movies that the ref saw on day 4. What is with 4 and 4, 3 and 3?
I know. 2 and 2. Yes. 1 and 1. Oh, that's so crazy. Yeah.
But it won't be 5 and 5.
Heck no, it's gonna be 2. But you might as well equal the 5 because these are gonna be what. Stay tuned for tomorrow for sure, because the 2 biggest movies of TIFF are. I'll get a chance to see those. The 2 biggest ones. Everybody wants to talk about these 2 movies, and I'll tell you later what they are.
Wow. So we'll look forward to that. And until we see you again, Ref, thank you for the wonderful reviews. Oh my goodness, TIFF is still going, everybody. And so are we.
So am I.
We are wrapping things up for you at TIFF. You're no longer in Toronto, though.
I am not. I'm back in LA.
So you sneaked your way out of that country and back into this one. Very good.
Yes,
and you
yes, I did.
And just to let the listeners and the watchers, if we have watchers there, know, you saw 13 movies in 5 days. You did. Yeah, very good. Very good.
I went to several events. So
in addition,
I went to at least 5 or 6 events. So it was a lot happening, but had a great time at TIFF. And in Toronto, like I said, it's one of my favorite cities in North America. I had a great time. Glad we were there.
Yes, I'm so glad you went. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. And we have 2 more movies that you saw that you haven't told us about. 2 big ones.
Probably the biggest draws to the festival, because it's got some of the biggest names and most anticipated performances / releases / subject matters.
Yeah. And big names, not only in the cast, but also in the titles. So
exactly.
So let's get right to it. Before we get to the final one, which I am really waiting to hear what you have to say about. So
I'm sure you are. I didn't say anything, listeners, to the critic. Usually, I've been throwing him little hints, so I think he has a feeling. Well,
you gave me a my oh my.
I did a my oh my Joker. ... My oh my.
Yes.
No, I
what
think
does that mean?
Why oh why?
Oh yes, why oh why, exactly. So what does why oh why mean? We'll find out. But first, we have Ford v Ferrari.
Yes,
now, if you don't know about this, everybody, hey, I'm just gonna go right to the cast. Ford v Ferrari is starring Matt Damon and Christian Bale.
I don't think they've never acted for it together, so whoa.
And joining them in the cast is Katrina Balfe, who is the star of Outlander. We have John Bernthal, of course. Tracy Letts is in it. Josh Lucas. Noah Jupe is in it, who was also in a movie with Shia LaBeouf that's getting some buzz.
Yes.
We'll get to that later in the year. And so on and so forth. Ray McKinnon is in it. Look at that.
Yes, he is. He is.
And it is directed by James Mangold. Now, when I think of James Mangold's career, I go, I wonder what he's going to do here, because it's all over the place. So it'll be interesting to hear what you have to say. And it is written by the Butterworth brothers, Jez and John Henry. And again, with them, I go, interesting. Along with Jason Keller as the writer. Now, everybody, Ford v Ferrari will be released in theaters on November 15th.
And you know what that means.
And it is...
You know what that means.
And it is over 2.5 hours. So, yeah. Tell us, Ref, how did you spend your wonderful 152 minutes in the theater?
Okay. So this is the very brief plot. It's called Ford v Ferrari. V, we can understand that to mean versus. It is the mid 60s. It's the height of cars. I mean, we've had this intense war during World War II, and our boys have come home, women and men come home, and that starts the baby boomer, and they start having these kids, and these kids don't want to have anything to do with the war. They've seen their parents over there. They want to get in something fun, drive, listen to music, have a good time. That is the market that Ford and almost every car dealer is going to market toward. Now, the very, very top of the movie is this race, this famous race that's in France. I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second. And Carroll Shelby, who is a very famous race car driver, ends up, I'm not going to ruin it, but this won't ruin it. He ends up winning this particular race. And it is the most prestigious race there is. It's not NASCAR, it's even bigger than that. And unfortunately, he has some health issues associated with that. So the question is Shelby able to drive again? The answer is no, he's not. Now fast forward, and we're introduced to another race car driver named Ken Miles, who Shelby often, shall we say, partners with on more local races. And Ken Miles, played by Christian Bale, he's an Englishman with quite the temper. And he's going to let you know exactly what he thinks, when he thinks it, how he thinks it, and you might just get a flying wrench coming towards your head. Yes, that happens. He throws things. He has a wife played by what is her name again?
Katrina Balfe.
Katrina, is that how you say her name? Wow.
I think so.
It's her. She's there, and they also have a son beautifully played by Noah Jupe, and they're just trying to make ends meet. Even though he's respected in the racing community, it's not a lot of money in it until a Ford executive gets an idea. Now, Ford's been doing quite well. We all know back in that time, everybody had a Ford.
It's the great American car, except if you didn't have a Ford. And those who didn't have a Ford chose not to have a Ford for very specific reasons. It's not sexy. It's not fast. It's not what those kids from the baby, they don't want that. They want something like James Dean would drive. And John Bernthal, who is a marketing executive, says, okay, sales aren't looking so good. They're not among this new group and crop of people. What can we do to drive sales up and to make a mark and say that, hey, Ford is a great car to not only own, but it's a car you want to own. And Mr. Ford's son, played by Tracy Letts, they call him Deuce, Henry Ford II, is running the company. He's like, look, he tells the story. Hey, my dad did this. My grandfather did this. Everybody wants a Ford. And they're like, kind of, no, they don't. His right-hand man, played by Josh Lucas, his name is Leo, he has other ideas. He doesn't want to do anything too risky. He's trying to secure his job, but John Bernthal's character says, no, I have an idea. Why don't we enter into one of the most famous races? It's the 24-hour Le Mans. It's in France. It's brutal. But Ferrari keeps winning it every single year, except back in the day when this one American wanted Carroll Shelby. So if we do that, that will make it us, a real contender to not only have to get a Ford, but to want to have a Ford. And that sets up the premise. Once Henry Ford II says, okay, now who do they get on board? You know the players, I just talked to you about them. And you can almost imagine what it would take to take a sturdy car to a Ford and to get it to the point where it could race in the 24-hour Le Mans and actually contend and try to beat Ferrari, which, by the way, you'll have to find out if that happens or not. That's the gist of the plot. It's these two men, Shelby and Ken Burns, who try to get a car up to par for them to enter the race. But it's going to be up to the driver to actually win it. And who is the man for the job? And will he take that job? And as a result of that job, does he finish the job? So that's the gist of the plot. Now, I was generous and it kind of went on a little bit because the movie goes on a little bit.
Yeah, I'm like, does that take 2.5 hours?
No, because we have to go through all of their personal lives as well. And we have to justify why one person, and again, I'm not giving away key points because I don't know right now how much the trailer is released. And this is just a TIFF review. So there are, depending on how the trailer is released, you'll know who does the driving. You know if it's the sort of the ins and outs of those things. So I'm going to leave it real blanket for right now. Just know that those two men have to figure out a way to get them to the race. And quite frankly, Ford is the underdog of underdogs of all the cars to be in a race like that. So there it is with that. Okay. Matt Damon as Carroll Shelby. He's a Southerner, and Matt Damon puts on this Southern, kind of dialect. Felt such a sturdy performance from Matt Damon. I really enjoyed him being the fast-talking, famous Carroll Shelby and the kind of the salesman of this whole crazy adventure that Ford's going on, dealing with Mr. Ford, who's played brilliantly by Tracy Letts. It was a wonderful performance. The tiff and taff that they have going back and forth with one another was really good to watch. Matt Damon really gives a solid performance here. I really enjoyed him. He and Christian Bale, who I'll get to in a second, but their tit for tat, their actual chemistry was off the charts. It was beautifully played by this hot-headed, Ken Burns, and then this company man, Carroll Shelby, the two bouncing off of one another. Really enjoyed them. I would love to see more of them. That's how much I enjoyed them. The other actors did a fine job of supporting these two guys. There really wasn't any missteps. Josh Lucas is the great, he was a wonderful antagonist. He's one of the antagonists. of it. Thought they did a wonderful job. They hired actual Italian actors to play the Ferrari side, which was wonderful to see. And they did it. Yes. They did an excellent job with that. So overall, the acting was spot on and right on. But the question you alluded to is, does it take 2.5 hours to tell the story? Because let me ask you some questions. I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. Mm-hmm. What is the title of this movie again?
Ford v. Ferrari.
And what do you expect when you see a title like that?
Well, you asked me this. Should I give my first answer? The
no.
original?
You talk about lawyer stuff suing people.
Right. Well, because you know it in case law, when you have that, you do the V. It's not VS for versus. In the
right.
law.
So you think it's like some legal battle? No, it is not. It is not.
So that was my original response. But then, of course, if I'm a filmmaker, right, and I'm telling this story, with that title, can we just say this? Let your movie reflect the subject matter. So, if this is about racing, the movie should feel like a race.
It did not.
And that's what I expect.
Not for 2.5 hours. That's hard to sustain.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what Ron Howard did with that racing movie he did. I forgot the name of it.
Oh,
go back and look at that.
Yes, with Chris Hemsworth. Mm-hmm. Well, here's the deal. It's called Ford versus Ferrari. And again, you would want those kind of racing elements for it to be fast-paced, quick shots. You do get that. But unfortunately, you don't get that until the last 2/3 of the movie. There's 2 races that they really show in detail. And that's at the last 2/3. So what is happening all before that? Well, it's a lot of digging into these 2 characters, specifically Christian Bale, his character's personal life. And so it was nice, but not necessary to the drive of the plot. And then you get a lot of extra scenes with Christian Bale and Matt Damon, which is great because they have great chemistry. But sitting back and going, why are we here? And although this movie overall was enjoyable, why are you squatting?
Because that's me going, why am I here?
Yes, why are you? Although the movie was overall enjoyable, I mean, I've been saying these movies need edits. This could use a stiff one. A stiffed, swift edit and get us to the point of the title. Get us to those races. I could use more because when they got to those races, my heart was pumping, the adrenaline was flashing before my eyes. I was just like, oh my gosh, this is so good. And they're battling elements and they're battling all sorts of things. And it was funny and it felt good. It was fast paced. And then you get to the end of the race, which I won't tell you the result of, so don't look it up. You get to the end of the race and then you go, oh, okay. Wow, that was, I didn't expect that, but oh, that's interesting. And then you think that would end, but no, they go back to another subject matter and then something happens and you think that's the end. No. Then they go back to a certain character, which I'm not going to give away who it is, and give this actor, which was beautifully acted, a whole scene where he cries and gives a monologue, and it's the Oscar scene. And again, the actor
give me
did
my close up.
The
tear.
Yes, actor did a beautiful job. But we were all in the theaters, and I was in this theater. I was in with a bunch of critics and journalists and industry folks, so it wasn't regular audience. And I was looking around, and everybody's like, "What?" And they're leaving. Some people left because Joker was showing right after that. But some people were like, "Okay, this is the end." But they left. There was like 15 more minutes that they thought it was the end, and it wasn't. And that should just go to show you that a good swift. I mean, they could shed not 20 minutes. I think they can get rid of like 30, 35 minutes. Just cut it up. And if they did, it's a brilliant movie. If they did, brilliant movie. And then they could release the director's cut. With the DVD and stuff. So.
That is my take on it. And I think that you will enjoy it if you like race car movies, but this one you have to be patient with, and don't let your expectations guide you into somewhere where it truly isn't. That's my warning. Warning.
Got it. And I do like racing movies.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Again, Ford v Ferrari will be, with all of us in theaters on November 15th. Now, something that will be released much earlier is Joker.
Here we are.
And I'm waiting for this one. Joker is directed by Todd Phillips. Now, when I think of what I've heard of Joker and I think of Todd Phillips' work, I do not see the connection. But you'll tell us about that. Because Todd
Why
Phillips,
don't you see a connection?
Because he does a bunch of comedies. Now, is this a comedy?
Well, don't you see in the trailer, the Joker says, I thought my life was a tragedy. Instead, it's a comedy.
Yeah, the Joker ain't funny, though, like that.
Well.
And they talking about, being inspired by Scorsese. You'll get into it, but I'm thinking, is this like the king of comedy? We'll see. I don't know. Now, it is written by Todd along with Scott Silver. And looking at Scott Silver's credits, I also say to myself, interesting. Now, that makes a little more sense. And I wonder what that combination is like, Todd and Scott. Now, playing the Joker, everyone knows.
Yes.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Yes,
Everyone knows that. Joining him in the cast, Robert De Niro, the king of comedy himself. Whoa.
Nod.
Zazie Beetz is in it. Francis Conroy, no one to play around with, is in it, along with others. And this will release in theaters on October 4th. So with all of that said, it won the Golden Lion at Venice, blah, 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 blah. Tell us, Ref, what's going on in this movie? It is a DC film. It is being released by Warner Brothers. They are talking about some Oscar buzz. Who knows? You said why, oh why? Tell us.
Okay, so the movie starts with a gentleman named Arthur Flick. And Arthur is... Fleck is a really disturbed individual. He has to take medication, and his mental health is not, we are not in a good place. And without his medication, it really is a very difficult life for him. It takes place in Gotham City, which looks exactly like New York City. They didn't even try to Gothamize it. It literally looks like the dirty 70s of New York City. And unfortunately, Gotham, there is a horrible sanitation strike. The sanitation workers are on strike. They are not being paid appropriately. And so the city is overrun with trash and what they call super rats. So, I mean, it is dirty Gotham. And imagine and liken that to a very dirty New York. Arthur, going back to him, is a clown. He's a clown who goes on the streets of Gotham and spins a sign for various businesses that are either going out of business or having a sale or what have you. And he is a part of this. He lives with his mother, played by Frances, and
oh my God.
He is very much, he's sad. But his mother and everyone always said that you are born to make someone laugh. And so, ironically, he has a certain condition. And this condition is, I don't know the exact name of the condition. In the full review, you'll get it. But this condition is a condition that he begins laughing hysterically, uncontrollably, at certain times of that we would think, we as a society would think would be inappropriate. So he carries around this card and gives it to people and lets them know, hey, as he's laughing, he can't really, calm himself. So he gives him the card and says, hey, I have a condition. And it really does turn people off because it's creepy. It's the Joker laugh. And so just imagine the famous Joker laugh and you're just talking to someone normally. In his complex, there's this woman played by Zazie Beetz. She's got a daughter. And they meet in the elevator, and there's what he thinks is an exchange between them. And she seems really friendly. She laughs at his joke, and it was one of the first moments he experienced someone finding and taking humor in him. There's another man running for mayor. I'm not going to say who exactly it is, because again, I don't think they released that in the trailer, but he's very familiar to the DC world. At least he is part of the lineage of someone very famous in the DC world. He's running for mayor, and there is some sort of connection that possibly is between Arthur Fleck and that man. But that man isn't seemingly doing much for Gotham. And part of that's a problem for Arthur, because essentially all the resources and everything that Arthur needs to stay sane slips through his fingers. And what happens when you have someone who is mentally ill to the 9th degree and they're not on their medication, and everyone in society seems to, you've seen in the trailer, he gets beat up so many times, you've seen it, and people treat him that way. What do you expect from someone like that in the environment of Gotham? Trash everywhere, rats everywhere, people losing jobs, systems being cut. What do you expect someone to do? And in all of this is a character that Robert De Niro plays named Murray Franklin, who is a talk show host. Now, his world is different from Arthur's world. So how do you think those two would connect? Because Arthur, again, not only is he a clown, but he wants to be a stand-up comedian, just like Robert De Niro's character Murray. And the question is, will he get his shot? Will he get his shot?
He will.
Well, you saw it in the trailer.
No, right. I'm just saying, I know he's going to get it. I don't know that it's the shot we're thinking about.
And then without ruining, this is the last of the plot. We see this descent of this Arthur Fleck, who was just trying to do his best, descend into the most diabolical arch nemesis of what we know to be the Batman versus Joker. That whole era, you see how the Joker is formed, and then you get to see a little bit, a taste of the demise and the darkness, the unreasonable darkness that the Joker has, and how that affects a potential hero. Okay, wow. There's that. Now, I'm going to tenderly walk this line. You can look at other people's reviews. I even talked to some critics afterward, journalists, and some industry folks. This is a polarizing movie. And don't expect, you can even see right now it's at as of taping, it's at in the 70s. And you've got some critics going 100, and one of the critics gave him a 20. And it's polarizing because it is not the superhero movie that you think you know. It's Joker, not the Joker, it's Joker. And that alone, having Joaquin Phoenix play him, you know you're going to go into it's very dark. It's very dark.
It's Joaquin Phoenix. I mean, duh.
Okay, right. Now, know that going in, because if you think, oh, we're going to get some Batman, we're going to get a couple, we're going to get, a little bit of this. It's not his movie. It's Joker's movie. But the question is, for over 2 hours, do you want to watch someone who goes into this deep, dark place? Not goes into it, but starts that way, and scene after 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 scene doesn't come back from it. My problem with Joker is, in order for me, it's not even an anti-hero. It's not that category. It's not an anti-hero. It is nothingness. It is someone on screen who we don't sympathize, because when it comes to mental illness, especially in this era, and this, when it comes to mental illness, there is a belief
in the past that mental illness was associated with a lot of evil things, and people's humanity was, you know, they're getting shock therapy and all this other stuff. And now we've come to an understanding of the evolution of treating mental illness. I don't know how that community is going to react to this, because there's no humanity to grab onto when you watch this. You need to have something to grab onto, and we'll go down that deep, dark, ugly path with you, path with you, even if it's the Joker, even if it's, you know, horrible. We'll go with you. But it literally, to me, and again, this is polarizing, so people feel different ways. I need to have a justification as to why I'm sitting there for over 2 hours watching someone be crazy. And not mental ill, crazy. Just, it was Joaquin Phoenix having a full moment with himself. And some of those moments you could see those moments. It's not like, you know, oh my gosh, let me just sit back and go, whoa, you can see him having moments. The actor, not the character. You could see him having these moments. And so then it's like, I'm uncomfortable. But again, is that the point? I don't know, Todd, maybe. You see him going into these fits of laughter, which is a real condition, and I've heard the actor him say he watched a lot of video. You could see the forcing of that. Is that the point? I don't know, not sure, but I could see it. And then you get to the point where he's descending into Joker and he starts doing some things, which I won't give away. And it's kind of like, where did that come from? Okay, we are now Joker. That's okay, here we are. So all in all, written wise, there was a lot of justification as to why he's the Joker. Like every scene justifies it, but not showing you. It goes, we've cut off funding. That's why he's the Joker. We've done this. That's why he's the Joker. We've done this. That's why he's the Joker. And it's like every scene, yes, you did get justification as to why someone would go mad and eventually lose and just fully release his psychopathic behavior. But it was like every single scene was like him getting beat up, and then this, and then that. This person leaves, this person goes this, and this happens. And it's sort of like, you know, I don't know if all of the buzz that's going around it, if you watch it critically and intently, if you would actually get on that bandwagon. But I will say this, it wasn't boring. It wasn't boring. And I'm gonna say this last thing, and I hope it doesn't. There is a movie in Tropic Thunder, or a moment in Tropic Thunder, where, how do I say this, critic, where they discuss whether to go full something or not. Mm-hmm. So like, if you're gonna play a character who has mental challenges, do you fully do it, or do you play it artistically? And they were giving examples of how Sean Penn went full, and it didn't quite work, and then this other person did it artistically and it worked. Well, Joaquin went full. I mean, he went full. And the question is really, do we really want to see that? Now, you will see it, all of you, because you're curious. But I'll be curious to know if that's something that you would see again.
Interesting.
Yeah, it
now,
was.
See, you know what? Listening to you, I'm thinking maybe they needed a bit of humor. Maybe that's what they needed. Just
no
little
humor.
Flecks of it. Yeah. Maybe
There's
they needed
no
that.
humor in this. It is not funny. They won't allow you to laugh because it's so bad.
Yeah.
There was not a laugh. There was nothingness in the room where I was. And again, I saw this with critics and journalists and industry people. So I'm curious to see how other people will react to this. Mm-hmm. But it is polarizing. We are not agreeing as a cinematic community what we saw there. And I think if that's your point, then you certainly made it. But is this one of the, I'm not going to compare Jokers because why do that? It's different directors, different circumstances. But if you love, if this will be for you, if you love movies that you get to not watch a descent, but watch someone already there and just have their own expression of darkness, not getting to darkness, but just fully already there. There's no humanity. You're just watching demise. And maybe that's the point of Joker. Maybe. Is it my preference? I didn't make it, so, you know.
Yeah, if that's the point, because you always need beat changes. Sorry, I mean,
yes, you do. It's a one note. It's more one note. But then again, not to back myself out of the corner, if that's your thing though, if you really like, because it hasn't been done except for maybe in Dark Knight 2, where you have Heath Ledger's, he was already that. There was no humanity there, but he also wasn't the star.
Right. Yeah.
Movie. So.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, you have to decide what you're prepared to see. And there are some moments where there's one moment I'm thinking in particular where even the burliest of them cringed, because it was like, what? Whoa. Yeah.
You know. Well, I haven't seen it. I don't know. It's just from hearing what you're saying. It's always good if you're gonna go there that you do take the audience with you, even when they don't want to go. See, that's the trick. If you're gonna do things like this, take us with you as we're going. No, please don't, but we can't help it. Otherwise, then you're gonna get polarizing results. I don't have a problem with it being a polarizing movie. I mean, that's a part of art, you know, and I know you don't either. Yeah, absolutely. That's a part of art, so that's good. I mean, like you said, you weren't bored. They gave you something. So we're not going to complain about that, but we will say it is opening October 4th. Yes. So there you go. It will be in theaters until Halloween. So even if you want to wait until Halloween to see it again, if you want to go through the torture again, you certainly will be able to. So that's Joker. We'll see what goes on with the awards. That'll be interesting to see. That'll be interesting. Are they going to, like, what are they going to do with Joaquin? That's my question.
Well, they'll pitch him for leading. They will 100% do this because
not the studio. What will the awards bodies do? How will they react? That'll be interesting to see. We'll find out. And
well, overall, I had a great TIFF experience and would totally go back. You can go to our website right now, WhyWatchThat.com. And you can see our coverage there. But also, Critic, I hear we're on YouTube, which is kind of why we're doing this, as well as our Twitter and IG accounts. But this isn't done. I know we're done with TIFF, but I think that someone that I know who's on this video, not me, will be covering 2 more festivals starting this week.
We'll see.
We'll see. So stay tuned for that.
Yes. Well, thank you, Ref, for that. It was such a pleasure hearing from you, like living vicariously through you with the TIFF experience. We look forward to even more of that in the years to come. So that takes care of it. TIFF 2019 for the Ref, all 5 days. We're done. Until next time.
Bye.
The Why Watch That TV Talk.
Well, listeners, my goodness, the things that we'll do to get you this information. This is our 3rd take. Oh, you know what? Our brains are everywhere because we've been everywhere. It looks like we've just wrapped up 2 major festivals. You just wrapped the Tribeca TV Festival, which we'll hear a little bit more about later this week. And you can even check it out on social media now. And then I just came back from Toronto, from the Toronto International Film Festival, and we forgot all about TV. There's so much happening right now in television that we could not dare give you all this festival coverage without giving you the proper television coverage, so that you can keep in the know, because guess what? Fall TV is here. And if fall is not,
So we have some series premieres, as well as some season premieres and a handful of season finales. This is going to be a two-parter. I cannot talk tonight. It's going to be a two-parter, and I will try not to unwrap candy. The first we're going to talk about, Critic, is this show that I've seen advertised everywhere. I mean, when you look at the poster alone, it looks like Guy Ritchie's Sherlock Holmes features, that dark blue hue and kind of a very similar texture of clothing, and it's called Carnival Row, and it's on Amazon. There's about 8 episodes. Listen, it's already been picked up for season 2 before the series even premiered, and the cast is somewhat familiar to most of us. I don't know much about it, but I am curious to see what your thoughts are on this new, fantastical, strange, quirky, dark blue-hued TV show.
Yeah. Interesting bringing up the Sherlock Holmes movies, those Guy Ritchie movies you said. Yeah, I think that pretty much is the look. That's a good thing to keep in mind. And we are in the fantasy genre. We are dealing with that. Wikipedia says neo-noir fantasy. Huh. Now.
Okay.
Okay. There was this war between factions of men and fairies, whom they call fae.
Fairies, like flying things?
Like flying, yeah. Tinkerbell.
Oh.
Okay. Look, we don't just inform, we gotta entertain.
That's right. Tink tink.
So, some of the men fought with the fairies against other men. But the men who were fighting against the fairies won. Okay? Now.
Oh, it sounds like Lord of the Rings, Hobbit.
All just, go straight on down the line. All of this stuff. Now, Carnival Row, from what I understand, is completely new. It's not based on anything. And they really did. I mean, they really went through a lot of world building, coming up with all kinds of creatures and storylines and lands.
Okay.
And, kind of just like you said, Lord of the Rings. And this is created by Renee Echevarria and Travis Beacham. So a lot of work went into this. But did it pay off? Well, at the moment, at the beginning of the series, there is like this big chase going on, and it's dangerous. People are dying, or fae are dying. And one fae in particular, her name is Vignette, played by Cara Delevingne. She's flitting around, flying around, trying to help people off of this land to get to this boat. Why? And does she succeed? Now, she's been doing this. She's been someone who is guiding fae off of their own land, which is now ruled by those humans that won the war against them. So she's helping the fae get onto this boat that takes them to another land. And this other land is the habitat of the humans that were fighting alongside the fae.
Okay.
But what we find out is she actually ends up on this boat. Why? I won't tell you. So this means she's no longer shepherding people off of the fae's land. She's gone. And along the way, we know she's experienced this major loss. Some guy, his name is Rycroft, we know, Philo, is what they call him, played by Orlando Bloom. She has a picture of him. It looks like that lithograph kind of thing.
No.
Dead? She thinks he is. We know he's not. He's an inspector in the land where she's going. She don't know it though. And imagine, everybody, this land where humans live, there's an influx of fae and other magical creatures. How do you think they respond? Now, they did fight alongside the fae, but does that matter to those denizens? And what is the inspector doing? He does have a soft spot for magical creatures. He does not want them to be abused. So what happens when Vignette and Philo meet? Do they meet? Of course they do. But what comes of that? Also, if you are a migrant fae, what kind of work can you find in this new land? What might you be relegated to? And so on and so forth. Yeah, and I'm not getting into all of it. It's a whole bunch of stuff going on that if you watch it, you'll find out. So sounds familiar, like you said, right, Ref? Obviously, this is a whole thing about immigration. Like, that's clear.
Right.
Now, the question is, are they nimble enough to pull it off? No.
Oh.
And I'm going to tell you why.
Please.
The world building is great. It's great. However, this is fantasy. And regardless of the genre, we've been talking about this, Ref. If you're going to do anything, you have to be committed to it. You have to have a joy to doing it, or an intensity.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Something. I did not see that here. What I saw here was people going, okay, it's time to go to work. I'm going to try. It was that kind of thing. I didn't feel like everyone was like, oh, this is a great world to get into. Let's get excited. I didn't feel that at all. Orlando and Kara have no chemistry. None.
Oi.
Sorry. I'm just going to call it. And it's interesting that Amazon has doubled down on this with a second season. Now, I did not finish season 1, as you could tell. So I don't know whether it gets better or not, because I just didn't care. The reason I didn't care is I didn't feel like they cared.
Oh. Well, I think that's an interesting observation that you have. If you feel like that the actors or the creators or writers or whoever didn't care, then it's hard to care yourself. It looks pretty. So moving on to the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance, which is on Netflix currently. It's a total of 10 episodes. This is its first season, of course. I don't know much about this one either, but it sounds like it's in a similar vein of fantasy. I don't know. So do tell us about the Dark Crystal.
Yes, now this is based on the movie, The Dark Crystal, from way back in the 80s. And it does come to us from the Jim Henson Company. Okay, so if you saw the Dark Crystal movie, you know all about it. If you didn't, the question is, do you need the movie or can you just watch the show? Now, the show is a prequel to the movie.
Oh.
So let me tell you what's going on. Yes, we're in fantasy again. Yes, this time we have puppets. You have CGI, you have effects, you have all kinds of blending of different skills coming together here. And Louis Leterrier is the director. Now, he's a movie director, and that shows on the screen here. So here's what's going on. I'm going to try to do this as clearly as possible. There is this land called Thra, this world, where all of these creatures live. And at the heart of Thra is the Agra. She is the keeper of secrets. She's the embodiment of the planet. How she feels, how she looks is a reflection of the planet. And she has a connection to the crystal of truth.
Oh.
So this crystal of truth provides power, provides the energy, the essence of all of the little creatures on planet Thra. So it's all of this interconnected kind of thing. One day, this group of seemingly wise creatures comes to Thra, comes to the Agra and says, hey, we've explored the galaxy. We've explored the universe. And we can unlock the secrets of the stars to you. In return, just let us keep the crystal while you go explore, Agra. We'll give you this technology. Don't worry, the crystal's safe in our hands. We're wise men after all.
I don't trust that.
Now, they know all of this stuff about the stars, and Agra is just drawn to the stars so much that she gets lost in them. Years pass, and these wise men are called the Skeksis.
Skeksis.
And the Skeksis siphon the energy of the crystal. That helps to keep them alive unnaturally.
Okay.
Now, of the creatures on Thra, the favorite group of creatures for Agra, well, they're the Gelfling. And the Gelfling are these just wonderful little creatures. Wonderful little creatures. They're all different kinds of groups of them. Some of them live underground, some of them live up on high, and so on and so forth. And they trust the Agra, so they trust the Skeksis. The Agra said they're to be trusted. That's what we do. So they don't know what's going on with the crystal because the Skeksis have the crystal in hiding. And the crystal is darkening.
Oh, no.
Now, remember, the crystal is what provides the energy of the whole planet. So if it darkens, that is going to affect all of the creatures in the planet itself. So what happens when the Skeksis start noticing, oh, this darkening is actually harming us because we can no longer pull the power of the crystal as well? That means maybe we're going to die. So what can they do? Well, they turn to a Gelfling and steal her essence.
Oh.
Now, another Gelfling sees this. They try to stop him. They try to discredit him. Do the other Gelfling believe him when he gets out, including his father? Because this Gelfling is one of the guards of the Skeksis. And he's one of the focal points. There are two others. Another is one of the princesses for the Gelfling. She discovers this darkening via a book. So she gets this vision of it. And another one is one of the underground Gelfling. She is connected to this big tree, its roots. It communicates with her and tells her this is what's happening. So the three of them know what's going on. They don't know each other though. And what are the Skeksis going to do about it? What kinds of secrets and lies are they going to tell to stay on top? And what happens when the Agra? What happens when the Agra comes back from exploring the stars to find Thrawn in the state it's in? She can't hear its song anymore. Oh my goodness. And then from there, of course, we have adventure and all kinds of stuff. Now, let me tell you this.
Sounds kind of like, whoa.
You think Lord of the Rings, of course.
Of course.
You think Never Ending Story.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe you even think Legend.
Of course.
Does it live up to that? Does it live up to the movie, which a lot of people love? You better believe it.
Oh.
Let me tell you something. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Do we have to go to puppets to get this? I will tell you this, Ref. There's so much to it. There's so much to it, I can't binge it. I have to take it in installments. I haven't even finished it. I've watched 6 of the 10 episodes. I can't binge it because it's too much. And I'm going, is this for kids? Really? I almost can't believe they made it. I almost can't believe they made it. It is dark when it gets dark. It's sad. It's upsetting. I wanted to jump through the TV at some moments. These are puppets. Puppets! and the thing is, Ref, it's not like they don't look like puppets. No, this is the Jim Henson Company. They want you to see the work. You know they're puppets. You know it. And that's what I love about it even more, because I can tell they're puppets. Why not? I don't care if it's not authentic. It's a fantasy show, Game of Thrones.
Oh, whoops.
Now, let me continue.
Please.
So, we have that. We're thinking of all of that. I like it better than the movie. I don't know if that's sacrilege.
Yeah, I think it is.
I like it better than the movie. I'm sorry. I liked it better. Now, at the very beginning, Ref, Sigourney Weaver is the person they have to tell you the story that I just said.
Oh, she's brilliant. Yeah, that's great. That's brilliant.
Because when a lot of times I just check a show before I actually dive in to see how I need to watch it. Because maybe I can be doing some other stuff while I'm watching. So I checked in on the opening episode. She started talking. I said, pause. I'll come back to this later. The look of it, the whole thing, the way they blend CGI and puppetry. I mean, it's just so much. I will say this, everybody. Along with Sigourney Weaver, here's some other people in this voice cast. Taron Egerton is in it. We have Anya Taylor-Joy. We have Natalie Emanuel, who was Missandei in Game of Thrones. We have Eddie Izzard, Helena Bonham Carter, Katrina Balfe. You got Toby Jones, Gugu Mbatha-Raw, Lena Headey, another Game of Thrones veteran, Alicia Vikander, Natalie Dormer, Mark Strong. I mean, come on.
Oh, yes,
come on.
Mark.
Jason Isaacs, Simon Pegg, Benedict Wong, Mark Hamill, Andy Samberg, Keegan-Michael Key, Aquafina, Harvey Fierstein. Okay?
Wow.
These people came to work. They came to work.
Oh my! Okay.
We're seeing some of this animation with these people doing voice work, and it ain't right. not here. The Skeksis,
Oh.
this group of people, or creatures, I should say, the language, because they're so smart, they talk that way, even though they're cruel and nasty. Like one of the Gelfling, he gets this essence they stole from the other Gelfling, runs away with it. And the line is, he's absconding with the essence. I mean, this is what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
So, I will say this: if you love the Dark Crystal movie, certainly check it out. If you didn't see it, you don't need to see the movie for this to work. You do not.
Okay.
The only thing I'll say is it's not for really little kids. It gets scary. No, it's also fun and light at times, but it can get dark. It can be upsetting and it can be scary.
Okay.
So I will say that not for really young kids, but everybody else, hey, have fun.
Wow, you apparently did. So, The Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance, again, is on Netflix. And moving on to another streaming network, Wu-Tang, an American Saga. Now, you're thinking to yourself, oh, that's the documentary on Showtime, right? No. This is fiction. This is narrative. It is loosely based on the formation of the Wu-Tang Clan, the famous hip-hop group out of New York. And the first 4 episodes are available right now as of taping on Hulu. And then from there on, it'll be like a regular TV show. Listen, I watched the first episode upon my return. Yes, I did. And I didn't get to go past that because I had a very, very busy weekend of catching up on sleep. So we're going to hear from the critic, his thoughts, and it's been critically reviewed. And every people love it. So the question is, will the critic agree with that? Or is this something that we could have just left off with the documentary? Do we need this TV show?
Yeah. Now look, I'm a fan of Wu-Tang this way. I like them. I like them more than some of their music. I like the people. So does this work for me? Well,
we'll find out. No. I think hopefully you'll get to, because some of our listeners are not hip hop heads, but they may know the individuals rather than the group. So please listen carefully, listeners. He's going to go walk us through this.
Yeah. So it's co-created by really the founding member of Wu-Tang, RZA. Everybody knows RZA. Just go watch Kill Bill again. Soundtrack, RZA. So he co-created it with Alex C. And Alex did a miniseries that Showtime did in the early 2000s, I believe, that I really enjoyed. Spike Lee directed it, Sucker Free City. Anthony Mackie was in it, along with a whole bunch of other people. If you haven't seen that, I still recommend it.
You can still watch it on Showtime if you have that.
There you go. So when I saw the two of them together, I went, Now, we are in the 90s in New York City, in Staten Island, to be specific. And at the center of everything is RZA, whose name is not RZA right now, it's Bobby, played by Ashton Sanders.
Oh, you know who he is. Think Moonlight.
Moonlight, right. Mm-hmm.
Native Son. Mm-hmm.
Native Son, the HBO movie. So, okay, he's a teenager. He's got an older brother.
Yes.
Fine. Who is a drug dealer.
A good one.
A very good one, very smart, very on it. And one of his drug dealing pals is somebody else we know.
Who?
Ghostface. Now,
Ghostface?
He's not Ghost at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So they don't have these names yet.
Right.
Then there's a rival faction of drug dealers. And in this rival faction, it's Raekwon.
Uh-oh.
What? But of course, he's not Raekwon at the moment. And it's real. People are shooting at each other.
Oh boy, yeah.
Now, RZA is friends with all of them. So he's just in the middle, and he is in the basement of his mama's house making his beats. He's trying to get this thing going. Now he hasn't thought of Wu-Tang yet. But, you know, all the guys come and hang out and they might rap across his track. He wants the best equipment. How does he get it?
Uh-oh.
And so on and so forth. And he has a sister, a younger brother as well. And the mama's played by Erica Alexander.
Oh, you know who that is. Pam.
So that's essentially what's going on. And the question is, what's going to happen between these two rival factions of drug dealers? Also, as you go through the series across the 4 episodes, you get to know the people better. For instance, you get to know what Ghostface's home life is like. He has 2 brothers who are disabled. He's the one caring for them. Why? What's going on with dad? What's going on with mom?
Oh, geez.
We see that she's fallen asleep with some liquor in her hand.
Liquor.
So, you know, whoa. So, yeah, he might be a drug dealer, but there's some nuance to the characterizations that are so good here, and so on and so forth. I really don't want to give more of it away.
Okay.
But I do want to say that I was so pleased to see this show. Is it perfect? No. Do I care? No. Are they going, oh, let's make this real and gritty and, you know, ooh, this is really what, you know, Staten Island was like? No. They are telling their story. They are just telling the story. They don't have to worry about all that nonsense. And I appreciate that. I think, Ref, that the casting is just, who would have thought? Because it's not like all of them look like the guys, the real ones, except for ODB. He looks just like them. Outside of that, because I sometimes have to remind myself, because they're not using their stage names, who they are. I'm like, wait, no, that's Ghostface. That's Raekwon. That's now RZA is easy because he's the main, but I have to keep reminding myself sometimes. But it doesn't even matter because they have the essence of these guys. You do get some tragedies here throughout this show. People do die. We do see what's going on with drug dealing, but we also see what happens as they emerge as rappers and RZA as a musician. And the question is, Ref, what happens when RZA's left alone to care for his family? I won't tell you exactly what that is. If you saw the documentary, you know what it is.
Right.
And I will say, if you saw the documentary, this is great. It's a great companion to it. So I don't know what you thought, Ref, from episode 1, but, you know, episode 4. And in episode 4, actually what you get is some character building. And that was so smart. They set up the story in the first 3 episodes more. Then you start getting into other characters because there's some relationships that are in hiding that I won't give away.
Oi. Now, here's a question for you really quickly. Do you suggest, like, if you've already seen the documentary, obviously you'll be well equipped, but because Wu-Tang is such a intricate, I don't even know how many people there are in this group. It's like, it's the largest formation of hip hop.
It depends on the year.
Yeah, it does. It's like sometimes you're rolling deep a good 15, or it seems that way. But because of that, do you suggest, hey, go watch the documentary real quick first? Or do you say just jump into this? If you haven't seen it, you'll be able to understand and go along because the story is strong.
You can do it either way, honestly. Now, if you're someone who goes, I gotta know who these guys are, then maybe watch the documentary. But it works on its own. Like it doesn't, even if this were completely fictional, it would work. Because again, they're just telling the story. They're not worried about, oh, how real is this? That's not the point. And that's what makes it feel more honest. It is not about, I've had it. I've had it with the nonsense. And that's why I'm so happy when I see shows like this. It doesn't have to be perfect, but this is what we were talking about again. These are people who care about the story they're telling. And where in the world has Erica Alexander been?
Well, I am happy that the cast is so strong and the story is so strong.
Oh, and I should have said Shameik Moore as well.
I was going to say, I was about to say that. That's so funny. I was like, there's going to be a familiar face. Shameik, he plays Raekwon. So that's
pretty, you know where that's going to go if you know the Wu-Tang story. Now, shifting over back to Netflix, and we'll stay there for a second. The Spy, which is a new miniseries, about 6 episodes, starring Sacha Baron Cohen. So we already immediately, you know the potential of the ridiculousness. You got a chance to see it. Do tell us what it's all about.
Now, it's based on a true story. So it's based on one of the top spies in history for the Mossad. That's Israel's, undercover agency. Mm-hmm. So,
it's not like Zohan Adam Sandler thing.
No. Yeah. So this is not a comedy.
Okay, there we go.
Not a comedy at all. So what happened is, so it was this whole conflict. The conflict between Israel and Syria is really coming to a head at this period in history. And you'll figure that out when you watch the show. So what Israel needs is someone to go into Syria to see what's going on, because they think they're up to something that's no good that will kill Israelis. You know, they've already done certain things that suggest that they have some secret thing happening. So they need an agent to pretend to be Syrian to be able to get in there. Now, there's this whole complicated way that they do that. But the thing is, they need to find someone new. They can't use their current agents, because takes a particular skill set and makeup. You got to be believable as a Syrian. Now, Sacha Baron Cohen plays Eli Cohen, and his brother is already a Mossad agent, and they don't like having more than one family member in the Mossad, because that can cause problems. So he has applied to be a part of the Mossad before. They've rejected him. And the head of this team that's been created for the Mossad, his name is Dan, and he's played by Noah Emmerich from The Americans.
Yeah.
So Noah's like, look, I don't want anybody who wants to be a Mossad agent to be a Mossad agent. That's a red flag. But because of the circumstances, they have to go with Eli. He's the one. And so they have to train him. There's this whole thing of the first meeting, what he does, how they read him. They train him to be a Syrian. So all of that, he can't be Jewish. He's got to be a Muslim.
Roy.
Now, he does this really well, maybe too well. And he doesn't always follow directions. But look, he's a one-man band. When you're undercover, that's it. Ain't nobody coming to help you. They're not coming into Syria. Okay? So he's got to follow that. And then the thing is, over time, he starts to lose himself in his alter ego. Now, they set him up with a great cover story. He's this wealthy man, all of that. So, people are drawn to his wealth and just to him as a person. He winds up going all the way to the top of the Syrian government. I won't tell you exactly how. Oh, my
gosh.
And I won't tell you exactly his role. And I won't tell you the ending if you don't know it already. But, of course, this is tragic. I'll put it that way. So I think that's enough. I don't want to give too much away.
Don't give any more. That was a great tease.
Now, this ref comes to us from Gideon Raff, who is responsible for Homeland, the original from Israel. So, okay, we know this is his world. And the thing is, it's good. However, there are two things I have to say about it as cautions. One is, it makes perfect sense to cast Sacha Baron Cohen as in this role because he's a chameleon. Because he's a chameleon. Okay. Like, I understand the thinking. They're going, he has to be believable as Eli and as Kamel, his Syrian alter ego. We need an actor who's facile that way. Okay. However, when we see him, we think Borat. Yes. We think everything else he's done. So that was difficult. I always saw Sacha, even though he was doing good work. Right. And what would have helped him is my second caution. The real story here is how Eli loses himself. And they don't really get there until the end. And that was a problem. When that kicked in, I was really engaged. I wasn't just going, oh, this is good. I was going, this is interesting. Ooh, what's happened? They could have dragged that throughout all of these episodes. That's what I would have done. Just in the beginning, show us a little hint, maybe episode 3, a little hint of him forgetting something, losing himself, a little more. And then it just, it becomes a snowball effect because he has a wife at home. She's alone for years. Over a year at one stretch.
Years.
He comes back. And how can he actually shrug off Kamel when he's been this man for so long? That, to me, should have been the focus. It wasn't. And that's my knock. But overall, again, I think it's good. I think if you like this kind of spy stuff, this is going to work for you. Also, just knowing who Eli Cohen is worth it.
Wow, that sounds really, really interesting. Let's stick with Netflix and end this first half with Unbelievable. Again, we're still in the series premiere, so this is not something we've seen before. It's again on Netflix, just 8 episodes, and I hear it's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, and just look, Katie Couric is one of the executive producers here.
Yes.
Yeah, co-creators.
It's not a light watch.
No. Susanna Grant is a co-creator here. And if you're thinking, well, who's that? She's responsible for Party of 5. She wrote the screenplay for Aaron Brockovich. I mean, okay. Along with Michael Chabon, the wonderful author, and Ayelet Waldman. So they're creating it. It is based on a true story. It's based on true reportage. And let's just get to this. Brace yourself.
Yeah, because when you told me, I was just like, whoa, I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah. It's 2008. We're in Washington State. And a teenager, Marie, played by Caitlin Dever, has just take a breath, raped.
Okay.
She is in her apartment. She's talking to a cop. We see in flashbacks what she's reliving. She's withdrawn. She's kind of confused. So she's trying to explain what happened. The man who did it had a mask, wore all black, had a book bag. He tied her up with her own shoelaces.
Oh my gosh.
He was methodical. And unfortunately, it lasted a long time.
Oh, jeez.
He take a shower. He left no trace of anything. They try to find some sort of DNA, something, nothing.
Jeez.
Now, maybe they get a print of a glove. Maybe they get a print of a shoe somewhere. But this guy isn't the normal kind of criminal. He knows something. But Marie, she has been in the system as a kid. She's been in foster home after foster home after foster home. So she has a very complicated history. And 2 of her favorite foster mothers, they find out about this. They come to help her. But they have reservations. They go, did this really happen? The detectives, as a result of other things, also have a similar kind of idea. So where does that go? I won't tell you. We shuttle forward 3 years, 2011. We're in Colorado. Another rape has happened.
Oy.
Now, this time, it sounds familiar. Guy with mask, book bag, methodical, takes his time, does some similar things. Is there a connection? We don't know. But in 2011, this time, we have 2 detectives. The first we meet, is played by Merritt Weaver. Now, Merritt Weaver, if you know Merritt, is not a normal anything, let alone a normal detective. So just her presence alone is very interesting. And she is a great detective. Unorthodox, but very serious, very dedicated, will stay at the job, will have everybody else stay at the job, has interesting thoughts. So she's thinking about this. Who is this guy? Is he possibly a cop?
Oh my gosh.
And by happenstance, because her husband is a cop, she's a detective. Her husband works in a different area of Colorado. He hears about this and says, this sounds familiar. And the detective at his precinct, now wait for this one, everybody, is played by Toni Collette.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
So the two detectives, Detective Rasmussen, played by Tony, and Detective Duvall, played by Merritt, they meet. Now, Detective Rasmussen, played by Toni Collette, ain't Merritt Weaver. Okay? She ain't about none of the nonsense. This is what it is. Don't come to me with a bunch of nonsense. Give me my coffee. Let's get this done. So the interaction between the two detectives, it's dynamite. Like those two personalities, that's really the show. So the question is this really connected? They know nothing about what happened in 2008. I won't tell you why. But they're trying to connect dots. Maybe it's something going on. Maybe this is a serial rapist. They don't know. Are there other women who've been victims? Because the other thing is, if it is a serial rapist, he doesn't have a type. All of these different women are different completely. There is no type. You can't go by race, by age, or anything else. And if they're right, he knows which precincts actually police which parts of Colorado. So he picks women from one woman from each precinct area. So because he knows they don't communicate.
Right.
Okay.
Whoa.
So that's enough of that. Now, the storytelling, the style here, it's not a lot of frills. It's very matter of fact. In the first episode, it's pretty much about Caitlin Dever's character, Marie, setting all of that up. And I was watching it. It's tough to watch. And I was going, do I want to continue? As I was watching it.
Right.
It's good. It was good, straightforward, no nonsense work. But I wasn't gripped. So I was kind of like, is this going to be worth it? It's a lot for me to take. Then you start meeting Merritt Weaver and Toni Collette. And I was like, okay. Like all of that made sense. And then getting into episode 2, the show starts to really show what it is. You don't know from episode 1.
Gotcha.
So I would say if you're interested in this, definitely make it to Merritt and Toni before you give up on the show. If that's the case, you might be okay with it because it is still good in the beginning. And while it's not perfect, there's like one moment where they get to preaching a bit. And I was like, ooh, you didn't need that. We got the message, things like that. But outside of little moments like that, I mean, really, Toni Collette and Merritt Weaver together, it's great work. And they help you to get through the story. Caitlin Dever as Marie is excellent. I mean, the rest of the cast, all of these people are wonderful. Even if you don't know who they are, these are vets and they came to work. They came to work.
Gotcha.
And in the end, you see what comes of all of it. So was it worth it? I did finish this. Yes, it certainly was. So I would say if you want to know what happened here, if you're into the true crime thing, or if you're just into a good drama that's about tough stuff, then Unbelievable is certainly for you.
Wow. Okay. So there you go. Let's take a break and we'll be right back because guess what? We've got a couple season premieres and some season finales.
The Why Watch That TV Talk.
And we're back at it again. This time, like I said, we've moved past these new shows and gone to some familiar territory. And let's start with some season premieres, namely The Deuce, which is on HBO. This is its final season. It is season 3. Just 9 episodes, and remember these released one by one on HBO, so it's not like you can go binge it. Very familiar cast. I remember when you first started reviewing this show, I thought, okay.
Definitely an era. Was the 70s? Did we make it to the 80s? I'm not sure if we made it into the 80s or not. But the cast is familiar, and they require them to go into places where no man should go, or men do go. I don't know.
Yeah, we are in the 80s now. This is the final season as was planned. And we're in the mid 80s, 84, 85.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, we are dealing with
the AIDS era starting to come out, and then we're probably going to see some of that.
Exactly. So keep in mind, the Deuce it started with prostitution, which then morphed into the porn industry. Mm-hmm. So one of the main characters, played by Maggie Gyllenhaal, she was a prostitute. She didn't have a pimp in the 70s, walking the street. Mm. How did she get away with that?
In New York, mind you.
In New York. The Deuce is 42nd Street. And this ain't 90s 42nd Street and on.
Right.
This is the 42nd Street where you might get cut. Okay? And especially in the 80s, this was the height of that badness. So we've actually built up to it, and they talk about it because we do see the cops as well. There are all kinds of angles. It's, look, this is like what you get from The Wire, that kind of look at a city.
Yeah.
So you get all kinds of angles. So Maggie Gyllenhaal's character went from being a prostitute on her own to being a director of porn films.
Oh my gosh.
And she is an artist. She wants to bring a feminine edge to it. She wants to bring an artistry to it, just like you would see in any other film. But in 84, 85, think about what people were watching. VHS has come. And that changes the porn industry. Because you don't have to go to some seedy theater anymore to watch it. You can watch it at home. So what happens is anybody can start doing this, right? Now that you have cassettes. So her artistry, they can't afford it. The guy who backs her is like, we need to get into these cassettes and we got to stop this artistic stuff, okay? Now, does that make her happy? It does not. Also, some of the other prostitutes that we've known and actually grown to love, one of them has become a porn star. She's in LA, but she has substance abuse problems. At the beginning of this third season, she's just come out of rehab for who knows how many times. And then she's thrown right back into it because there is a porn convention in Vegas that she has to go to. Maggie Gyllenhaal's character goes there. It's the big one. It still happens now. This is all based on real things. So this is actually the precursor to things like Comic-Con. It started here with porn because this is where, guys could go, because what they had was like almost like a CES where you have a electronics kind of convention just below the porn one. So the men could tell their wives, hey, I'm going to this, thing for work, for electronics.
Oh my
goodness. Go on upstairs and get some autographs and everything else. So the whole thing is changing in the 80s here in this show. And we still do have some other former prostitutes who are trying to stop the prostitution from happening on 42nd Street. Of course, the cops are trying to stop it. We have a detective we know and love. He's still trying to get this thing cleaned up. And he has found a transit cop. Now, in the 80s in New York City, the NYPD was separate from the transit cops. Two separate things. So the transit, the subway had their own police force with their own detectives. And one of them has some novel ways to catch criminals in the subway. And our detective that we've known, he hooks up with him. So what happens there, because it might not be good for certain cops. And of course, we have other people. We have the two brothers played by James Franco, both of them, the twins. One of them, I think he's still married, but he hasn't been with his wife and who knows how long. They still get along for some reason right now, but he's been dating his the person who helps him run his bar. But that they're living together too, but it's not going that well at the moment. His brother, who's crazy, both of them have worked with the mob, but this one has really worked with the mob. Well, now he has a family and kids. Oh my goodness. And how's that gonna go? And so on and so forth. So yes, we do see one of the characters gets a little AIDS scare. And Maggie Gyllenhaal's character meets a new man. And what is that going to be? Because this new man is played by an actor that you don't just hire for one scene.
No.
So with that, that's enough. This show is another example of a show that's just like, this is who we are. So was I riveted by the return of the Deuce? No, but I'm still interested. I do like how they set everything up, and I do like the cast. So I will continue watching because this is it. And it's very interesting how they did the time jump into the mid-'80s. I think that was very smart. There's a lot for us to see. But this is more of a show that's more like chess than checkers. So I'll have a better understanding by season's end.
Well, let's go to FX. Mr. Inbetween has started its second season, about 11 episodes. You are such a fanboy over this show. And I'm sure you were on the edge of your seat waiting for it to return. Your last couple of reviews of the show had nothing but glowing remarks. The question really is, does season 2 deliver quite the bang it did in season 1? Well, you've only watched, one episode so far, so let's spill it.
Yeah, and this is, it's a dark comedy. That's what it is. It's a half an hour show. The first season only had 6 episodes. After season 1, FX, that's where this is. And it's an Australian show. It's FX Australia involved. They renewed it for 11 episodes. So that tells you something.
Yeah, it does.
Now, look, let me tell you something. We got Ray. Everybody's favorite hitman, fixer, for a mob presence in Australia, down under.
Down
Ray,
under.
think of Ray this way, my friends. Think of Walter White from Breaking Bad.
Mm-hmm.
Think of it this way. Toward the end of Breaking Bad,
Yes.
kind of like him if he didn't have cancer.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
This man looks at people. Yeah, this man is looking at people like, you're an idiot. Or in their slang, you're a Muppet. I just love the slang, by the way. The Muppets, they talk about bashing people. I mean, it's hilarious. He is in the support, he's in this, not support group, he's in this anger management group, Ref. I talked about this from season 1. He's still there.
Yeah, you did.
He's still looking around these idiots. And the head of the group always has a problem with Ray, because Ray says things he shouldn't be saying. So one guy in the group is talking about his girlfriend and how she dresses provocatively and how that's upsetting. He shows all of the guys a picture of her. It's just terrible. And so Ray has his own opinions. The head of the group looks to him and says, you're a misogynist. And he says, oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Well, how is that the case? And he rattles off all of this stuff and stumps the guy. I'm not giving that away. It was hilarious. He does have a friend who is one of the mob heads, and this friend employs him. So something happens in the first episode of season 2 that Ray has to come in and clean up, but Ray has a price. And this friend is trying to haggle with him over that. He's like, look, Ray's like, look, bro, you need me, okay, to clean this up. So all of that's fun. And outside of all of the killing stuff, he does have a young daughter. He has an ex-wife, and he has a girlfriend. We met the girlfriend from the beginning in season 1, so they're still together. They have this interesting relationship, and he's now starting to feel more comfortable with her. I won't tell you how that shows up. His daughter, he loves her to bits, to pieces. He'll do anything for her. He knocked around some guys in season 1 over her. Okay, so in this season, she's being bullied. How's that going to play out? Don't mess around with Ray. And by the end of the first episode, I was crying with laughter because of the job he took on, what happens. I gotta say, the guy who plays Ray, Scott Ryan, it created this. It's based on a film he did, and he writes it. He doesn't direct it though. Nash Edgerton does, who is Yes. the
Oh,
brother
Joel's.
of
Yeah.
Joel, right.
Joel.
So he directs it, but Scott writes it. And Scott, maybe he's my spirit animal. I hate to say that about a human. But the thoughts in his head, the way he writes it, I'm like, yeah, exactly. And I'm relating with a hitman. So if you like dark comedies, if you like somebody who is misanthropic, someone who looks at people and goes, come on, who's just exasperated. It's not that he's angry. That's the funny part about it. He's like, come on. And you know, in season 1, they tried to kill him. They tried to do all kinds of stuff. He just pops up and looks at them and shakes his head. And then they're gone. The Muppets and the bashing and everything else. So that's Mr. Inbetween. If you haven't checked it out and you are intrigued, I say go for it. This is one of my favorite shows.
Oh my gosh, there it is. Good gracious. Well, let's move on to one of your other favorite shows. And not in the sense of what we all think as favorite. You just love to let the show wash right over you. And I'm sure season 4 has been no different. Yes, I'm talking about Queen of the South on USA, already renewed for season 5. You just love that everyone is so committed.
Yes.
On the show. They're so committed. Now remember, this is the female version of what's that show on Netflix?
Narcos.
Narcos, but in a telenova way, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But we've seen this woman rise from being somewhat of a common mule to one of the most feared and revered drug lords, Queen of the South. And the question is, has she reached her peak yet, or are there some other mountains she needs to climb?
Ooh. Wow. So, yeah, and it is based on the telenovela La Reina del Sur.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have that. Alice Braga is the titular character. Is she a queen of the South yet? Yes. This show is ridiculous, but it doesn't waste your time. They don't drag things out. Just get on with it. And that's what they do. So Alice Braga plays Teresa Mendoza. She, as you said, she went from being a mule. Now she's incorporating the Russians now with her drug business. She has a bar. She's trying to go legit. She's now in New Orleans with her peeps.
Oh boy.
So New Orleans brings a whole other set of problems.
Complication, yes.
There is a judge who wants his cut. There is another criminal faction, okay? And they want their cut. Then she's dealing with the Russians. Can she date somebody in this situation?
Oh.
She's got her right-hand man still by her, Pote, my boy, who talks like this the whole time. Love that. And the woman who was her antagonist, her inspiration maybe, Camila Vargas, is out of the picture.
Yes.
So is her husband.
Oh, Camila.
We love Camila. I mean, I want her back, but it still worked without her. But I miss Veronica Falcone as Camila. Anyway, so we're in New Orleans. You know what that means. And oh boy, Teresa is she's getting deeper and deeper into problems. And a tragic death happened in this season 4, that may have changed everything. But Teresa is a smart cookie.
Yes,
she will not let emotions drag her into nonsense. But the Russians, she made a deal with them by necessity. And we don't know who this Russian man is, but his agent, let's say, who's no joke herself, told Teresa before she committed, basically, are you sure? Are you sure? So look, is this a perfect show? No, it ain't supposed to be. I don't care. This is what I'm talking about. Just tell your story. These people are enjoying being ridiculous, but it's not the kind of thing where you're laughing necessarily or where they're doing a wink. They're committed, like you said, Ref. They're serious about this, and I just love it. So I'm certainly looking forward to the next season. which is going to get even more of this story. And again, they're not going to waste your time. We know we're going to go somewhere new in season 5.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's stay along that vein a little bit and stick with Grand Hotel on ABC. Now, it's finished its first season, and this comes to us from Eva Longoria. I believe she's one of the executive producers on the show, but we also don't neglect to see her pop in and out, I guess. Maybe. It is based on a familiar Grand Hotel that you may have seen on Netflix or Amazon Prime that is in all Spanish. Well, this is not, but we do have it in one of America's favorite cities, Miami, if I'm not mistaken, Miami. And what happened at the end of the season? Because we know a certain family was over this hotel and things go awry. And were they able to keep it together?
Yeah, well, this Grand Hotel is a family-owned hotel. It's owned by the Mendoza family. We are at Miami Beach. Yeah, we are. And the patriarch has financial problems. And this has led to him having to get money from the mob. And the mob...
That's never a good idea. Never.
And the mob boss, we find out throughout the season, is played by Katie Seagal. Okay. So that's one thing going. Can he get out from under that loan? Now, at the opening of the first season, one of the employees, a chef at the hotel, had some dirt on the Mendozas.
Right.
And it was a hurricane. She threatened the new wife of the patriarch. So that's Santiago, played by Damian Bichir, and his new wife is Gigi, played by Rosalind Sanchez. Now, his former wife, who is now deceased, is played by Eva Longoria. And Gigi was Eva Longoria's best friend.
Okay.
Now, Gigi has 2 grown daughters, and Santiago has a grown daughter and a grown son. How do they get along, right? So there's some dirt. What's the dirt about? Well, Sky, this chef who threatened them, I won't tell you who she threatened, she winds up missing after running out of the hotel. She thinks she's being chased by somebody. She winds up missing in that hurricane. Her brother comes to investigate, and he does so by going undercover as an employee at the hotel. He's not a cop or anything. He just pretends to be somebody else. So what does he unearth? And of course, he falls in love with somebody that he's not supposed to, and so on and so forth. And of course, we get all kinds of upstairs, downstairs intrigue. Wendy Raquel Robinson plays the person who manages all of the staff, and so on and so forth. She has a family. There's a whole thing going on with them. And by the end, how do all of these people interconnect? They do. And do we learn what happened to Sky? We do. By the end of season 1. But I'll tell you this, that is the least of people's worries, because something comes out of the woodwork where, some of these relationships aren't the relationships we thought they were. So, Grand Hotel, would I call this a good show? No. But so what? It's a soap opera. Now, when I think of this kind of show, I think of Revenge.
Was on ABC.
Exactly. That to me is the best example of this kind of terrible TV when it's good. Revenge. When you get Madeline Stowe being off voice and giving those
slapping people.
Now, has this reached that level in season 1? It has not. But hopefully they get a season 2. I want them to go even further. They have the potential for that. For a summer show, it was perfect as that. It was perfect as a ridiculous summer show. But they do need to up the ante, I will say that, if ABC decides to bring it back.
Well, let's move on to Harlots, which concluded its 3rd season. And we've had so many madam switches. We got one madam over here against this other madam, and then that madam leaves, and I can't keep up with who's in charge. And if we had a company come in and take over somebody's
house, whatever you want to call it. By the time it all shakes out, where are we with Harlots?
Let me just remind everybody of some of the cast members, not all of them, some. Samantha Morton,
Yes.
Leslie Manville, Jessica Brown Findlay, Liv Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So season 3, again, we're in the 18th century in London. Now, do they have the worst pies in London? Maybe. Okay. And I talked about at the beginning of this season, Ref, where Leslie Manville's character, Lydia, one of the madams, yes, Harlots is literal as a title.
Right.
Was in the insane asylum.
Yes.
And Leslie was doing the acting work of giants. I told y'all to just watch that first episode, even if you haven't seen, even if you don't watch the show. Just go see her stand up on the bed and think she's seeing her son, but she's really seeing the son. She doesn't know she's really seeing the son. Like, please. Now, instead of me going through all of this stuff about Harlots, I'll say it this way.
Okay.
There were 4 murders this season. All important characters dead.
Oi.
One of them we saw coming.
Mm-hmm.
Another one we didn't see coming, but it was fitting. It was like, oh, great.
Oh, terrible.
Another one was one of the funniest moments I've seen on television this year.
Oh, boy.
One of the funniest. It does involve Leslie Manville. I'll tell you this, she sits back and watches.
You're so silly.
And watches. And the 4th one was a shocker. Tragic. Can't believe it. What? I was like, wait a minute. What? Because you're like, they can't survive that. That's the thought in your head. You're like, they can't survive that. So are they off of this show? What?
Oh.
Now, Leslie Manville's not the only one. All these people could act. Samantha Morton, remember, is supposed to be dead. She was sentenced to death, but given a reprieve in secret and sent off to the States. This woman comes back to London. Married. She was an indentured servant in the States. Married. How does she get back? And she finds something out. Whoa. Now, she has a friend, Nance, who's another madam. Nance takes over her business. Why? Mm-hmm. Now, remember, Samantha Morton's character has 2 daughters. Both are harlots. And they have taken over her business. Why is Nance now in control? The younger of the 2 daughters is in league with somebody new at the end of the season. I won't tell you who. You go, what? Really? And they are involved in a murder. The moment you go, oh yeah, it's about time. Thank you. Even though I love that actor. I mean, Liv Tyler's finding out, because we find out that she has a secret throughout her whole arc now comes to fruition. It ain't good for her, but she conquers that. So it's all of this stuff. Remember, this show, since it's in the 18th century, the whole undercurrent that they never throw in your face is, what can women do to gain control? In the 18th century, forget now. In the 18th century, how can they do that? How can they manipulate men to get to what they need to? Because we even have a prince show up, because Lydia Quigley, played by Leslie Manville, finds this new girl in the asylum. Of course, they get out. He grooms her, and she turns into maybe one of the best harlots on the planet. So, I won't tell you what that looks like. So here's the thing. This is definitely the best season of Harlots. I was thoroughly entertained. There was not one storyline, because there's so many, I didn't get to all of them. There was not one. They even get into the slave trade.
Oh boy.
Where they're kidnapping freed slaves and trying to put them back like it's 12 years a slave. Anyway.
Oy vey.
Every storyline I cared about, everything was interesting. The whole world is so rich now that I can't wait for season 4. I don't know what's coming, but with these people in the cast, it's going to be something good.
Okay, let's end this. Good gracious, that's so much TV with something that we both got a chance to watch the entire season and look forward to the next season already. Has it already been 6 seasons of Younger on
Crazy.
TV land? 6 seasons, how can this be? It's already renewed, like I said, for season 7, which we are both
episodes.
72 episodes, half hour though.
Yeah, half hour.
And this comes to us from Darren Star. And if you're like, wait a minute, Darren Star. Yes, Sex and the City, Darren Star, but a 30-minute quick hit is what I want to call it. 30-minute quick hit version of Sex and the City. Now, I have my opinions about this season, and you do too. So I'll let you go ahead and walk us through the very ever-changing. I can't keep up. I literally can't keep up. Who's where, when, who's employed, who's not, who's in charge, who's not. Like, it was all over the place. But then there was also a ray of sunshine as we see one of our beloved characters take a huge life leap.
So Liza finally, everybody knows.
Everybody knows.
She ain't 26, she 40. I
Yes.
mean, after 7 seasons, she's 100. I mean, who knows?
But
But
I liked how they explained it though, that she says, I'm the spirit of millennial. Like, a millennial is a spirit. Millennial is a mindset. Which I thought, oh, okay. Because I didn't know how they were going to get out of that.
Let me just tell y'all something. When we finally see how, okay, finally now everybody knows that Liza was lying about her age, like everybody. It goes viral.
Yeah.
The way that they revealed that to different characters at different times was so smart. When you finally see Diana, who was her boss, now her colleague, when she finds out, because really Liza and Diana are friends, even though it doesn't look like that, like that. And Miriam Shore as Diana, that moment was great.
Yeah, it was. It was very good.
Miriam Shore, if you don't know, is an actress to be reckoned with.
Yes.
You didn't see the final seasons of The Americans, and you're going to just know she's coming.
Yeah.
And you don't know how.
Right.
And I got a glimpse into that person again in that moment when she found out. And they gave her episode to do it. It was such good writing and acting. And this is when I go, this is where I start thinking, Emmys. Interesting. Miriam Shore, hello. But that's, of course, not the whole season. So Liza does that. And this means that Liza can now be a little more open with other things. Charles, who used to be her boss, still is her boss, was the publisher, wasn't the publisher, is the publisher.
Is the publisher.
Well, now they're dating out in the open. Remember, Liza edited a book from his ex-wife about him and her marriage.
Complicated.
Her friend, Chelsea, played by Hilary Duff. Well, Chelsea becomes the publisher.
Yeah.
But does she stay the publisher?
Oh.
And who's behind all of this? What's going on with that? Can I just say that Kelsey and Zane, let me tell y'all something. I don't need them to try to drive the plot. I'm just going to put it that way. I don't care. Okay? No, I don't care about it on that level. They can do that little back and forth thing, but don't try to make it serious at the end of the season. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Love the show. I wasn't feeling that. Sorry. Zane can go, so you don't want to put him in that situation. The character, not the actor. The actor's perfect. Anyway. Now, we also have Liza. Remember, she's with Charles, but she used to be loving on Nico Tortorella's character.
Right? Josh. Yeah. They were in love. I would say they were in love.
And there's this tattoo that Liza has that he wants to start putting on other people. She's like, no. Why not?
And I think he liked that she said no.
Of
Means
course he did.
there may be something we may be seeing in season 7. Huh.
Mm-hmm. And I hope it's not his baby mama.
Oy.
Let's not go there again. That was not good. I just gotta say. But they got that out of their system. So, okay, what's gonna happen? Because at the end of season 6, somebody has made a proposal. What kind of proposal? I won't tell you. Is it a book proposal? Is it something else? Also, Diana has gotten married.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's interesting to Enzo, the plumber. And his mama, throwing shade every chance she gets.
Oh my gosh, so much shade.
She can't stop it. We also have Liza's other friend, played by Debbie Mazar, Maggie. She's just there being the cool chick. And so on and so forth. So overall for me, Ref, I enjoyed this season of Younger, absolutely. Was it one of my favorite seasons? No, it wasn't.
No.
But I definitely want to see season 7. I want to see where they're going. I still am invested in these characters. And really, really, let me tell y'all something. These actors, especially the core, this is another example, and I'm so glad to say it again, where people are coming to work, they're invested. This is not the kind of show where you have to be invested. It's just a light summer show. These people came to work. They come to work, they have a good time, and you enjoy them as well. And then when they're called to do something great, they hit the mark.
Yes, I have to echo that, and we'll end it. I have to say, I have to agree with you. This was not my favorite season, although a lot of the plot of the overall story, it sprung forward. Yeah. And I think we're going to be surprised about the ending, because they've been hinting, and I'm not going to give it away to the reader, to the listeners. They've been hinting more and more. Even her saying millennial is a mindset, and do you do what you're supposed to do, or do you do what you feel is right? And so I think we're going to have somewhat of a surprise ending that maybe we won't see coming, but we'll see in season 7. I do hope that they go back to the edginess of the first 3 seasons. There was like poor the redheaded friend. She's just sort of, shucking and jiving. They got Josh on the sideline shucking and jiving. Really, let's get back to the essence of Younger. It's called Younger. And they're always pushing the envelope forward. So I hope to see more of that. Overall, Younger is one of my favorite summer shows, and we can't wait to see it return. Yes, listeners, it's been that kind of week where we've got some new shows, some returning shows, and then shows we're saying goodbye for until next season. But we're not saying goodbye to you. We're not saying goodbye to TV. We will always eternally be saying hello. But keep it here at WhyWatchThat. We promise we'll give you a good show that we can suggest to you. But until then, enjoy what you've heard so far. Guess what?
What?
We're going to festivals! Into the festival! The festival! Yes, into the woods. We're at the festivals! Oh my gosh! We have been notorious for being faithful festival goers for Sundance. We've done that for a handful of years. We also, every year, go to the New York Film Festival, which we'll talk a little bit more about. We cover the Tribeca Film Festival. That was our first go this year. You were able to do that. And we have covered the Toronto International Film Festival, which I was able to go to. But this is something a little different. We're going back to Tribeca, but this time it was the Tribeca TV Festival, which was over the weekend, the past weekend as of taping. And it was just, they showered several TV shows everywhere. some new shows, some returning shows, and some were interesting and some were not. You got to check out 2.
Yeah.
And also, our producer was able to check out some things too. But let's talk about the 2 that you checked out. This premieres a couple Thursdays from now on September 26th. It's called Evil. Evil on CBS. Not CBS Access, All Access, but CBS. And this comes to us from a very familiar writing team and showrunners who we respect to the nines. This comes to us from the Kings. Yes, the very Kings who gave us The Good Wife and The Good Fight and a couple other shows that didn't quite, take off. But we love the Kings. And I just keep calling Lamont Bishop. Who was on The Good Wife. I don't know if he shows up in The Good Fight or not.
He does.
But he does, of course he does. This is also, of course, who we all know as part of the Defenders. He's also, what was his character's name?
Luke Cage.
Luke Cage, that's right. And we're talking about none other than your boy. And he's had
Mike Coulter, yeah.
Mike Coulter, I couldn't remember his name. This looks like something, I'm usually all about the king life, but, I don't do all them demon stuff. So tell us what the first episode of Evil is all about.
Yeah. So here's what's happening. We have a psychologist, Dr. Bouchard, played by Katja Herbers, who was in Manhattan, the TV show.
Yes, we liked that show.
So she is working for the prosecution. I believe it's in Brooklyn. So she's working for the Brooklyn DA's office, but she's a consultant. So, she helps them with a whole bunch of cases. She's done over 30 cases in 2 years for them as an expert witness.
Wow.
Yeah. So what is up with that? Is she a shill for them? And a new criminal they've caught. He's on trial. She's the expert. She's talking about how he's competent to stand for trial. He's fine. Now, over the course of some time in episode 1, we find out that there's a claim that he's possessed by a demon. She hasn't seen any evidence of this. I mean, what are you talking about? Who is the person? Who's this expert that's saying that he's possessed? Well, she goes to find out, and she finds that it's Mike Coulter's character, David Acosta. David was in training to be a Catholic priest. He spent 2 years in the program. He didn't complete all 5. Because instead, he found that, hey, I can become an exorcist. It's a particular skill. And literally what he does is investigates to see whether the cases are valid for exorcism. And he has a partner who's played by Asif Manvi. So here's what's happening. Mike Coulter's character, he believes in this stuff. Asif Manvi's character, who works with him, does not. He thinks there's a scientific explanation for everything. We just might not know what it is. And he's the guy who will explain to people what's really going on. Oh, that sound you were hearing, that's not a demon. That's your dishwasher. And I'll show you.
Okay.
And then Katja's character, the doctor, well, she's kind of in the middle. She's agnostic. So David is the true believer. Asif Manvi's character, Ben, he's the atheist, let's say. And Dr. Kristen, Katja's character, is the agnostic. Now, maybe there will be more fluidity to that throughout the season, but that's what we get from episode 1 and from the Kings themselves as they were talking after this premiere. So the question is, how do all of them intersect? Because remember, the doctor is working for the Brooklyn DA. What happens that causes her to work with David? they all join up. And is this man really possessed? Because what happens is he knows some things about the doctor that he couldn't have known. How could he have found this out when he presents himself as this demon? Because when he's the real guy, he's like, I'm not possessed. But she starts saying the Lord's Prayer, and maybe he is. Okay.
Oh.
Also, she has 4 young daughters at home and a husband who ain't at home. He's off guiding people up mountains. What's that about? Her mother's like, he's a deadbeat. He's a deadbeat. Okay, and the mother's played by Christine Lottie. Okay. So we'll see what happens with that. And then by the end, again, the question is this. Are these phenomena real? Because this show, it won't be just dealing with possession. It's going to deal with all kinds of evil, the source of it. Because right now, the kings are thinking of what's going on in our own climate, and maybe some of this stuff can't be explained directly. Now, Robert King is the true believer, while Michelle is kind of the agnostic in the couple. They were talking about that. So all of these perspectives will be presented, but they won't always do evil. They promise to scare you in every episode. That's what they said. They want you to jump. But they do want you to laugh at certain times. And in one episode, they even go the flip side to good. So what is all of this going to look like? We don't know yet, but I will say this. Michael Emerson is in this cast.
Oh.
And Michael Emerson plays this man who, is he a demon? Does he just liaise with them? That's where some of the fun is going to live. So now let me tell you this. It was a pilot. Okay?
Yes.
A pilot from the Kings. So it was professional. As I was watching it, though, I didn't feel the heat. Was I scared? I was not.
Yeah.
I was not. Do we see a demon? We do. Does that work? It does. But it didn't scare me, the demon. It was kind of creepy. I won't tell you how the demon appears. But I was looking at the demon. I was looking at the prosthetics, the costume. I was like, this is really good. That's all I was looking at.
My gosh.
And the actor is great playing him. He's having a lot of fun. So I want more of that. I think by the end of the first episode, it started to get the feeling they need to push it a lot more. But again, it was a pilot. Was everything perfect? It was not. But I will be watching episode 2.
Great. You know what? This is something different from the Kings. We've not quite seen anything like it. Now, you were able to see it in one of Tribeca Film Festival's main venues. So you saw it in a broad screen comfortably. Did it play well on the big screen?
It did. Again, I was transfixed by the demon. I was looking at that because the intricacy of it, it's because he's all in black in this kind of suit. I won't tell you exactly what it looks like, but it looked really good. Like, it really did look good. I got to give it to them on that. And in the talk ref, just listening to them, I'm like, okay, they have a lot of ideas. They do have an expert from the Catholic Church on set. They got an expert psychologist. They got an expert psychologist on set. And the cast is really good. My question, though, from the cast is Katya. Her character wasn't quite formed in the first episode. I'll tell you that. Mike's character was a bit clearer. And I will say, to end it on evil, it was so nice to have Mike back with the Kings, because they know how to write for him, and he knows how to say their lines. So it's back to that. He gets to play a completely different kind of character. They were having fun with Lamont Bishop and all that, and he had a big joke about it. And even the talk itself, we might have some clips for you on social media. Nice. Robert King is a jokester. And some of the other cast members, they were having a good time. So they seem like they're enjoying it. I just hope that shows up. I mean, this was just a pilot, so I can't really judge it. But all I can say is I am interested in where they're going next.
Excellent. Well, let's move on to something quite different. Let's move on to the new. Is it? Let's move on to the new show that's going to be on Epix. Now, interesting enough, this is actually produced by ABC, but it lives on Epix. It's called Godfather of Harlem, starring the cast alone. We can go on and on about, but before we do that, it is directed by John Ridley, and you're thinking, John Ridley directed? Yes, the writer, the Oscar award-winning John Ridley, American
crime story, I believe.
Or just American Crime.
American Crime, that anthology that was on ABC. He also wrote 12 Years a Slave and did that one movie on, I think it was Showtime with Idris Elba. I can't remember what it was called. But John Ridley is back, and he is working with Chris Brancato and Paul Eckstein, who are the creators, who also familiarly created Narcos. That's on Netflix. So that's the tone we're getting from it. It stars Forrest Whitaker as Bumpy Johnson. Now you're thinking, Bumpy Johnson. Remember that movie, American Gangster, that starred Denzel Washington? That was like on and off. They tried to get it on and off. But it was about Frank Lucas, who was a criminal genius, I guess, if you want to say that. Well, this is the prequel to that. And let me just name off some of the cast.
Yeah.
Vincent D'Onofrio. Anytime you get him on the small screen, he comes to play. Maybe he's not playing. I don't know if he thinks he's really that person or not, but I just don't want to ever be unprepared when I'm with Vincent. Giancarlo Esposito, he is Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul star. Kelvin Harris Jr., who I still think is a sketch, only from the movie Loose. I'm sure he's a really, really nice person. Actually, I met him. He's very, very nice. Paul Sorvino, Rafi Gavrin, and Clifton Davis plays the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Of course he
went
does.
from preacher to the movie to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Reuben?
Yes. Among other people. You got a chance to see the pilot. Again, this is on Epix, so they get to do some stuff that ABC would normally do.
It's basically movie level stuff they're doing.
Uh-oh.
Now, you were talking about Frank Lucas from American Gangster, and they addressed that in the talk. Chris Brancato and Paul Eckstein, who you talked about, who created it and did Narcos. And they were saying they wanted to do something from this time period, but the difference is Bumpy Johnson, that's the godfather of Harlem here, played by Forrest Whitaker. This man wasn't just a gangster. He was a philanthropist. And a lot of people who lived in Harlem at that time said when he left, that's when Harlem went down.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a drug dealer.
That's a legend.
Okay? So what's that about? And then they talked about Frank Lucas, and they were like, look, Frank Lucas was less interesting to us because he just came up with a novel way to make money. The man himself, there wasn't a lot to mine. But they were saying for Bumpy, there is. And they were also saying what they want throughout all seasons of Godfather of Harlem. Hopefully they said they want 6 or something. So they said what they want is to show the education of Bumpy. So it's a different kind of take here. These are the Narcos guys. Keep that in mind. They ain't stupid.
Right. Yeah.
Now, at the beginning of the pilot, Bumpy gets out of prison. It's the 60s. He's been in there since the 50s.
Oh, jeez.
So he don't know what's going on. His wife, played by Ilfenesh Hadera, has to say, this is what's going on. I told you about this. And she's been holding things down. He has a daughter with her that she's taking care of, obviously, by herself. But it's Bumpy Johnson, so she gets help. And when they come back to his wonderful apartment in Harlem, this is a new place. He hasn't even seen it yet. She moved there while he was in prison. It's swanky, as they would have said back then. There's all these people that are welcoming back. But why are they there, really? He's there. He's just gotten out of prison. All these people are like, hey, Bumpy, I love you. So great to have you back. I was helping your wife hold it down. So my son needs a little bit of money and, just a little bit, just $1,000. I don't know. It's that kind of thing. So he ends up leaving the party from all of this. And he has a moment with his daughter, all of that. Now, his wife, she's a first lady kind of wife. But she ain't no fool. She ain't a nagging wife. And they talked about that. Ilfenesh said that in the talk.
Yes.
He said, we talked about this character. The real woman We didn't want her to come across like another nagging wife. Because this woman, according to what they said in history, she sought Bumpy, knowing who he was.
Oh, interesting.
So he doesn't let her into the violent stuff, but the bookkeeping, wink, wink, and the casino stuff and all of the non-violent stuff, she knows all about it. She knows the money. Oh. So this is not some woman who's like, oh, you've got to get out of the life of crime. No. But she does say, you have to do certain things, Bumpy, or you ain't getting none of this. Now, Bumpy is in league with the Italian mob. This is a black man.
Yeah.
In the 60s. And he did wonderful things for them before he went into prison. And this wasn't the first time he went into prison. And he never snitched. But since he's been in prison, the mob has taken over his section of Harlem.
Uh-oh.
So he goes to Vincent D'Onofrio's character and says to him, all right, look here. I'm going to get my cut. Vincent D'Onofrio's looking at him going, I'm a made man, and the guy who's now running your territory is a made man. And you coming up in here the way you did, I won't tell you how he did it, might get you whacked.
Uh-oh.
But do you think that happened?
No. We got 6 seasons.
Exactly. And remember, this is Bumpy Johnson. He has done things for the mob that they've got to consider. And he didn't cross the line enough, maybe, to warrant that. But he's skirting the line. Now, after this happens, while Vincent D'Onofrio is told by Paul Sorvino's character, cool it on Bumpy, is that going to be something that actually happens? Can that be trusted? Bumpy doesn't think so. His guys don't think so either. So how can they ensure that Bumpy is safe and that they are all safe and that they can get their cut the way they deserve it? Now, another thing that's going on, remember, these are real people. Bumpy knew Malcolm X when he was red.
Malcolm
Detroit
Little.
Red. Yeah. Really, when his Detroit Red days. Mm-hmm. So he gets out, he's like, you're a Muslim? So we do have the real Malcolm X here, played by Nigel Thatch. And what Bumpy does, because he's an operator, what he does is he uses Malcolm X's connections with the nation, all of those men, to start cleaning up Harlem. Those places that he's supposed to be getting a cut of that he's not. Let's clean it up and send a message.
Uh-oh.
And he also has a way of bringing Malcolm X together with Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who is a Christian preacher, real man, real politician in the future.
And real street in Harlem.
Yes. And he's played by Giancarlo Esposito.
Yes. Yeah.
So Giancarlo's looking at Malcolm X and thinking about Malcolm X going, that brother wants my pulpit. I don't think so. We don't do that. What's Bumpy going to do? Because he needs both of these men. Now, the problem with Adam Clayton Powell Jr. at the moment is that the white people won't allow him, and the mob in particular, to be on the ballot to run for office. So all of this stuff comes to fruition. And in the end, there is something they find out, I won't give this one away, that helps Bumpy maybe get out from under this whole danger from the mob. Maybe. So that's episode 1. I'm going to say this. Watching it, this is the 60s in New York, right?
Yes.
We had Mad Men.
Yes.
So Mad Men is Midtown, definitely not Harlem. So it's like if you went uptown from Mad Men and went to, the illegal world. That's what this is kind of like and feel. It's also, it has moments of the film Malcolm X. Moments. So again, this was on that big screen you were talking about, Ref. It held up.
Oh,
it held up.
Okay.
And I'll say that watching it, I am certainly intrigued with what's coming next for Godfather of Harlem. Was the pilot perfect? It was not. It's a pilot again, but it was cinematic. The pieces that they set up, that's what's the most intriguing thing. But what my sense was watching it, Ref, that since they're playing real people, these actors aren't really there yet. They're trying to find them. You can see it in the pilot. I'm fine watching these actors find characters. That's fine by me.
Yes.
So that's good, but they haven't really landed it yet. So I think when they do, and I'm sure they will, this might be must-see TV. Might be, I don't know yet, but I'm certainly going to be watching it. I just hope that it's going to be what I think it is. So far, so good, though. And again, I trust the Narcos.
Excellent. Well, let's end this with a little precursor, or just a little, give us a taste of the next festival that you'll be covering, which is the beloved New York Film Festival. Now, remember, this was our first festival that we started covering together. And before I moved out here to LA, we were going to this together, and quite frankly saw some Oscar winners, some Emmy winners come out of the New York Film Festival, Moonlight especially. Ava DuVernay's 13th premiered at the New York Film Festival, along with some other wonderful movies and docs. But you're going to see something that is premiering nowhere else.
Yeah.
And in his hometown, with his own actors who he usually works with, except for one, which can't believe he's just finally working with this. It's going to premiere at the New York Film Festival, and you are going to be there. And then there's this big, huge talk at the end of it. We really can't wait to hear about it. Give us a precursor of what you'll be doing for the New York Film Festival.
Well, you really teased that one, didn't you? Oh my goodness.
I did. I mean, it's probably one of the most anticipated movies of the year, and you're going to be able to see it ahead of everyone else. And not only that, hear from the director and the actors about it. I really am jealous.
Oh, I'm waking up so early to go to that. But before we get to what that is, I'm going to end there.
Yes.
I'm going to talk about 5 films that I just have a feeling about.
Okay,
and we'll see whether that pans out. One of them won the Palme d'Or at Cannes this year, Parasite. Now, I won't be seeing this at the festival. It will be at the festival, though, so I'm going to highlight that. I'll be seeing it before the festival screen.
We both will. That's right.
Both will. And this is called Parasite. And the director, it's a Korean film. It's directed by Bong Joon-ho. Now, if you're going, why is the critic talking about this? I don't even know who that is. Snowpiercer. You know that movie, don't you?
Yeah. Yep.
So that's him. And what it's about, here it is. This is what they wrote for New York Film Festival. A threadbare family of 4 struggling to make ends meet gradually hatches a scheme to work for, and as a result, infiltrate the wealthy household of an entrepreneur, his seemingly frivolous wife, and their troubled kids, and so on and so forth.
Yes. It got runner-up at the Toronto Film Festival, International Film Festival. So that and Marriage Story. So just letting you know, all the festivals are loving it.
And there's more to the story than that, but I'm not going to give it away.
Don't do it.
Another thing that I'm actually going to see at the festival is Pain and Glory. This was also at TIFF.
Yes.
This is from the great Pedro Almodovar.
And Cannes.
And Cannes, that's right. So what's going on here? Antonio Banderas.
Who won?
He won Best Actor at Cannes. And he's playing Salvador Mayo, a director not too subtly modeled on Almodovar. And he has growing health problems and creative block. They've initiated a midlife reckoning. So we go in and out of time here. We go to his childhood in the 60s. That's where Penelope Cruz comes in as his mother. And then his triumph in the 80s and what's going on in present day Madrid. Wow. So we'll see what's happening with that. Now, Marriage Story, you mentioned at TIFF. You said it was a runner-up as well.
Yes.
This is from Noah Baumbach. You've already seen it.
Yes, we've already talked about it a little bit. We're interested to hear what you have to say.
Exactly. So I'm definitely going to be seeing this. Adam Driver, Scarlett Johansson, you have me at hello. Noah, it is a marriage story. Is it a good one? Probably not. So we'll see what happens with that. Merritt Weaver is in this too. I love Merritt.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, 2 more left. First of those 2, I should say. Motherless Brooklyn, also at TIFF.
Yeah.
Now, this is an adaptation from Edward Norton. Now, you might be going, Edward Norton, the actor? Yes.
Primal Fear? Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Is he acting here? Yes. Is he writing here? Yes. Is he directing? Yes. Is he producing? Yes.
Good gracious.
So it's based on Jonathan Lethem's best-selling novel of the same name. But here, it's going from a modern Brooklyn in the book to 1950s. So that's the twist in the movie. And the description is emotionally shattered by a botched job. Lionel S. Rogg, played by Edward, a lonely private detective with Tourette syndrome, finds himself drawn into a multi-layered conspiracy that expands to encompass the city's ever-growing racial divide and the devious personal and political machinations of a Robert Moses-like master builder played by Alec Baldwin.
What is happening?
We got Bruce Willis, Willem Dafoe, Gugu Mbatha-Raw, Bobby Cannavale, Leslie Mann, Cherry Jones is in it as well. Whoa. And let me tell you something about Cherry Jones. She showed up in Succession this season. I'll be coming back to Succession, don't you worry. And now, what you were talking about with you teased, The Irishman.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're saying that. I'm so jealous.
World premiere. They put the industry and critic screening in the big theater for this one.
Of course they did.
Yeah, because I was like, if y'all put us in that little theater, it's going to be pandemonium. People will be sitting on each other and there will be deaths. I mean, so when I saw that they put it at Alice Tully Hall, I was like, y'all know what y'all doing.
Yes.
Put it in that 1,000-seater because otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen. People like camp out overnight.
Oh,
anyway, so The Irishman, before I get to who, the what? What is it about? It's what they call a richly textured epic. It better be at over 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Jeez, come on.
Even though that's subject to change. But anyway, richly textured epic of American crime, a dense, complex story told with astonishing fluidity. So it's based on Charles Brandt's nonfiction book, I Heard You Paint Houses. And it's about friendship and loyalty between men who commit unspeakable acts. Turn on a dime against each other. And the possibility of redemption, of course, in a world where it seems as distant as the moon. Who is the talent? We've got Joe Pesci.
What? He's back? He never comes back, only for one person.
Yeah. So he's back. He's playing Pennsylvania mob boss Russell Bufalino. Al Pacino.
Oh my gosh. What?
First time with these people. I won't say who yet.
Ugh.
Al Pacino as Teamsters president Jimmy Hoffa.
Of course he did. Did he play Jimmy Hoffa? No. Robert De Niro played Jimmy Hoffa, didn't he? No. Joe Pesci. Somebody. So, Robert De Niro, you said it, the trifecta here. Yes.
As their right-hand man, Frank Sheeran, each working in the closest harmony imaginable.
Wait a minute.
And they're working in harmony with Martin Scorsese.
I was going to say, if you got Joe Pesci and Robert De Niro, you've got to have Marty. Oh.
And this is the first time he and Pacino are together.
How can that be?
What in the world is going on in this 3-hour, 30-minute movie? I will find out. I hope I'm still awake at the end for the talk. This will be on Netflix. Just so you know, Motherless Brooklyn is from Warner Brothers. Netflix has Marriage Story. Sony Pictures Classics has Pain and Glory. And Neon has Parasite. So you will be able to see all of these movies soon. Before the end of the year.
Awards.
And I wonder which one ref will be my favorite. Or will it be something I haven't mentioned? Will it be a little sleeper? We'll find out. All of the festivities start for us, the critics and the industry people, this week. The New York Film Festival will start after that.
And go for a long time.
Well, we're so excited that you're able to cover those festivals, and we look forward to hearing your check-ins week by week as to see if there is that sneaky hit that you love, or is it going to be the obvious The Irishman? Now, you can keep up with the critic on social media through WhyWatchThat handles. I'm sure he'll be dipping in and out of there. Of course, he'll be checking in with us And we no doubt can't wait to hear your thoughts about those festivals. Thanks, and keep tuned here.
A Why Watch That sneak peek.
Oh my goodness, listeners, do we have a treat for you? Okay, that was a horrible rendition of the Downton Abbey theme song. Oh my gosh, Downton Abbey. We got a chance to see a sneak peek of Downton. It opens this Friday. If
this is the movie, right? Is this the TV show?
This is the movie. Yes.
Oh.
This opens this Friday, September 20th. This is the movie of Downton Abbey, which is going to be in theaters. And you know, it's an interesting weekend to release it because you've got the big Brad Pitt movie that's coming out along with Rambo, Last Blood. I mean, you couldn't get any more opposite than all. But I will say this, not to ruin this review or to spoil it, but I think it could stand up and stand against some of the greats. So first, let's get to the business. It's directed by Michael Engler, who did a handful of episodes when it was on BBC, and he did the finales, so I hear. So it makes perfect sense that he would pick it up again. Now, you know who wrote it. Julian Fellows, of course, wrote it. He created it. He's back pinning this screenplay, and everyone is back. I'm going to list some actors, but why? When everybody's back, except for O'Brien, which I thought she would come back.
I was hoping. I was like, look,
Yes.
can they get Siobhan to come back? But no.
No. Michelle Dockery's back as Lady Mary. Matthew Good shows up for like 10 seconds. Maggie Smith as Mama. Elizabeth McGovern, Lauren Carmichael, Alan Leach, Joanne Froggatt, who, by the way, was nominated several times and picked up a lot of awards for her. Anna Bates, Imelda Staunton, Robert James Corler. It's just on and on. Phyllis Logan, blah, 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 Brendan Coyle. And of course, Hugh Bonneville. Oh,
Who didn't know
Jim
it was
Carter.
Julia Roberts in Notting Hill?
and Jim Carter as the butler. Now, this was a delight because both of us got a chance to see it, and we are fresh off the watch. So we're going to get this plot out of the way, and then we get to talk about how much we loved it.
So we come right back into the swing of things. I mean, at the very beginning,
literally.
At the beginning, I was like, okay, we're doing a throat clearing. We have to reintroduce everybody. I was like, well, let's just get on with it. But that happened, and then we get the crux of the plot, which is this. The king and queen are coming to Downton.
Whoa.
So, of course, this is a reason for everybody to come back. So let's talk about what's happening. Of course, you have the Crawleys. You have Lady Crawley, Sir Crawley, the Earl and Countess of Grantham. So they are who they are. Lady Mary is there. She's still, working through the estates. She's doing all of that with Branson still. So we still have that. We do have Lady Edith now married and off and doing her own thing at her own place. Okay. But she got to come back
with
with
her husband.
Yes. And you have all of the wonderful people who are serving them. But the thing is, remember everybody, that Carson is retired.
Yeah, he did.
So who took over? Tom.
I was shocked. I mean, I knew they didn't dish out Tom. Tom was a villain.
Yeah.
And can we just remember that Tom was a part of Lady Crawley losing her baby? Remember her and O'Brien? I'm just saying, they redeemed that boy.
He got real redeemed. But he still have the Bates. He still has the Bateses there who are doing their jobs. And we still have Mrs. Patmore. We have Daisy. Daisy is engaged. So is she actually going to go through with it? That's a question throughout the movie. Because there's I won't give it away exactly. But there's somebody who comes in. There's somebody who comes in that might give somebody a run for their money. Okay. So we have all of them.
Might unclog her heart. I'll just say that.
So once they get the notification that the king and queen are coming to Downton and everything springs into action, they have to order the food. They have to polish the silver. They have to clean everything spotlessly. Unless somebody's in the room, you're cleaning it. You are going to clean. And so then the question is, how do all of the servants, how are they going to interact with the king's servants? Because keep in mind, everybody, the king and queen, the royal entourage, they don't just travel with royalty, they travel with all of their servants. They have their own footmen, their own chef, Monsieur. Such and such, I won't give his name away. Okay, they have their own, don't call him a butler. I'll tell you that. You gotta call him something else. And you'll see what we mean by that when you watch the movie, and so on and so forth. So all of the servants at Downton, there's a counterpart or maybe two coming along with the king and queen. So how is all of this gonna mix? Also, in the royal entourage is a relative of the Crawleys, the cousin of Lady Violet Crawley, played by Maggie Smith. And this cousin is played by Imelda Staunton. Now, why does she matter? Well, she and Lady Violet, they don't get along. What a shock. They don't get along. Oh, gosh. Why? Well, Imelda Staunton's character has family property that may not be going where, it should be. The Dowager Countess thinks it should go.
Right, there we go.
And of course, the Dowager Countess's foil is still Lady Isabel. So right when we see them together again, it's like no time has passed. So the question is, what's going to happen on that front with Imelda Staunton's character and this property? Where is it going if it's not going to go to Robert? Who's she going to give this property to? So that's the thing upstairs that's really bubbling, along with a bunch of other stuff. And downstairs again, how are these different staffs going to mesh, if at all? Now, I mentioned that somebody was retired. Does he stay retired? Also keep in mind that Branson is a Republican, which means he don't believe in that royal stuff. How is that going to work? Because the king and queen also have detectives.
Yeah, they got to keep safe.
And by the end, the question is, will they all make it to the ball that happens after the king and queen finally leave Downton? So you have a whole bunch of things going on. Is that enough, Ref? I don't want to give
that's great. That's wonderful. Okay. It's very twisty plot of things.
Yeah. So do you want me to continue?
I'll go first because I think you're a great button. Now, as soon as I heard do 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 do, I instantly felt at ease because I was affronted by another screening that I went to, but I instantly felt at ease. I sat in my chair and everybody in the room had this, like, you could hear some audible sighs. And I decided to look around because in the beginning there's these sweeping shots of the property, the famous Downton Abbey, the shots of the beautiful home, which is a real home. It's not really called Downton Abbey. And by the way, you could go stay there. They're opening their home in November for just a weekend. And it's not very much. But anyway, I looked around the room and people were smiling. They were smiling. And it was so joyful to hear that music again and to see people dashing up and down the steps and hurriedly and little snide, snippy remarks here. But it was all, done in love. Just those first 10 minutes were utter joy. And to quote one of the characters, I thought my heart was about to burst because I was so happy. And then I was like, okay, Christina, calm down, because you can't smile through this whole movie. But guess what? I don't know if I stopped smiling. There's really nothing to talk about here other than Downton Abbey was a fresh, wonderful revisit to good old friends that you always have a good time with. That's the review. Great people you learned to love and had great experiences with, and that you've grown with, and you've seen them grow, and you've cried with them through their tragedies. This movie is a culmination of all of those feelings that you had about Downton Abbey, and it was good to be back home again. That's truly the way I felt. The script, if we have to talk about it, it felt to me, I think we talked about this a little bit before, it felt like a glorified, glamorous, wonderful, splendid Christmas special. That's the way it felt. And that's no shade. It felt like a 2-hour Christmas special, part 1 and part 2. Mm-hmm. And I think it would even work. I was thinking there would be a Christmas tree at some point, but there wasn't. So by the end of it, some of you are probably thinking, okay, well, did they flash forward several years, or did people die? Like, what's going on? I will say this, because I don't want to give anything away. This is exactly what you think they would be doing. After you watch the finale, fast forward to like 6 months. Mm-hmm. And that is exactly what you think they would be doing. Now, again, do people die? Does someone leave? It's Downton Abbey, the movie. Do you think they would do that? I don't know. That'll be left up to you. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Hats off to everyone. I was glad to be back home.
Yeah. And also, a question is, what is the future that's a part of the movie? What's the future of Downton Abbey? Mm-hmm. So they handle a lot of things. I completely agree with what you said. I had the same thought that you did when I was watching it. I went, this is like a Christmas special times 2.
Yeah.
If you see it in a theater, I'd say it's times 3. Mm. Because one of the questions is, if you're a Downton Abbey fan, you're used to seeing it at home. Mm. So is there a reason to go to the theater to see it? And I would say at first I was kind of in the theater, and I'm not really a theater person anyway. I was kind of in there going, "Ooh, I wish I was at home." With this.
Oh, really? I loved being with people. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. So at first I was like, I want like my blanket, and I want to be comfortable with this, because I felt that feeling again. But as the movie continued, I didn't care. I did not care. I completely lost myself in it. I did enjoy having it on the big screen, Ref. I felt like I was in it even more than normal, which I didn't think was possible. One thing I do want to say is the things that happened, I was not surprised at all. No. It is a lot of things. If you've watched a lot of period pieces, including Downton Abbey, none of this stuff is surprising, but it still worked. I didn't care. Like the big reveal, I knew from like the first scene. I was like, okay, I got what this is about, but it didn't matter. It was just great to see all of them back. I will say as well, everybody, I mean, at the end, it's like Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. It was ending after ending after ending after ending after ending. But I did not care, just like Return of the King. And in those endings, there is something that might pull at your heartstrings. You might tear up a bit. There was a beautiful scene. I'm not giving it away. I thought it was beautifully played. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. And the other thing we were talking about, Ref, is just the way it was edited and pieced together. It just flowed so beautifully. There was a moment when I heard myself breathing. I was like, what am I doing? Calm down. Like, and it's not that, it's something where you're getting angry or something like that. It's just the sweep of it.
Yes.
So I think they really came to play here. They came to do this, everybody. If you are a Downton Abbey fan, this is for you.
Mhm.
If you have not watched Downton Abbey, first of all, what? Second of all, you have to, I would say, watch the show for this to really work. This is for Downton Abbey fans. It is a love letter. They did say, Ref, I don't know if you heard this, that if this movie does well, they will probably do another one. So just know that. I think that's good enough. I mean, we have everything that you want. Think of your favorite moments from Downton Abbey, and you have echoes of that. The only thing I will say is we always have some intrigue, things like that. We always have somebody who has a secret that they don't want to come out, but somebody else knows and they're holding it over their head. It's not quite like that in the movie. So if you're expecting that kind of thing, it's a little different, but you will get so much. And really, I'm still thinking about that one scene, Ref, when I felt my heart get tugged. And I just say thank you to Downton Abbey. Again, as we're saying here, there's nothing really shocking here, nothing that's going to be surprising. There's nothing groundbreaking. It didn't need to be. This is like the souffle that Daisy took out of the oven.
Yes, it was. One of them was melting, though.
Well, it's a souffle.
It's a souffle. Listen, Downton Abbey, the movie, comes out September 20th, this Friday as of taping. And if you... I am not going to actually recommend that you see this at home. I recommend that if you've watched Downton Abbey at any point, get up out of your chair, go to the movies, sit down with other people, and just realize you're back home again.
The Why Watch That Talk.
It's that time of year again. It is the Emmys 2019. Now, if you know anything, listeners, we've been doing this for 6 consecutive years. And why should this year be any different, critic?
Do you want my honest answer?
You can think of a million. We both got a chance to watch it. I know you dipped in and out. I watched it in its totality. And I have to say I have mixed reviews overall. Again, this was the first time it was on Fox in a while. Like, I don't remember the last time it was on Fox, so I'm not sure when that was. But this is the second year in a row that they've gone without a host. And it feels like a lot of the award shows are going hostless. But this is not what made it peculiar or specific. This year, not only did they go without a host, they went without an orchestra.
Yeah,
it was
and
like,
without quality. They went without that too.
Oh boy, yep, you can already tell what that critic feels and how he feels about that. But they went without an orchestra, and they went without at least when it's hostless, they had a consistent sort of through line and feel to it. This was a little bit all over the place. It was like the music that was playing when they would walk up was like DJ, top 40 music, which I don't know how I felt about that.
Yeah, like top 40 from 1980.
Yeah.
The whole thing was strange. Look, just do a press release.
Well, I mean, honestly, or do what TIFF did and just announce it over social media. How they announce it. I'm just like, look, we're going to skip all this. But what I will say is that although there weren't a lot of memorable moments, I will give my hats off. And again, champion Maya freaking Rudolph. Why don't you let her host the show?
Yeah. You know what? Maybe she just doesn't want to do it. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe
she's got skeletons in her closet because, if you've tweeted anything in the last 50 years, even if you didn't tweet it, if you just, I don't know, said it and someone heard you said it, you really aren't able to do all that. So anyway, we are going to slim it down this year. Usually we go through just about everything. But this year we're going to stick to the acting categories as well as the television series and or movie winners. So let's get right to it. Let's start with the supporting actor in a limited series or movie. You really know how to say this best, but I think Bill Hader this year trumped you. He explained when he was out announcing, presenting. He said, you know, whoever was with him, I can't remember, was like, well, what is a limited series? He goes, a limited series is a series that got canceled.
Yes, I did see that. It was great.
It was so funny. I'm like, that's true. It's a series that nobody wants to see over and over again. So let's dip into the best supporting actor. We have Ben Whishaw from A Very English Scandal, which I think in my mind, I was like, how many seasons ago was that? But you also know the technicalities of like when something is or isn't included in the current Emmy award cycle. Because even though it won, there was some winning and nominations last year for the Golden Globes, it somehow snuck into this year's Emmys, which is always confusing. Asante Black for When They See Us, which got a lot of nominations this year. Creepy Paul Dano, and I'm sure he's a lovely person, but boy, his characters are very creepy. Escape from Dannemora. John Leguizamo from When They See Us. Stellan Skarsgård from Chernobyl, and Michael K. Williams from When They See Us. And in this category, Ben Whishaw takes it. Now, you saw A Very English Scandal. I saw Chernobyl and a little bit of When They See Us. Did not see Escape. Was this fair and fitting?
Yeah, it sure was. I'm not surprised that Ben won. It is a character he's playing based on a real man. So you put that together, and Ben is just a strange actor in and of himself. So that makes sense. I mean, this category is good. Paul Dano is what you expect in Escape at Dannemora, playing a real man.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Everybody's playing a real man. Everyone is.
Yeah, that's true. It's all real people here. You know, my heart goes to Chernobyl all the time. When They See Us is appropriately represented, and Ben won, no surprise.
Okay.
I'm not surprised. So after that, we have supporting actress in a limited series of movie. The nominees: Patricia Arquette for The Act, Marsha Stephanie Blake for When They See Us, Patricia Clarkson for Sharp Objects. And this is where, Ref, like you were saying, it's like, what, Sharp Objects?
Yes, like, why are you...
Wasn't it like last decade?
Yes.
Vera Farmiga is also nominated for When They See Us. Margaret Qualley for Fosse Verdon. And Emily Watson for Chernobyl.
It's a tough category. It's a very strong category.
Very tough. I'm going with Emily Watson here. Patricia Arquette was dynamite in The Act. The Act, it's just, but when it's equal like this, I start going to the show I like better.
Okay, but that's not what happened.
I know it's not, because Patricia Arquette won for The Act in this category. Emily Watson, though, just look at that scene when she gives the woman those pills and says, "Get out of here!" Chernobyl. But anyway, Patricia, no, that's not a problem. I mean, she certainly deserves her award here.
We are going to move on to Best Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series. So we're out of the limited and we're into the series, which is consecutively, season 1, 2, 3. That's where we're moving to. Now, this category is interesting because it seems like we have a new crop of comedy, and Barry's taking no, they're taking your ticket is what they're. Let's start with Alan Arkin from the Kromsky Method, which I feel like as well. Like, what are you doing here? I feel like we've already celebrated this, but he's here. Anthony Kerrigan for Barry, Tony Hale for Veep, Stephen Strange Root for Barry, Tony Shalhoub for The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and Harry Winkler, one of my favorite actors right now. He really is knocking out of the park. Now, you would think Harry won last year, remember?
Mhm.
And it was surprise. I have to say that from what I've seen, it appropriately goes to Tony. The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel is a wonderful dance of musicality that if you are off your beat, because everything is so sharp and the camera's moving and the lines are very witty and quick, you really have to have a seasoned actor like Tony to take it. And he did. Not that these other actors aren't seasoned, but I do enjoy the musicality of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. So
Yes. However, I think I'd give it to the other Tony. Tony Hale for Veep.
Interesting.
Think I would. But no problem there. Moving on. Supporting actress in a comedy series, Alex Borstein, for The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, Anna Klumsky for Veep, Sean Clifford for Fleabag, Olivia Colman for Fleabag, Betty Gilpin for Glow, Sarah Goldberg for Barry, Maren Hinkle for The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, Kate McKinnon for Saturday Night Live, and I think they left out 100 other people.
And this is like the longest. I didn't even know Olivia Colman was in Fleabag.
So who takes it? Alex Borstein for The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Second year in a row for her.
Second year in a row. Am I cool with it? Yeah.
I mean, they got her working pretty hard. She was carrying a plunger for half of the series.
That's right.
The season. Pretending to be a plumber. Let's move on to Best Supporting Actor in a Drama Series. Now, here we go. Alfie Allen, Game of Thrones. Jonathan Banks, Better Call Saul. Help me out here.
Nikolaj Coster-Waldau.
Nikolaj from Game of Thrones. Peter Dinklage, Game of Thrones. Giancarlo Esposito, Better Call Saul. Michael Kelly, House of Cards. Chris Sullivan, This Is Us. That's a lot happening in that category. However, this is no strange win. Maybe not necessarily what was expected, but he's certainly no stranger to winning Emmys. And of course, we're talking about Peter Dinklage taking it for Game of Thrones. And to be honest with you, I am an avid watcher of This Is Us. I do know I've seen a little bit of Peter Dinklage, but this is more your category. You would be able to test.
This is a weird category. It's hard to really choose. So it's fine.
Okay.
I'm not Game of Thrones. I'm done with it. So
well, no, you're not, because this next category.
I'm done. They're not. I am done. So next category, yes. Supporting actress in a drama series. We have Gwendolyn Christie for Game of Thrones, Lady Brienne of Tarth. We have Julia Garner for Ozark, Lena Headey for Game of Thrones, of course, Fiona Shaw for Killing Eve, Sophie Turner for Game of Thrones, and Maisie Williams for Game of Thrones. The winner is Julia Garner for Ozark. She was surprised.
We all were.
I guess everybody else was. If I'm looking at this category, why not her? Why not her for Ozark? Because I am done with Game of Thrones. So that only leaves Fiona Shaw for Killing Eve, who is excellent. But Julia Garner, good job. I applaud her. Thank you.
I just have to note to the listeners, who's Julia? If you watched any season of The Americans, she was the young teenager that, the lead actor had to sort of have this weird, strange, not perverted, but it was just very strange relationship she did a great job in that, and boy, did she take it home. Let's move on to lead actress in a limited series or movie. This category right here ain't no joke. Amy Adams for Sharp Objects. Patricia Arquette again for Escape from Dannemora. Now, she's lead now. and I was kind of rooting for it just because that'd be fun.
Mhm.
But I did not see it. Anjou Ellis, excuse me, When They See Us. Oh, Joey King, the act. Ay, ay, ay. Niecy Nash, When They See Us. Boy, when it's time to get serious, Niecy does it. And Michelle Williams, Fosse Vernon. I saw every episode of Michelle Williams' performance, and she rightfully took that home because not only did she have to pull out, like, think about the layering of what she had to do. She had to sing, dance, and act, but like, not just I'm dancing and singing. She had to sing, dance, and act for one of the top choreographers of musical theater ever in that style, Fosse. And she also had to play a aging woman. Like, I believed that Michelle Williams was a 47, 48-year-old woman. I did. I just truly did. She just did it. And she talked about her hair and her makeup and teeth in her speech. But she took it home. But she was up against worthy other performances.
Yeah, this came down really to her and Patricia Arquette for Escape at Dannemora. It's close. If you see Escape at Dannemora, you will know why Patricia Arquette was nominated. My question in this category is, why is Ingenue and Niecy in here for lead actress?
Yes, well, you know why. That was political.
They're not lead, they're supporting. It's strange. And they deserve to be nominated.
Yes.
Lead actor in a limited series or movie, Jharrel Jerome for When They See Us. Mahershala, True Detective. He's a one-name guy. Benicio del Toro for Escape at Dannemora. Hugh Grant for A Very English Scandal. Jared Harris for Chernobyl. And Sam Rockwell for Fosse Verdon in this category.
Whoa.
And Jharrel Jerome wins.
He was shocked. The audience was shocked. But they loved it. It was shocking.
Wow.
I've seen most of these performances. You've seen them all.
Yes.
I was surprised. I'm super happy because I'm super happy. But I really thought, to be honest with you, I knew Jared Harris would be a favorite just because Chernobyl is a favorite. And Jared Harris is a marvelous actor, and he really, if he didn't walk out of that performance with at least 3 ulcers. I mean, the first scene, he offs himself, and then you have to figure out why this man would take his life, this brilliant scientist, and you find out why.
Yeah.
But Mahershala played 3 different time periods. This was a tough category. Sam Rockwell, dancing, singing, acting, taking drugs, popping pills, doing all kinds of,
wearing wigs.
Wearing all kinds of wigs. I don't know.
I like Jharrel. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, he's wonderful.
Yeah, I like Jharrel. I'm happy for him. I'm at a loss.
Would you have voted that way since you've seen all these performances?
No, I would not have. Now, look, Jharrel did his job, and When They See Us, he did an excellent job. Excellent job. But like you said, look at what Mahershala, because the thing is, you have to consider also what is called for. Jharrel's character in When They See Us, it didn't require as many shades. He had to go there dramatically. He had to go all the way there dramatically.
Yeah.
But we had that from other actors in this category, along with a lot of other things. So that's where I go, So what's the next category?
Okay.
Because I like Jharrel, and I'm happy for him, but...
Well, the next category is still filled with a lot of strong performances. Lead actress in a comedy. This is a comedy. We've got Christina Applegate for Dead to Me. which really was a sneaky Netflix win, meaning people really took to it. Rachel Brosnahan for The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. There's really no surprise here why she got nominated. She's won this before. She won the Golden Globe, and I believe she won this Emmy last year. No real surprise why she's here. But guess who's back? Julia Louis-Dreyfus. And they announced that she has the most nominations for a man or a woman. There's not been a person more nominated other than maybe Don Cheadle, who apparently got nominated 9 times. But really comeback kid there. Natasha Lyonne. Now, Leon, excuse me. Russian Doll was another one of those Netflix sneaky hits. People really took to that. She was very strange throughout the night. Her clapping and I don't know. She was in another. She was strange. In another universe. And then finally they recognized Catherine O'Hara. Listen, folks, get your stuff together. Catherine O'Hara is one of the greatest comedic actresses. What are you laughing at?
No, I'm because I was waiting for this to come. So I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt.
We have been on Schitt's Creek since day one. I couldn't even say it before, but now I'm proud to say Schitt's Creek.
No, I'm proud.
And they're finally getting up on this. She was nominated, but tonight it goes to the last nominee, Phoebe Waller-Bridge for Fleabag. And I tell you what, she was as surprised as anybody. I mean, the momentum started with the writing and with the directing and with, obviously this win. She took it home and she said something that was very interesting. She said it started off as a one-woman show in theater, for theater.
Right.
So I can only imagine, what she would have to do, but hats off. I don't know if that's who you would have chosen, but that's who they did. So there it is.
Fleabag is not my kind of show. I mean, I get it. I get where they would go, but Rachel Brosnahan and Catherine O'Hara.
Oh my gosh, come on. I didn't see the last season of Veep, so you did.
And you know what? I'm glad you mentioned Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Her too. Lead actor in a comedy series. Anthony Anderson for Blackish. Don Cheadle for Black Monday. Any other blacks? No, okay. So there's Don Cheadle, Anthony Anderson, got that. Ted Danson for The Good Place. Michael Douglas for The Kominsky Method. Bill Hader for Barry. And Eugene Levy for Schitt's Creek. Well, okay.
Fine.
And the winner is Bill Hader for Barry, of course.
Second year in a row?
Love it. Second year in a row. Am I mad at this? No. Cool.
I have not seen Black Monday, so.
Oh, well.
I don't know.
I'll be respectful tonight.
Lead actress in a drama series. Now, this is, relatively the big one. Emilia Clarke for Game of Thrones. No surprise here. She usually gets nominated. Jodie Comer for Killing Eve, which is the counterpart to Sandra Oh, who's also nominated. Viola Davis is back. She's sometimes nominated, sometimes not, for How to Get Away with Murder. Laura Linney for Ozark. Now, here's a new one, Mandy Moore. And she deserves this nomination because they really put her through the ringer and they showed part of the clip. And this season was all about the mourning of Jack. And she went to some very beautiful places, really respectful of her. And then we'll end it with Robin Wright, House of Cards, who, if she breathes, she's going to get nominated. However, this was a big, huge surprise. Jodie Comer takes it home for Killing Eve, and everybody was shocked, including poor little Joni. She, in fact, was so shocked that she did not invite her mom or her dad. She was like, I'm totally not going to win. And she comes from across the pond. She comes from London, or England, and Liverpool, to be exact. And she was like, stay home. I'm not going to win. And she took it home.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Okay, good. That's
I'm
good.
not-
I haven't
yeah.
seen it.
Put it this way: if it's based on the work, this makes sense. This is a strong category, but she has a weird character that she nails.
Okay.
So if you put that together, then yeah, you're gonna have a win.
Where can we see this? Do you remember?
It's BBC America,
Okay.
and also AMC has now picked it up.
Oh, okay.
So both, because the second season AMC started airing it concurrently with BBC America because they're in the same family of channels. If you're wondering,
Gotcha.
everybody.
Thank you.
So yeah, that's how you can find that. And now lead actor in a drama series, Jason Bateman for Ozark. I was very surprised when he won for directing an episode of Ozark instead of the 100 directors of Game of Thrones. So that was a good highlight for me. Sterling K. Brown for This Is Us. Kit Harington for Game of Thrones. Bob Odenkirk for Better Call Saul. Billy Porter for Pose. And Milo Ventimiglia for This Is Us. The winner, Billy Porter.
Newbie.
For Pose. And his hat won an award as well.
And the poor person behind him.
Well, hopefully Billy had it in his lap. He was there with his sister.
No, he didn't. He didn't have it in that.
Well, I mean, it's not just the person behind him, but what about his sister sitting next to him? I mean, it was yelling out. So Billy won for Pose. It's an historic win for him. I'm cool with it.
Okay.
I do appreciate this category, and I'm cool with it. I really, anybody here could have won except for Kit, and not because of Kit, because of Game of Thrones.
Oh boy, television movie. Now this is a big one. Now I am not clear between the two categories. Maybe you have more insight between a movie. I mean, I know business-wise, I understand it for what I do for a living, but I don't understand why the Emmys really need to separate it. And the only reason why is the limited series, from what we know legally, could possibly get picked up for another series, just like we had with Big Little Lies. So Big Little Lies was actually a limited series. It went on to a season 2. But anyway, television movie, Black Mirror Bandersnatch. Okay. Brexit on HBO. Deadwood the movie on HBO. King Lear, starring Sir Anthony Hopkins. Amazon Prime, and My Dinner with Herb on HBO. Black Mirror takes it, and I feel like Black Mirror is very popular among the people. Like it's that show on Netflix that deals with how technology really goes awry or can go awry, and it took it.
Yep. And this is the one where it was like choose your own adventure or whatever.
Yes, you could click through and figure out how you want things to end.
Yeah, I'm not really inspired by this category.
I am not either, because they separated it, and I mean, get why they do that. In a limited series, also we have to keep in mind, usually has more than one episode,
right?
So they do split it up. But in the totality of the story, it's the same thing. There's beginning, middle, and end, and so whatever.
Well, moving on to limited series, Chernobyl on HBO, Escape at Dannemora on Showtime, Fosse Verdon on FX, Sharp Objects on HBO, and When They See Us on Netflix. Strong category.
Very.
Chernobyl wins. Am I surprised? No, didn't I say it?
Oh, you're so humble.
I'm not going to be humble about this. Didn't I? Because this is the kind of quality that I'm asking for. This is it. Will you forget watching Chernobyl? Will you forget it? I think not.
No.
So
but arguably, a lot of these you won't forget.
That's true, but I'm not going to forget Chernobyl. I will not.
Right. Yeah.
I know that for a fact. So, I mean, again, strong category. Sharp, I keep looking at that going, why? We got to fix this Emmys with when we nominate.
Yeah, it's very, I'm not clear on what the cutoff is. Let's move on to a comedy series, Barry on
we're down to
HBO.
the last two.
Yes, this is. I mean, we are done. Cue the music. Comedy series Barry on HBO, which again, second season, no surprise here. Fleabag on Amazon Prime, The Good Place, which it's so hard for these network shows because you forget. The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which took it home last year. Russian Doll, again, remember that was that sneaky hit from Netflix. Shit's Creek on Pop. And then, of course, Veep is back. And who do you think takes it home? Oh, I know what you're thinking. Clearly, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Nope. Well, then you thought, well, Veep, obviously. Nope.
Final season, right?
Of course, Barry would know. Fleabag on Amazon Prime. Amazon made it big this year. And if I'm not mistaken, it's in the press that the CEO of Netflix said that he regrets not outbidding one show only. And that is Fleabag. He wanted Fleabag. And he didn't get it. And it took it. It took it. It was the Brits' night tonight. Well, we're not done.
Right, we're not. And Fleabag, keep in mind, the creator of that also created Killing Eve.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's great.
Yeah, so that's why when Jodie won, she said, "Oh, Phoebe."
Gotcha.
So now, Fleabag, I'll tell you, if you haven't seen it, it is for a specific kind of viewer. So you'll know from the beginning watching it whether it's for you or not. If it's for you, you're going to love it.
Can you give us a 5-second so that listeners will go, oh, not for me, or, oh, that sounds great? It's about a woman who
is very open. I'll put it that way.
Sexually.
Yes, and otherwise. And she talks straight to camera, my friends.
Oh, she breaks the fourth wall.
Yeah, she has a quirky sensibility, that whole kind of thing. You know, it's the wink to it. There's a lot going on that Phoebe does as that character. So again, you know, if you're an adult and you're fine with that, you can check it out and you can figure out whether it is for you or not. Okay. So
I bet you this next winner's for you.
There you go. So see that
Nah.
We'll figure out whether this is for us or not. What's coming up next? So here we go. Oh, and I should say Phoebe didn't create Killing Eve, but she's the showrunner and the writer.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, wow, gosh, wow.
Yeah. But so drama series. Last category, the big one. Nominees. Better Call Saul on AMC.
Better Call.
This show keeps holding on.
It does.
Bodyguard on Netflix.
Where
I
was
almost
this?
forgot about that, and I'm
So
like,
did
what?
I.
Game of Thrones on HBO.
Shocker.
The final season, it ended TV as we know it.
Oh my gosh. Well, they kind of said it tonight.
Yeah. Killing Eve, there it is. AMC and BBC America, as I mentioned earlier. Ozark on Netflix. Pose on FX.
Oh.
Succession on HBO. And This Is Us on NBC. And This Is Us is like, just us? We're the only traditional network show? Sorry, This Is Us. Because it's Game of Thrones here who's the winner.
Were you shocked?
It's the final season. They're all very proud of themselves. But how many people are in agreement outside of the ones who worked on it? Now, these people, after there was a backlash, some of them wanted to come out and defend their show. That's fine. But guess what? It wasn't good.
Oh, here we go.
It wasn't good. And I'm not talking about, I couldn't see in that episode, it was too dark. Let me know how satisfying it was at the end of Game of Thrones. Was that worth it? All of those seasons, all of this time, all of the buildup, all of the stretching things out? No. Who could have won instead of Game of Thrones? Anything else.
Oh, there you have it. And the thoughts of the critics are not shared among all people, obviously. So you can send your mail directly to him. I'm out of it. because I didn't watch it. So I watched a little bit of a first season. That's it. But you know what? 2019 served to be a really strange year. A lot of firsts. A lot of we've got the new reign of comedy. Barry's going strong with their actors. Bill Hader, along with Fleabag, really sweeping tonight. Did a lot of sweeping. Overall, the Brits did pretty good tonight. They were the true winners, but we are excited because there's still more TV coming at us, and it is no better time to be alive because we are alive during the reign of television.
The Why Watch That movie talk.
Oh my goodness, listeners, we've got a power-packed movie talk for you. It is stars and celebrities and movies, and it's what you go to the theater for. We have it for you for this wonderful segment. Now, before we get started, I do want to say 2 of these movies we got a chance to see at festivals or sneak peeks. So, and then the last movie is a first look, which is already out. So stay tuned for the duration if you want to get to know what's really going on out in the movie world. We've got something for you. But before we get into Brad and Meryl, there's a woman who's been away for a little bit, I would say. I mean, she's done a little here and there. But she has come back not playing any games. And I'm talking about none other than Renee Zellweger. Well, what is she in? You know what she's in. Judy. The new movie that's coming out as of taping this Friday. And Judy stands for Judy Garland. Somewhere Over the Rainbow. You know that one? And it's directed by Rupert Gould. Written by Tom Edge. Based on the stage play by Peter Quilter. The cast. To be honest with you, you may not know the cast as well. These are Brits or Irish, Scots, people from over the pond. Renee Zellweger plays, as you like to call, the titular character. Jesse Buckley, Rufus Sewell, Finn Whitrock is in it, along with some other wonderful British greats, I will say. It is definitely a movie that would have snuck under the radar had it not been for Renee Zellweger. And the critic is going to drive us through this plot because you're thinking, oh, Judy Garland, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. It's her full biopic. Well, he's got a little something to tell you about that because it's not what you think. Not what you think. And then we're going to tell you our thoughts, and you can already kind of sense what that is.
Yeah, so it really, everybody is set in 2 different time periods. So you have Judy Garland at the beginning of her career. She's filming that movie. And from the very beginning of Judy, we are on set.
Oh.
We see the yellow brick road. But before we get a good glimpse at it, somebody is talking to little Judy Garland. And this somebody is her boss, the head of MGM, Mr. Mayor himself. And imagine this man this way, my friends. If you had cutlery and you poured honey over it. That's him.
Oy.
So little Julie Garland is in for it, okay? It doesn't look good. But we have this beautiful set. It looks great on the screen. Then we cut way forward to Judy Garland, now at the tail end of her career.
Oy.
She has to work for money. She's got her two youngest children with her. She is all over the place traveling and performing with them. Now you're thinking, oh, Liza Minnelli? No. Liza Minnelli at this point is off in her 20s. She's probably about to go do cabaret.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So think of it that way. And does Liza appear? She does in this movie, but not as a main character. So Judy has to work for money, working with the kids. Are the kids happy? What about the kid's father, who is no longer married to Judy?
Uh-oh.
Because what happens is, we won't give it all away, Judy arrives someplace that's supposed to cater to her, and they don't.
Oh, boy.
So the kids wind up back with their father, who's played by Rufus Sewell. And the father is looking at Judy and going, okay, give me my kids. And you go take care of yourself. So Judy needs money to be able to support the children. How can she get it? Because at this point in her career, nobody wants to hire her.
Oh.
Now, why not? Well, she has a reputation now.
Oh, dear.
So something comes up, though, that will give her the money she's looking for. She can go to London and perform on the stage with a band for 5 weeks. Sell out shows, get the money, and that'll be enough money for her to get custody of her children. Okay, done. Where do I sign? So she goes over there, she does this, but how does this pan out? Now, these people in London, they ain't stupid. So they have someone to mind her, to make sure that she knows where to go, that she's awake, and so on and so forth. And this person is played by Jessie Buckley. And Jessie Buckley was already in Wild Rose earlier this year, and Chernobyl.
Oh my gosh, she sure was. Oh, that poor woman.
So she is giving great performances this year. And here she is looking at Judy and going, like, you know, I can't say what I'm thinking, and I can't even show it, really. Okay. So Judy has to meet with the band leader. How does that go? Does she even want to sing? Does she trust her instrument? Does she trust herself? Is she up to the task? What about all of her adoring fans that are waiting to see her? How is this going to turn out? And is she still looking for Mr. Right?
Oh my gosh. This was number 5, 4?
Because there's a party she goes to that Liza's at, and she meets a young man, or maybe the man meets her, played by Finn Wittrock. And where are they going with that? So in the end, what happens? Well, if you know Judy's story, you'll know. If you don't, do not look it up. Do not. Just let the movie tell you. I think that's enough for the plot, Ref.
That was very, very good. It was very, it was a Judy that we hadn't heard before. Yeah. And I'll go ahead and say that this really was Renee Zellweger's movie. She, for me, I missed her when she wasn't on the screen because, as you did talk about, it was flashing forward and backward. And the flashback was not Judy Garland played by Renee Zellweger. It was played by another actress because, you know, that actress was 15 years old. Or Judy was 15 years old at the time. So even though it was well done, I missed Renee when she wasn't on the screen because the script itself needed Renee. And I said that I went in to watch Judy. I left applauding Renee. The musicality in her body. You talked about a cord that she flings over her shoulder in time as like choreography. Renee was able to transform her body into Judy's last 6 months on Earth, which, as you know, if you look at some of those pictures, you look at some of the Carnegie Hall footage, she was very thin, very, waifed. Renee was also able to channel some of Judy's mannerisms, which almost looked like, I don't want to say this because this is not founded on any truth, but the symptoms look like almost the early onset of Parkinson's disease, like a twitching thing that Judy actually did that Renee was able to channel. Overall, I have to go on and on about her performance. Was her singing the best? Now, for this movie, it was appropriate. But I'm a huge Judy Garland fan. And Judy, even in her last 6 months, could blow away, anybody. And Renee has more of a lighter voice. But I didn't care. Because when she stooped down to sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow, which she does, I was like, whoa. So hats off to Renee. She will win an Oscar. Or she will win something, a Golden Globe. She's going to win something. She's going to win something.
Yeah, I'll come to Renee last. As a movie, the first hour or so, Ref, the pacing was so wonderful. Mm-hmm. The musicality of it. And what I loved about that first hour was they didn't wallow, and they could have.
Yeah.
This is a tough story. But they had a nice balance to it. They had a nice balance switching back and forth and really shaping who Judy is, who she is as a person in a way that I haven't heard before, I haven't seen before. I really got to know her through this movie. And it's not like you were saying earlier, it's a standard biopic. Then after that first hour, they start to wallow a bit. They do. But then in the end, they do pull it back together. So as a film-going experience, I was cool watching it. And the main reason, like you said, is Renee Zellweger. You know what? I gained even more respect for Renee as an actor after watching this. You talked about what she did as Judy Garland. She also brought herself to Judy. When you could tell, okay, she says, this is what I know of Judy. This is what we all know. But this is my opinion, and I'm going to fill in the gaps, stuff we don't know with what I think. This is someone who came to work. She was in every beat. She didn't miss one. She was always on. Those performance scenes, she's acting. And the thing is, in the movie, they explain what's going on with Judy's voice. So even if you know what she really sounded like at this time, it doesn't matter, because in the movie, it makes sense, Renee singing. It's all crafted for this performance. She delivered. Should she receive awards? She absolutely should. I can't say enough for what she did here. And it's not the kind of thing, everybody, where you're going to, sit down and go, whoa, oh my goodness, that was amazing. It's not that. It's the opposite. It's the interior performance here. It's the quietness of it. It's not being too showy. All of this stuff, because look, BBC Films is one of the production companies. Think of it that way. What would you expect on the BBC? That's what they're bringing here. So I would say if you are interested at all in Judy, you should definitely go see it.
There you go. It's opening this Friday. You can see it in the big theaters. But I say, if you can't get there, this will work at home. It really will work. And not a lot of movies do, but I guarantee you this will work at home.
Yes.
There you go.
Now, speaking of working at home,
right,
we have our second movie on our list here of 3, and that's The Laundromat.
Which I forgot you hadn't seen.
Yes,
Oh, you have? You saw it?
No, I have not.
Oh, I forgot you didn't see it.
Yes.
I saw it. Yes.
Yes, so you teased us with it when you were at TIFF a little earlier, not too long ago. Now you're going to flesh it out for us. The Laundromat, my friends, is directed by Steven Soderbergh. The screenplay is by Scott Z. Burns, based on some real stuff. Real reportage, and so on, by Jake Bernstein when it comes to the Panama Papers. It stars Meryl Streep. It stars Gary Oldman. It stars Antonio Banderas. It stars Jeffrey Wright, Robert Patrick, David Schwimmer, Sharon Stone, and many more. Now, it will be in theaters on September 27th, but it's also coming to Netflix. That's who's distributing it. So it will be available there on October 18th. So the question is, Ref, do we go out? Do we venture out into the dark streets trying to find a theater? Wait for it to pop up on our little Netflix feed and then watch it that way? Or do we just ignore it altogether?
Well, I've got an opinion about that. This, as you said, is based on the Panama Papers. Remember in 2016, towards the end of Obama's reign, there was this big hoopla of these Panama Papers. And it was basically where these journalists leaked this intense, crazy secret of documents of the Mazak Francesca's high-profile patrons of this scheme, basically, of these shell companies is what they call it. Now, in case your mind is already going, oh, I don't want to say anything like that. This is Steven Soderbergh. He does political injustices. And what happens is you have Meryl Streep, little old Ellen Martin, and her husband. And they're on vacation and they decide to go out on a little boating excursion. And unfortunately, fatal consequences happen. Ellen emerges and her husband does not. Now, in these cases, it was not as if the boating company, it was a fluke. This was something that needed to have been insured. And so what do people do in these cases? They, go through the insurance companies. Like, you need to pay these costs and you weren't properly this and that. So damages need to be paid. Well, it turns out that the insurance company is giving all the patrons a runaround. I mean, a run around, to the point where the company starts to file papers and they can't get a hold of their insurance company. Now remember, this is a fatal accident. Did this really happen? No, this is Steven Soderbergh baking in. Now, flash now to Antonio Banderas. Flash to Gary Oldman. These two narrators. They're explaining to us what a dollar is, what money is, how money's created, how money was exchanged in the past. I mean, they're going through elaborate, basically a really amazing economics class you sit in for like 10 to 15 minutes, and they're showing you the traveling of money. Who are these men? What does this have to do with anything? Well, you find out that it is Jurgen Mosek and, of course, Ramon Francesca, who are the culprits in this situation. They are the narrators of this tragedy. Meryl Streep's character decides to take it upon herself that if this company can't pay for the damages, she will take it up with the insurance company herself. Unfortunately, she can't find them. So she's traced. She can't. Nobody can. Because they're shell companies, as Soderbergh you buy this company and this company buys this company. And then this company buys this company and this person buys this share. So literally it's chasing ghosts. And some of those ghosts lead to Jeffrey Wright's character, who's in the Caribbean, the Cayman Islands. And you think, oh my gosh, we finally found the insurance company. She's down there saying, listen, my husband died. You gonna pay for damages. And unfortunately, he was like, well, we were bought out by so-and-so and so-and-so. Oh. Through the movie, you travel, not Meryl specifically, but the story travels. Get this, are you ready? The Cayman Islands, to men and women of Africa, to China, to Mexico. This poor Meryl, she's trying to get to the bottom of this. And the person who owns this owns that. and they own this, and they own that. So it's very difficult to get to the bottom of this. All in all, to make a very confusing plot stop short, because it was confusing. Now remember, this is Steven. He had to explain it, and sometimes he just stops the movie and starts to explain. All roads lead to Antonio and Gary. And you'll have to find out how those roads get there. There is a surprise that you'll probably figure out. All of us in the audience figured it out, but it's okay. A surprising person leads us to those two men, and justice, in quotes, is served by an unsuspecting person. So that's all I'm going to leave you for that. If you know anything about the Panama Papers, that story that I told you is fictional, but the contents of it is not. It's all these shell companies owned by various people. And immediately you think, oh gosh, that's not for me. Well, when I was sitting in the audience, and now I'm moving to the review, I was a little, if you would have said that that's what's going on, I probably would not have gone, but I went because Meryl Streep's in it, Gary Oldman, Antonio Banderas, Jeffrey Wright is there, and on of all the, Will Forte shows up, you guys. I'm not kidding. He just pops in. There's Will Forte. Hello. And he quickly goes away, and you'll know why. There's even an Asian, there's in the scene in China. Okay. The scene in China, that's all I have to say. If it weren't for all of these people and the person behind it, I'd say this is an appropriate Netflix movie. This isn't something that I would run to the theaters. I think you will be a little disappointed, not because it's a bad movie, but it really is a movie that I wish I had my remote to pause it and to just go, what did I just see? Because it was a lot of the terms and concepts that personally I was not familiar with. Did I hear about the Panama Papers? Absolutely. Did I follow it closely enough to know some of the key players? No, I didn't. So if you know a lot about the Panama Papers and you're interested in the economy of, during that time of all these shell companies switching hands and then the new regulations that have come into place for that, then I think this is really the movie for you. It was easier to swallow because you had Meryl Streep and all these wonderful actors to deliver this tough pill. But without them, I'd have to say this would be a pass. Now, the critics are conflicted about it. Most of them agree, but then some people say, well, Meryl, and you'll know why once you watch it, really did an amazing job of doing this and that. Meryl is Meryl. She's never not going to do an amazing job. So, what were you expecting? Antonio Banderas and Gary Oldman really weren't given a lot to do, critic. They were narrators. And then at the end, they had to play these real men get apprehended. That's the extent of their, of their performances. Again, if you're going to have narrators narrate jargon like that, you better hire those two. And then, of course, there were some other actors. The African family was, oh my gosh, talk about a crap show, meaning the stuff that Steven Soderbergh had those people do. I don't want to be a member of that family. You better watch out. They did a great job. And then when they went over to China, those actors did a great job as well. But overall, I'm going to have to say this is not something that you will want to pay $15 and think that you're going to, this is all about Meryl Streep getting an Oscar nomination, like that kind of movie. This is not that movie. This is a lesson. And even the last frame, I'll say, of the movie is almost like a performance art piece. I'll say that. So overall, I think if you want to watch it at home, I think it's the best option. If you want to watch it at all, again, not because it's bad, but it's very, very heady and you need to be in a good space for that.
So again, it will be available on Netflix on October 18th. What's available now in theaters, it opened on September 20th, is Ad Astra.
Oh.
To the stars.
Yeah.
And it is directed by James Gray. It is written by him and Ethan Gross. It is starring, you know who, Brad Pitt. You know Brad Pitt is in this.
Did you though? I mean, where has he been besides this? Did we know it was Brad?
He's looking at us in the poster. He's looking at us in the commercial. He's just looking.
Yeah.
What is he looking at? You'll tell us.
Yeah.
He's joined in the cast by Tommy Lee Jones, Ruth Negga, Liv Tyler, and Donald Sutherland, the little
Oh, my
sneaky
gosh.
Donald Sutherland. What's going on with that? So I'm very excited about this movie. It is my kind of movie. Am I
Yeah.
right, Ref? Tell us,
No,
is
you're
this
right.
something that is worth seeing it on the big screen? It better be.
Well, okay, here's the deal. Roy McBride, who's Brad Pitt's character, is this astronaut who is really, I mean, he's done phenomenal work. He is, unfortunately, all his accolades professionally don't quite match up personally. Because the accolades he has professionally, he's adored, he is revered, and he also is respected. His personal life is a mess. Basically, he's detached. His wife, played by Liv Tyler, is basically in a marriage alone. He is emotionally detached. He detaches himself physically, all because he has a very famous father. H. Clifford McBride, played by Tommy Lee Jones, who is... Isn't it great? It's such a great astronaut name. He is an astronaut up there with Neil Armstrong, because this is the first man to ever be and go past Venus, Saturn, and finally where he ends up Neptune. And this is all a part of what they call the Lima Project. And the basis of the Lima Project, which was, the movie starts off saying this takes place in the not so near future, meaning not so near future of where we are now. They are believing, man can go that far. This Lima Project, the basis of it is to find intelligent life. That's the whole project. Is there some kind of thinking, intelligent, surviving life? And the only way we can take those pictures and to dive into that is to get as far as possible. And Neptune is the farthest any man has ever gone. Now, unfortunately, it's been several decades since Roy or anyone on the planet has heard back from the Lima Project, until there is a glitch. There is some sort of electrical surge that thrusts all the way through from Neptune to Earth, disrupting the stratosphere, so to speak, and ultimately causing electrical explosions. And tens of thousands of people have died. And if these surges continue to happen, it will shake the orbit system out of place, and it will destroy everything in its path. And they found out where these surges are coming from. Can you guess? From the Lima. Yes, from the Lima Project. It's coming from Neptune. It's gotta be Clifford McBride and his crew. What's going on there? Well, there's only one man that could make this thing happen, because they haven't heard from the Lima Project, and on outside he is revered as a hero. Internally with the authorities, he's gone rogue, maybe even mad. So who can pull him in? Roy McBride, Brad Pitt's character. He's got to get a message to the Lima Project, but the only way he can get a message to them is to do what? To go from Earth to the moon to Mars. That's the only way they can connect with the Lima Project. And he's got to be there in person, because when Clifford hears his son's voice, they've got to be there. Now, can you trust the government? Roy doesn't quite think he can. but he's going to go to find out about his father. Now, what you need to know about Roy is emotionless. His pulse has never gone above 80. I mean, an explosion could be coming for him, and he'd be thinking, what do I need to do now? Do I need to go this way or that way? Totally calm, the perfect man for the voyage. To fast forward everything without giving things away, it is quite the adventure to get to Mars. Many near-death experiences, and not just externally, but there's some people who may not be on the same page of getting Roy there safely. What is that about? Now, when he finally gets to Mars, is he able to send a signal out to the Lima Project for his father to hear? And if he is able to do that, what is the response? Because his father, although a hero to many, has abandoned Roy. And can Roy keep it together to finish the project, to finish and end the surges? And that may mean to end the Lima Project firmly. You know what I mean by that. Mm-hmm. So that's the gist of the story. It really is thrilling and complicated. But I will say this to sort of wrap this bow. If you were to Ad Astra is if you took the movie The Martian, that Ridley Scott movie with Matt Damon, take The Martian, mesh it with Alfonso Cuarón's Gravity with Sandra Bullock, take that, and then mesh it with the personal intensity of Interstellar. Yes. Take those three things, mesh it together, and some philosophizing from the Tree of Life. Some philosophy. That is Ad Astra. And in your mind, you're thinking, why is Brad Pitt? I mean, does he have the chops to kind of carry? Because he's alone most of the time. I mean, we like to look at Brad Pitt, but have we seen him? I will tell you this. This is some of Brad Pitt's great work. Wonderful, solid work. Why? Because he plays this extremely internalized person who is expertly managing his emotions until, and I'm not going to tell you what happens. It's until, and those moments were warranted and granted. The narrative sort of segues that you hear his thoughts. He narrates as if he's writing a journal, and sometimes it seems that way. Was wonderfully philosophical. It could have come across as cheesy, but it's coming from Brad Pitt, who isn't like, emoting over it. It's just sort of matter of fact, I feel alone. What happens when you say that and you are alone in space? Interesting. Tommy Lee Jones, it plays the father. If you're going to have anybody who's going to be wacky out there, lost in space, that is the person you hire. I believed them. But it was a wonderful, sneaky. You said Donald Sutherland is not Donald. Is it Donald? Yes, Donald Sutherland. You said it was sneaky. Yes. Beautiful, sneaky performance of a man who was best friends with Tommy Lee Jones and saw things starting to unravel and is trying to help out the situation. Wonderfully played by that. Overall, the story is moving. There's catharsis in a very deep way, maybe unexpected. You think everybody's going to survive this? I don't know. So overall, I would say it was beautiful to look at. Alfonso Cuarón would have been proud. It had meshes of genres, critic. So it was this space movie, but then it had like this whole thriller section where he's being chased by, I'm not going to tell you, and people are trying to kill him. I'm not going to tell you who those people are. And then you also have a horror element. There's this one scene where it's like, I was scared and everybody in the theater was scared too. We did not know what was going to happen. Overall, I had a great time. It's a wonderful thing to see, and I highly recommend that you go to the theater and pay your $15, and you're gonna go, oh, I have to pay my $15. I say do it because it's beautiful on screen. Is it as beautiful as Gravity or Interstellar? I'm going to say no, it's not as beautiful, but technically speaking, it made me gasp in some places. So if you are looking for you're looking through the movies and you're going, I already saw Downton Abbey and Judy was great. I just want to see something else that I'm just going to really enjoy the movie going experience. Ad Astra is definitely going to be a strong case. And I'll leave you with this. I didn't think I would say this, and not because he's not a great actor, but I wouldn't be surprised if Brad Pitt wasn't in the conversation for some awards. Now, he has gone on record. He's gone on record and said he will not be campaigning. His people can, but he will not be campaigning for any awards. It's a Plan B movie. They're already going to nominate it anyway, so he'll get the producer, he'll get all that flack. But this is the first time I can stand here and say that Brad Pitt needs to be in that conversation.
Ooh. Well, you had me at not even hello, but at the H of hello.
This is so your movie. This is like, it's not perfect, but it's a deeply moving movie, and it is so your world.
Yeah, who cares if it's not perfect? I'm basking in the glow of what you just said. I will be seeing this, who knows when, but it will happen. And everybody just know that it is in theaters right now. You can go see it, absolutely see it on that big screen, and be enveloped by just what sci-fi is about. But also don't forget that on September 27th, you will be able to see The Laundromat if you want, or you could just wait until October 18th when it's on Netflix. But you definitely will be able to see on September 27th as well, Judy. Mm-hmm. What a trio of movies here, Ref, that we've given listeners. Yeah. I mean, good luck choosing.
Thanks for listening. For additional resources, visit WhyWatchThat.com.
Good idea, and we'd love to hear from you. So go ahead and leave comments, feedback, and you can rate us on iTunes.
We'll see you next week.
See you.